Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rock. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Friday. That's right. It's Friday, ladies and gentlemen. And not just any Friday. It is Far Right Fridays. And wow, what a week it has been. What a wonderful note to end on too. Everyone's doing the roll call this morning. Ravy's in the house. How we going? Got to get down on Friday. Hobo Joe, yo, yo, yo. Span Dog Morning. Woozle. Oh my God, it's Friday. Thought it was Thursday. It is still for some people. Pen Tester checking in early. Oh yeah. Dilem has entered the chat. Me. IR me woot winning. Good morning, Woozle. Hope you're ready. Far right, Freedy. All right. So, what are we going to be doing today? Many a thing. We're going to be looking at. Actually, a lot has just come in the last I don't know, hour or so. All the suggestions are flowing in, but we've got. So I'm actually going to take it in a different trajectory than I had planned. But hey. We're going to have fun today. But before we get into all the craziness of Far Right Friday, let us do what we usually do and celebrate the fact that it is Friday. And why is it Friday? Not just because it's Far Right Friday, but because it is the eve of the weekend, baby. That special time in every working person's calendar, that time where we get to be free from the economy, from the clutches of capital. And so by Friday afternoon, you will have that Friday feeling as you jettison yourself off into the weekend and enjoy those couple of days, that 2-day period of liberation that you get to enjoy. And we only have that, honestly, we have the concept of the weekend and the idea that we should have a couple of days of freedom every 7 because working people out there fought hard to get it. And so that's why we like to celebrate on Friday and just take a bit of time to appreciate what we have. And it's not a lot as working people. We live in a wonderful, industrial, potential utopia. There's a lot of wealth, a lot of goods, a lot of services, a lot of things that we can enjoy, a lot of luxuries, but we don't get access to all of it, and we struggle a lot. And so let's just enjoy the wins on the board where we can get them and never forget them either. That's the main thing. Never forget it. It helps you. It helps us all with the daily struggle, the daily grind. So it is at this point that I like to do my huge, and I would like to pay my respects to workers, past, present, and emerging. It is on your shoulders that the entirety of the modern world is built. Never forget that. You have the power, power, power. And we talked a lot about this power actually yesterday in Theory Thursday. So if you missed it, go to the last 3 hours of the stream, and we went over largely why workers are so awesome, why us simple plebs and commoners are the bedrock of not only the modern world, but all of humanity. We have the power. Yes, 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 by the power of Grayskull. Anyway, just remember how wonderful you are as a working person. And one day we're going to set up society to reflect our interests as a group. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. Never forget that. Never forget that. Never let them take that away from you. Taking this Far Right Friday to strange new places. Whoop, whoop. 7 days in Twitchland. Yeah, Ravy. What's going on there, hey? Let's go. We have each other. Just too many haven't figured it out yet and think we should be fighting each other. Yes. Yes, and once we get past that woozle, game over, man. Once we descend from the culture wars and back to the class war, baby, it's game over. Not for us, But for those of us, for those out there that would take advantage of us for their own benefit. I watched the new Master of the Universe movie. Surprisingly, not that bad. That's the feedback that I've been getting from it. I thought it was going to be trashy, but people have actually said, "Yeah, you know what? It's got that trash vibe, but it pulls it off, and it pulls it off well." All right, so we've had, yeah, like I said, we've had a few late submissions. I was actually going to take us down a path and watch some Tucker Carlson, who is, it's touted to be potentially the next president of the US, and like I guess all of our supreme leader too, here in a vassal state like Australia. But like we might still go there, but a couple of things have popped up and I just gotta see it. I really gotta see it, considering all the stuff that we've been talking about recently. And it is this piece by none other than your friend and mine. That's right, I heard you say it. Surely not. Yes, surely it is. It is Nick Shirley. And it's extra poignant, not just because it is Nick Shirley and it's just hilarious that it's Nick Shirley and we can have a good laugh at his expense. He takes it well. He takes it well as a Mormon. He's got a good he's not a sore loser. He takes it well. Yeah, old Nick Shirley. But like this is particularly relevant, I think, given the stuff that we have been talking about recently. This piece is called Asking Americans About the Rise of Communism Inside the US. And like we've spent a lot of time recently over the last few weeks watching the Trump regime roll out its plans to tackle communism and left-wing political violence and left-wing terrorism and all that sort of stuff. And so the rhetoric is hot at the moment. It's so hot. This idea that there's some type of communist takeover. We saw Carolyn Levitt say that, communism is the biggest threat to America. We've heard Stephen Miller say it. We've heard Rubio say it. Trump spent a bit of time in his 4th of July address mentioning that communism is coming to take over the country. And like out of all the things that America has experienced in terms of national security problems, it's communism, baby. It's those damn commies that are coming to destroy the United States. And so I'd love to see Nick Shirley's investigative reporting on this one. I'd love to see what he has to say about this. So like let's have a look. Let's see what it's like. And thank you to Spandong for providing this one. It's only been out for a day by the look of it, and it's already got 300,000 views. So Shirley is very influential, to say the least. To say the least. And we'll check out what he has to say about all those evil commies out there. Like the stream. Yes, do that. If you're watching this and you haven't already and you're on YouTube, please activate the like button. Give it a rub. Just be gentle with it. Be nice. You're welcome. Also, sorry. It is Shirley. No, but we can all get down with Shirley, right? Hey, Shirley. He has nothing but nice things to say. The Christian way. Voltaire, how you going? Hope you're well, and welcome to another Far Right Friday. Are we watching my main man Tucker? Well, we will be, actually. He's done an interview with The Economist. But like the funny thing about the interview that I have found, which has only just really or recently come out, is it's like from March. And like they only uploaded it like 2 weeks ago or something crazy like that. And so I wanted to watch that because they talk about issues in March that have now come to pass, events. And like I want to see if Tucker Carlson is a complete grifter or not. If like he just says shit because it's popular or he might think it's impactful. Or like if he has predictions about like Iran and like what's happening with Is Not Rail and all that. Like whether he's right and this stuff has come to fruition. So let's get out the BS monitor on Tucker Carlson later and we'll have a look. But first, we're warming up, Mamupa. We're warming up with your friend and mine. Surely not. How about call your mums and tell them to get in the stream? Dude, it's what Shirley would have wanted. Surely you jest. No, I tell you, surely not. Did Tucker get some Nostradamus predictions in? I must know. I want to know too. Like, what's the go with The Economist anyway? Seriously, asking, like, interviewing Tucker back in March and releasing it now. It's just weird. He is a bit of a grifter. He loves Vance. That's interesting, isn't it? He's a big fan of Vance. Whereas, who were we listening to the other day who thought that Vance was really evil? There was another right wing personality, which I thought was interesting take coming from them. You can't trust Vance. I'll be back before things heat up. Be good, chat. Yeah, be good. Here to get my weekly dose of brain worms. I don't know, man. What do you mean weekly dose? It's kind of filtered throughout the week now as well, I must say. But like it's all concentrated in Far Right Fridays. All right. Woozle, come to Tucker's for our world famous Carlson Sarnie. It's got anchovies and pineapple. The right timing to release your video is crucial for algorithmic exposure. Interesting. And like that's why they've been holding on to it. Interesting. Stupid economists. What would they know? Fuentes. Fuentes, thank you. Yes, Fuentes doesn't like Vance. It was Fuentes that we were watching. He said it. He was like, I don't trust Vance as far as you could throw him. And I think he doesn't even like, he said the same thing about Tucker, didn't he? In that interview with Channel 5. Vance is with the tech bros by the sound of it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, he is. He's down with the brothers of tech. Don't say tech bros. It's offensive. Hey, you'll upset people. I know that's never your intention to upset anyone, but it can come across like that. Vance was made by the tech bros. Yes, 100%. I think when Peter Thiel spent like $15 million or whatever it was on his Senate race, it was the most that anyone had spent on a Senate race at that point, apparently. He is literally a creation of the brothers of tech. Let it be known. It does seem that way. I liked Tucker, to be honest. Well, let's have a little bit of Tuckies. Uncle Tuck Tuck, as we used to call him. He was actually, if you remember, or if you were here for it, this is, Leonard, can I just say, we are up to part 30 of Far Right Fridays. We've done 30 Far Right Fridays. And he was one of the first people we investigated on a Far Right Friday. I can't say I listened to all of his stuff, but we've listened to a bit of it. And we got done. We got clapped listening to too much Tucker on one Far Right Friday. He must have some good copyright capture, or he's strong enough in the YouTube sphere. And like we watched too much of his content and the stream was shut down. So like I haven't watched Tucker on a Far Right Friday ever since. But like this is not from his main channel. This is from another channel, so it should be safe, I guess. Tucker always claims. Yeah, bastard. Eh? What a powerful man he is if he has the right to claim like that. Tucker's box of unpalatable treats. Would you prefer a President Kirk, a President Vance? Shudders. A President Rubio? I don't know, man. That's a really good question. Just like what kind of, like, choose your own dystopia, I guess. Like, do you want like a Christian evangelical dystopia? Then like let's go Kirk. If you want to bring on the techno feudalist hellscape, let's go Vance. And like if you just want America to wage war throughout the Western Hemisphere, let's go Rubio, man. Like let's just seal the deal. President MTG. Wow. What a world that would be. Eh? Saying it like it is. Standing up for Epstein survivors and standing against Is Not Real. What a platform. President Big Bird with the puppeteer on holidays would be more favorable option to these two. I know, who would you vote for, President Big Bird or Prime Minister Count Binface? I'm gonna go with Binface on that one. Bansor Bannon in the house. How you going? What crazy are we going? We got going on today. Well, let me tell you. First of all, we're going to Shirley, because Nick has come out with a critical investigation about how Americans feel about the rise of communism. Like, this is a thing. God, if only there would be something along those lines surging in American politics, like a true workers' movement. But, like, never gonna happen. Not in the foreseeable future, anyway. But yeah, we're gonna watch how communism is taking over, according to Shirley, and then we're gonna watch some other stuff. Potentially, we're gonna go through some Tucker Carlson later, and I think Dilemmas gave an interesting suggestion today as well in Discord. There's like a Q&A with none other than Queen Pauline, put together by Sky News. That's right. Well, they're not formally Sky News. They're called something else now. Thankfully, Professor E has made sure we're all informed, so Shirley can't brainwash us. It's hard to keep across it, but like, yeah, why not? Commie lives matter. Yeah, damn right they do. Don't forget it. Much like capitalism, Kirk would have been the best of the worst options. Oh, so you would have gone evangelical dystopia as opposed to techno dystopia or united Western Hemisphere dystopia. It's common sense stuff. You goddamn it is. Goddamn right it is. Who wants commie mummy shoe on head? All right. Shall we? Shall we begin? Is everyone settled in? Yeah, you got your popcorn, your nice seat. You're snug. I feel like Kirk would have gone USA into more wars than Vance. Really? That's interesting. I feel like these MAGA types, though, are generally anti-war. Like, I feel like Kirk would have been against that. But, like, yeah, would have doubled down on the Christendom thing. And, like, everyone would have had to have converted to Christianity or be, like, put in re-education camps. Whereas Vance, though, yeah, I don't know. Like, as someone who served, I guess he's probably anti-war, but he's not beyond the military-industrial complex. Because, like, the thing is, I find that the tech bros have really integrated into the military-industrial complex. And so, like, I think over the years, we're not going to just see the rise of the tech bros and like techno-feudalism by itself. It's going to be the merger of the military-industrial complex with the tech sector. And then one of those groups will reign supreme over the other. I feel like the tech bros so software will take over hardware in that battle, but they'll merge together and become more powerful than ever. Kirk overrated. More sanctions for Iran coming. Because the 1261 sanctions against them are working. The 1261, got it. Figured out how to get a free holiday if you live in Queensland. Walk around the streets yelling, from the river to the sea. I reckon you'd get silver service to the resort. That's hilarious. All right, maybe you try it first, and then I'll follow. Vance is just a puppet. Kirk was a true believer. I reckon Kirk would have gone more isolationism. Yeah. Kirk was a true believer. Yeah, well, he did believe in something. I guess that's why it ended the way it did, right? You can't tell me that's not boxy. All right. Shall we? Shall we get into it, ladies and gentlemen? Let's have a look.
What do you think about the rise of communism here inside of America?
You know what? It's not surprising.
But I think I'm pretty pro-communism. I'm pretty pro getting rid of prisons.
I am married.
Of course you are. Look at that.
Amazing.
But I think I'm pretty
Of
pro-communism.
course you are. You're wearing a hat. And you've got circular glasses. Did you hear what she just said? Pro-communism.
I'm pretty pro getting rid of prisons.
So she's pro getting rid of prisons. I wonder if those are separate matters. Being pro-communism is also pro getting rid of prisons. What was it that, do you remember when Carolyn Levitt was arguing against communism. She said like the three P's of like that. It's the three P's that made this country what it is today. We were founded on the three P's, which is what communism stands against. And the three P's for her were police, prisons, and private property. Those were the three P's. So I guess the four P's. Oh yeah, sorry. Because private property. Yeah. So I guess to be pro-communism, then you have to hate prisons. Because apparently that's what founded America. Prisons and the police. What a scary take that is. Wait until this chick learns about the gulags. Oh, that is so good. I'm pretty pro getting rid of prisons. But forced labor camps. Hell yeah. I think commies like prisons. Yes. You're both on the money there. Hilarious.
I am married into a family who escaped communism, and we are far from that.
The Democratic Socialists are just a form of communism.
Communism is primed for countries like England, America.
Communism never works, but it's such an easy idea.
Here in America, communism is rising. Today we're going to be asking people here in New York City about the rise of communism.
Dude, Jag, I know it's a big place, but tell me you've had the luxury of running into our friend here. Like, come on, look at that face. If he came up to you with a camera and a microphone, tell me you would speak to him. Tell me, bro. I really wish he would have interviewed me. Oh my God. That will be the day, man. That'll be the day. He reminds me of a jelly bean. I don't know why. Get rid of prisons and increase cemeteries. Hey, you know, get down with that. Straight to cemeteries, not to prison. Straight to cemeteries.
Socialism, the Democrat Socialists of America, there's lots of ideas that are going and being spread around across the United States that revolve around communism. So today we're asking people here in New York City, from college students to lawyers. We'll be talking to everybody about the rise of communism here inside of America. Let's get into it. Let's start talking to people here and wait till the very end because it gets very interesting. Let's go. Your laptop right here says, "This machine kills fascist."
Yeah.
Right now we have a rise of communism here inside of America. What do you think about the rise
of communism?
Communism ideas, socialist-like ideas. The DSA is very prominent nowadays.
I think it's
the DSA. I'm so glad we did our deep dive into the DSA. It's so good. My interview wouldn't make the cut. I would go against the narrative he's trying to form. I don't know, man. Like, you just have to rock around, like carry your laptop with you with stickers like, "This machine kills fascists," and I read banned books. Eh? They're looking for kooks like you, man. Crazies out there. Just have to be a little bit more eccentric.
good thing. I mean, you're in the home of democratic socialists in Greenwich Village. This is where it began and where it's thrived and where it's been thriving for over 100 years. So this is the home of it, and I hope it spreads through the country. The more that we take care of each other, the better we are collectively going to be.
Do you think if we tax the rich more, we'll have more resources to give out to those that need it?
Obviously, it's so freaking stupid. The billionaires are not paying taxes. And if they just paid their share, we would have health care for all, for instance.
And what do you think?
We'd have gay... Is it luxury? Do we say luxury as well, right? Gay space communism. We'd be in there right now. Right now, we'd be all living in space. Smushing them all together, I swear. The laptop guy's posture changed when he said that.
About, for instance, a lot of people say, like, we need to tax the billionaires more. But then we also see all this fraud that's taking place here inside the United States. Do you think if they just got rid of fraud, we'd have enough resources for everyone?
Just because some thieves are stealing some stuff doesn't mean that we should stop the system and stop taxing people and stop helping people. Just because some people cheat doesn't mean you should wipe out the system.
And since Zora...
Hands up if you think Nick will actually engage with a response. Like, that's a fair question. Anyone actually think that he will actually respond to anyone as opposed to just asking the hard questions? I love this guy. Well, that's not true, but okay. Yeah, we got to deal with thieves first. Next talking point, fraud. That's so good.
Just because some people cheat doesn't mean you should wipe out the system.
And since Zoran's taken office, there's been about a lot of millionaires and billionaires have left the city, and there's now it's estimated that there's like $11 billion that will no longer be able to get collected from taxes here inside New York City. Do you think by taxing the rich, more people will flee New York?
No, and I don't believe those numbers. Everybody wants to be here, so there's no reason for them to leave.
What do you think about the rise of communism here inside New York City and across America?
It's deplorable.
Badu Master Chan, the stream is doubled on YouTube. Yeah, I know. It's something that's happening at the moment when I'm using my restream software. So yes, I do have 2 streams going. Bansel Bennett, you're sitting in a stream by yourself, by the way. If there's anyone else sitting in that stream by yourselves on your lonesome, like, just get out of it. I have to run it for at least an hour, I think, to see. I'm trying to test how this system works. So yes, there is 2 streams going. I would suggest that you click on the one, you go to the homepage and click on the stream that has more people in it, because I'm going to shut down the second stream after about an hour. I'm just trying to test if it has any effects on the stream, all this stuff. But thank you for letting me know. Join us. Yeah, join the rest of them. If you're in that smaller stream, there's only about 3 people in it at the moment from what I'm viewing. Go over to the other stream, please. Come hang with us. We have cookies. Are the numbers true? Just wondering. Who knows? Like, you're talking about the numbers of like dirty commies. Billionaires that have left the city and taken all their tax money with them. We'll never know.
Everybody wants to be here, so there's no reason for them to leave.
What do you think about the rise of communism here inside New York City and across America?
It's deplorable.
Why-
Absolutely deplorable that we're allowing this to happen. Everyone needs to just grow up and wake up.
What do you think about the rise of communism here inside the United
It's deplorable. All dem deplorables out there. They're the worst.
States?
The rise of communism? That would be hard for me to answer unless we have a shared definition of communism.
Yeah, so for instance, right now here in New York City, they're now freezing the rent. They want Medicare for all. That's free Medicare. They want to tax the rich. They're now freezing the rent. They want
What
Medicare
was
for
with that
all.
picture?
That's
They're showing a picture of what? Cuba free healthcare system. Like the Cuban system that gives out healthcare to people despite their monetary status. From his recent vacation. Yeah, where did he time travel as well and go to the 60s? So good. What's with this picture? Seriously. He did. He time traveled. What's going on? Man, he's a funny man. He's just like, yeah, look at this. They've got free healthcare. Hey, would you really want that? Hey, look at them looking after babies and old people. Probably everyone in between, I'm guessing. Not sure. Gonna have to ask some commies. He made the claim with no evidence, and the other bloke refuted it without evidence. Yes. Well, I guess they should have checked with ChatGPT first, right? Hot nurses and free healthcare sounds miserable. Yeah, I know, right? What a dystopia. Oh man. All right. Now, I feel like she has asked a pertinent question there. You're gonna ask me about like communism. Do we have a definition to work with communism? Yeah, it's when the government does stuff. That's communism. Yeah. Like when they pick up my garbage and they look after the local roads. That's communism. Wait, he's explaining what the rise of communism is doing for New York. If I didn't know what it was and he was telling me that that I would be fully on board. He asked Trump for a small-time jump favor.
free Medicare. They want to tax the rich, redistribute the wealth. Zoran Mandami, he also
But not prisons.
wants prisoners to get released. He's trying to get rid of Rikers Island and abolishing private ownership in some cases as well.
Okay, thank you for this definition. My thoughts are pretty positive. I feel aligned. I can't really speak to specifics, but I think I'm pretty pro-communism. I'm pro making things accessible. I'm pretty pro getting rid of prisons.
How can you like to get rid of prisons?
Well, like the system of criminality is a very strange way to interact with, like, I guess humanity in general, and like things that as a species we're not interested in, like perpetuating. I think it's kind of backwards. And so I'm not certain what prisons are actually doing for our society. And so,
Would you like to have criminals out in the open?
well, do I want criminals out in the open? Sure, I'm fine with that, because the idea of a criminal is like a little bit funny to me.
Let's just say somebody who has raped a woman.
Totally.
Would you like them to be out in the street?
I think my answer is yes, even though that's a challenging answer to say.
So
It
if
would
you
be
got
to
raped, would
me.
you like your rapist to be out in the street?
Oh, like let me
Dude, there's someone that's going to interject. Did you? I can't wait. I hope he goes to the next person. Hey. She, just me, high in a park somewhere. So good. He was like, this is gold. She's saying that she wants criminals out in the open, and even the criminals that go around graping. Yes! We have found the biggest lunatic in New York City. We got him. We got him. Yeah, she doesn't know what communism is, lol. Neither does Shirley. Yeah, but it's so entertaining, isn't it? Would you like to have criminals out in the open? They are already. 95% of crime goes unsolved anyway. Oh my god. Oh my god. Bro, that's just being a woman in the world, lol. Yeah, they're surely they're everywhere, right? Come on, Mick. To be fair, she's answering based on his definition. Maybe she's not that dumb. Spandog, look at you. Who are you running for here? You should be running for Shirley, all right? We're all on Team Shirley here. Not with these crazy commies. Dude, God, I hope this guy interjects.
to say.
So
It
if
would
you
be
got
to
raped, would
me.
you like your rapist to be out in the street?
Well, like, let me finish, because I have been raped, and they are out in the street, and I'm not sure like them going to jail is a solution to like whatever's going on inside their heart, or even my own heart that like contributed to that experience that I'm having. And I don't want more people to get raped, but I don't know for certain that going into a jail in the United States is going to shift anything inside of their like operating system so that they'll make a different choice again.
Wow, well, thank you guys so much for your time. And is there one last message you'd like to give to the people about potential the rise of communism or freeing the people inside the prisons?
Just like free yourself from the own prison in your heart, and then maybe we can get somewhere.
So underneath
Oh my god. Call me curious dunk. Ha! My exact point. Her perp is out there anyway. She is me high in a park somewhere. My god. I really wanted to see that guy that was sitting next to her. Free your heart. That's the real prison. The question is, will the commies be able to free your heart? Tune in. We're about to find out just after this. Yeah, let's not lock up rapists. Solid plan. Yeah, that's what communism is all about. Eh? No one being held accountable for their crimes. I mean, the elites are out raping kids and they're still walking around, so that's different. Yeah, and like getting pardons from the president of the United States potentially. That's the class system, isn't it? Okay? As long as you are above a certain threshold, you control or have command over the economy, you can get away with anything, baby. And like in New York, that's like ground zero. The Epstein stuff was happening largely in parts of New York City. He had property there. He had like a hotel of some sort there, or some type of building where he had a number of rooms in, and he had some special residence. I think that's where they got all the evidence from, like his archives and stuff from his New York residence. You say that like we lock them up now. We don't already. Heidi the Sausage, gang, how we going? Hello? Me lord.
The DSA, the Democrat Socialists of America, they actually want to defund the police and abolish prisons. In fact, Zora Mandami was watching the World Cup with prisoners of Rikers Island. That lady wants, she even said herself, just to be on the street.
Happy Friday, yay to you. Eh? Hope you're ready for the weekend and you get some freedom from the clutches of capital.
It's a bit crazy. Can you be a communist and also be an American patriot at the same time?
I don't think so.
What do you think about the rise of ideas like communism and socialism here inside of America?
Are you serious? Do you think that that's a serious concern?
Yeah, I do actually. For instance, there's like a big group called DSA, Democrat Socialists of America,
right.
And right now they just published a thing saying they want to get rid of President, Senate, and Supreme Court.
It sounds so radical, like abolish the Senate, abolish the Supreme Court, like et cetera, but it's not. Like those are the things that need to happen in order to have a political system that actually like works for working people.
So whenever people are like, oh my God,
how can you be a commie and also love your country? It's good. It's a good line of questioning. But like, you know, deep down inside, commies should not really have an affiliation to country because the working class is global. And those national boundaries are just there to box in working people into different jurisdictions, let's say, so they can be ruled over. Eventually, we will just love planet Earth and other humans and not make distinctions based on which plot of land you exist on. He's found a good sample of New Yorkers so far. There we go. Bad butt. Get it. Press that like button. Give it a smooch. Do it. Do it. All right, back to it.
they want to get rid of the president. I was like, well, I don't know what we would call it in the future. We could call it the head honcho of whatever.
Yeah, I haven't heard that. That sounds like an extreme position. I don't think kind of socialism in America is represented generally by that point of view. Mm-hmm. So
the mayor of New York is a member of DSA. What do you think about the rise of communism here inside of America? The ideas of communism?
I don't think I would agree with the premise of the question.
How would you rephrase it?
Or let me just answer that I don't think communism is rising in America.
What do you think about some of the ideas that are becoming very popular here inside the United States?
Like, come on. Like, let's be honest. Like, is it really? Like, come on. Are we fighting, like, you know, shadows here? Is there anything actually happening? Like, come on. If you're going to be using the R word in the chat, can you please call it grape? Please. It doesn't. I'm worried about the algorithm on that one. If you're going to talk about this stuff, please use the G word. How many times will he say DSA? Well, like, that seems to be what's going on here. Is more just like, hey, communism is on the rise. Did you know about the DSA? So, like, it's just, communism is just any type of organization that is on the rise and has potential political power. That's the rise of evil communism. At least we're getting closer to a definition of what they're actually concerned about. Anyone who thinks people who commit a crime like grape should be jailed shouldn't be jailed. It is not so. Yeah, not coming through for approval. All right, let's do this.
I'm a professor here at NYU, and I can tell you those are not rising in America.
What do you think about some of the ideas that are becoming very popular here inside the United States?
I'm a professor here at NYU, and I can tell you those are not communist ideas, right? Those ideas can belong to a social justice agenda or a left liberal agenda, but I wouldn't describe those as communism. So I think in order for your question to work, the assumption that communism equals those things needs to be rectified.
You got these professors and these teachers and stuff like that. They're also agreeing with this kind of stuff and stuff
We
like
just
that.
talked to a professor at NYU, and she said those are more like left-leaning ideas. She didn't refer to them as socialist or communist-like ideas.
Oh, of course, yeah. To me,
Getting owned. Well, it's a fair retort, isn't it? When he comes up and says, what do you think about the rise of communism? It's kind of like, well, is what you're talking about even communism? Like, you're just talking about people's positions on whether the Senate should exist? Like, that's just a political question. You can talk about restructuring your political order without that being evil communism. Americans used to talk about that stuff all the time. They used to be really good about, like, is the Constitution sufficient? Can we restructure the political system to work for more Americans? Now that's evil communism. Well, a professor corrected, but she was like just a communist too. Yeah, she had short hair. Definitely a communist. She was walking her dog. Definitely a communist. Apparently a peace deal has been reached and Hamas are going to disarm, Trump claims now. Who thinks that this announcement is genuine? Less than 1% or 0? I'm going with the 0 chance there. Look at the options we've been given. Greater than 1%? No, less than 1% for sure. Let's go with that one. It's tiny. It's just another distraction.
it's all the same. It's all the same. It's just different degrees of it. That's all.
What's the truth about the rise of communism here inside the United States?
There's a few things. So one, a lot of our younger generation, they've been taught about Nazism and fascism. They have not been taught about communism. They have not seen the little black book of communism. They've not seen the piles of skulls. They have no idea. People like myself are actually from Russia. We know what the reality of communism is. To them, it's this la-di-da sort of fantasy life. After all, Karl Marx himself was an unemployed loser who sat there writing about things that he was just making up, pontificating. There was no connection between him and reality, not at all. So that's one thing, right?
The piles of skulls. I'm telling you, only time in history anyone's ever had a pile of skulls was in the Soviet Union. Never happened. So good. I miss the days when actors were rounded up in the street, card-carrying commies. It was a long time ago.
The other thing is that we have, I think someone called John Doyle, who's on the internet, he refers to it as, what was it? Gay race communism, right? So it's not just white liberals with communism. It's now also this like weird anti-white, anti-oppression.
What was bleeped out there, do you reckon? What did that guy say that was so offensive?
Refers to it as, what was it? Gay race communism, right?
Gay race communism? You can't say gay? Uh-oh. We're screwed. Don't look up the Skull and Bone Society.
It's not just white liberals with communism. It's now also this like weird anti-white, anti-oppression. This idea.
You got censored? Really? On Twitch? No way. Oh, dude, there's even a Bannervator in here as well. What did you get censored for? I can't even see it, man. It's in Discord. Oh, okay. I don't know if I agree with completely abolishing prisons, but changing the way the system is handled. There is so many people that do go to jail and come out worse, or just come out and do the same thing. Raping, pedos, and murderers, for example, should definitely be locked up, or in some situations, maybe even they should be. They would be better off unsubscribed from the server. Look, I think that is it's definitely a question that we can have on the political stage. Like, politics is about answering these questions, but like to associate, for some reason, to associate communism with eradicating prisons, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, I think any society that could potentially hold someone like locked up and like, you know, withhold certain rights that everybody else enjoys from them as punishment for something, like that could happen in any form of society. Like, it's not like the first time ever in human history we've locked people up in cells or prison cells or camps or whatever, I'm pretty sure that has happened throughout civilizational history. There's been some form of incarceration. And so I don't know if it's particularly even a commie thing to abolish the prison system. So I said before, like under what premise do people think that like in some socialist or communist society, people won't have to answer for crimes? What makes people think that there won't be some level of judicial system and some type of incarceration? That's just a wild assumption. And just because like people from the DSA say that they want to abolish the prison system, do they speak on behalf of all commies out there? It's like when you have angry Jews because Israel, the state of Israel, says that it speaks on behalf of all Jewish people. Like, does Israel speak on behalf of all Jewish people? Surely not. Like, I just don't even know if that's something that should be associated with communism. But like, hey, for entertainment value and for Nick Shirley's case, it's a great position to argue with someone on. It's pretty funny, actually. Pedos don't belong in prison. They belong in the ground. Damn, there it is. You don't do that shit unless you're fully cooked. He escaped the big C from Russia. Lying. Accent nil. He hasn't been anywhere near Russia. What? Surely not. How could you call his credibility into line there? Into question, sorry. How dare you? Only seems to happen to me when I send something that might be against TOC. Well, and did you get censored again? No. There are outliers, but to assume that we don't know or can't know better is dumb. Those who like to do crime and those who cannot help themselves. Because the rich people aren't violent. No, but it's justifiable when they do. No, I was able to type instantly. Okay. All right. Anyway. Let's listen to our friend about the little black book of communism.
It's now also this like weird anti-white, anti-oppression, this idea that the only way to make up for some sort of white guilt people have is to redistribute assets, and it has to be done in these kind of multicultural, sort of largely failing cities. And then there's a third thing, and I think this thing is something that's very scary and we have to really be aware of.
Hoodie fam, Solar Bear, how you going? How you going? I vote for fertilizer over prisons. I thought I was talking to myself for a bit in that other stream. Thanks for the heads up, mystery. I was Scotty Neville on my own over there. I did actually say something about 10 minutes ago. I said, you by yourself, go over to the other stream because I'm going to shut it down eventually. But like, sorry you missed it. I'll do more public service announcements next time. I swear.
And remember this guy because we'll be coming back to him in just a moment. He actually has something very interesting to share. And while we're making this video, we want to make sure that all perspectives and opinions are heard. And one way I do this is by using a tool called Opus Clip. Opus is more than just an AI clipper. They're actually the fastest and most powerful AI growth tool for all creators. And for me, I'll be a YouTube and videos help you get those videos, and then I just go on another editor work for you guys as that. 50% off Opus. So can you? The link in the description or in the pinned comment down below. And now let's get back into the video.
And then there's a third thing, and I think this thing is something that's very scary and we have to really be aware of. Not everyone knows about this. It's called the Red-Green Alliance, which is basically that Islamism, which is very much focused on conquering the West, has seen that the best way to infiltrate the West is to undermine its nationalist institutions through communism, because communism always inherently has been anti-nationalist and has been obsessively humanist and obsessively egalitarian, right? So it wants to abolish borders, it wants to abolish nations. It's all about class and it's all about everyone being one soup of humanity. And these Islamists are smart. People do
one soup of humanity. New Nick Shirley video. Yeah, he's busting corruption. Corruption at the core of politics. the communist takeover of America, and it's mixed in with Islam. It's the red-green takeover that you never saw coming.
Don't know this. In the 79 Islamic Revolution in Iran, the Ayatollahs rallied all the students with communism. We're going to be together. And then the minute they overthrew the Shah, all their heads were cut off. That was the end of that.
And why do you think communism is kind of on the rise here inside the United States?
Fear. Americans are scared. They're scared of losing what they have. They're afraid of minorities. They're afraid of women's rights or women. So I think it's all fear-based. I am married into a family who escaped communism, and we are far from that. I think people like to throw around the word communism because they want to scare people so that they won't vote for other things because of fear of communism.
And right now, here in the biggest city of America, you have a mayor who is a member of the Democrat Socialists of America.
That's right.
What's the truth about this organization?
The truth is that if you actually look in Africa or Southeast Asia, you will find some of the most horrifically totalitarian regimes have the word democratic in it. It turns out that putting the word democratic into something doesn't actually make it democratic. In fact, if it was democratic, you probably wouldn't have to call it that in the first place, right? So the democratic socialists are just a form of communism trying to pretend that, oh, well, we're just like Norway. Well, first of all, Norway is, funny how they use Norway as an example, it's like 90% white. But second of all, Norway has a very high tax rate, despite having very high average income to begin with. What they are is they are just communists with that racial sort of animus. There is really no collectivist movement that is A, not Marxist, and B, and they admit this, they say we're trained Marxist, and B, there is no socialist movement that is not, the idea of a democratic socialist is comical, because socialism is about the seizure or control of private property. You can't vote your way out of rights. You can't, it's not democratic because you use the force of government to seize people's assets or to regulate their assets into non-existence. That's not democratic. That's autocratic.
And some of these ideas right now that are being pushed, like government-run grocery stores, or seizing the property of individuals, freezing the rent, abolishing prisons, defunding the police. What is that in reality?
Well, in reality, there's this very strange sort of Olinsky, they call it ideal, where you basically you actively destabilize society in order to get people in their desperation and misery to turn to the same government that destabilized it for more help. The goal is to get people as dependent on this as possible. If you look at the most racist right-wing movements, the one thing they do is they kick people who they don't agree with out. Socialists don't want to kick anybody out. They want to force rich people that don't agree to stay because they need their money to maintain this system. But all these things, I mean, think about the madness of this. If what that's run by government, go to your DMV.
I know, right? It sounds like he's describing capitalism to me. Seems like there's a lot of problems in social systems, societal structures, eh? And it might not just be the form of economy. Exactly. These seems to be like, social issues that we're talking about here. They come from a class system, but like whatever. Surely could have asked more about communism, what communism was. Bro just described America. What's going on? Three people are so close, and yet nope, it's all evil commies.
Run well? Now imagine everything run like the DMV. Are these states any better? Is it better to live like this?
We talked to a lot of college-age students and people that work at colleges today, and they say this isn't really a rise of communism. They say it's more like left-leaning ideas.
Of course it's communism. You can try to name it anything you want. The distinctions are pathetically non-existent. You argue these, oh no, we're not like a communist. We just want to vote you into having no property and like the government controlling everything, but it's not communist. The name is not what matters. What matters is what it is. And what it is excessive government control over every aspect of your life.
What do you guys think about capitalism?
Okay. Fair enough. This guy's given it a lot of thought, I guess. A society dependent on wage slaves. Communism is terrible. How long has it been since anyone has heard Shoshana Baby? Interesting. It's been a while. If somebody in Twitch uses the little emoji, you'll be able to hear it if you concentrate hard enough. So same as capitalism. Flock cameras, digital IDs. The dude is a wit. I like that. I'm going to use that. There it is. Can you see it on the chat? There's Shoshana. She's right there. That one's for you. That one's for you, Woozle. Shoshana, baby, please. That's the Shoshana that we all love so much. Moral of the story, if you want justice, go get it. The cops won't help you. Vigilante. Citizen vigilante. Do that. I still haven't watched that yet. I'm going to have to watch it. Oh, man, there's another Shoshana. She's everywhere. Hey, Shoshana. Baby, please.
These are really good questions. Yeah, this is crazy.
What do you guys think about capitalism?
These are really good questions. Yeah, this is crazy. I would say that capitalism, you know, in its true form, not awful, but right now we're currently in late stage capitalism, and that's affecting everybody. The cost of a bagel should not be $7. The cost of a matcha should not be $10.
So good. What do you think about capitalism? The cost of a bagel is outrageous. So saith the political science student. And if I claim to be a wise man, brah. Govan in the house. How you going? Cops aren't there to help you. Who exactly think cops? Cops aren't there to help you. Who actually thinks cops are there to help you? Is that you, Jack? Or is that Bensel Bennett? I can't see. Avo toast. Yeah. I can't even afford avocado on toast and buy a house. Outrageous.
And currently, you know, so much of America is living paycheck to paycheck on minimum wage, and minimum wage is no longer even covering the cost of life, like necessities like rent and groceries. And that's clear that capitalism isn't effective in our daily lives anymore.
And what would be your solution?
I think, you know, what Mamdani is doing right now is really great, like trying to make things more accessible, trying to encourage like rent stabilization, even making like, I know it hasn't happened yet, but like the bus fare is free. Little things like that, trying to control the price of groceries. Like, those are the things that we can do that are small but have a huge impact on people's daily lives.
And how come we're starting to see
Paperwork feelers for insurance companies is what a cop is. Very interesting. But isn't that a poor reflection on society, though, don't you think, Bansel Bandit? That, like, that's the focus. And, like, what's the insurance industry? It's the playground for massive transnational corporations that prey upon the broad masses of people, sucking life out of the economy. Very predatory stuff. That's crazy. That's a crazy assessment. Very, very accurate. Women like her are why so many weak-filled better cuck males join the left. Savage assessment there. Do you have a study that backs that up, hon?
see this rise of Democrat socialism? Or some people even say it's like the rise we're starting to
do that are small but have a huge impact on people's daily lives.
And how come we're starting to see this rise of Democrat socialism? Or some people even say
it's the second time he's called it Democrat socialism. It's called democratic socialism, and they are the Democratic Socialists of America. It's not Democrat Socialists of America. But, like, you wouldn't know, though, because they're so linked to the Democratic Party, it would seem. Like, come on.
And how come we're starting to see this rise of Democrat socialism? Or some people even say it's like the rise of communism.
Like, why are we seeing it?
Yeah, why do you think it's becoming a popular issue?
Oh, I mean, I think it's because people are finally, like, realizing that capitalism isn't working anymore, especially late-stage capitalism. Like, people know that they're paying most of their paycheck on their rent and their groceries, and then they're no longer able to have a fun bagel or go out and get a drink with their friends because a beer is $12. Like, people see it in their daily lives.
I thought you would say that. Yeah, Democrat socialism is pretty accurate, yes. Yeah, but he said it twice. Is he doing it on purpose or not? It would be more with more respect to Shirley if he's doing it on purpose.
A beer is $12. Like, people see it in their daily lives and they're realizing that this is no longer working for them. And I also think that with the rise of the internet, people are able to see how this is working for countries in Europe, where they do have free healthcare and they do have, low grocery prices, low cost of living prices, and they're still able to afford being a human being.
Would you rather have capitalism or communism?
Well, communism as it is in the Marx Engels Communist Manifesto has never been implemented in society.
There, we got him, eh? There's never been real communism, eh? Did anyone get that little tickling sensation in you when she said that one? Eh? 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 They always say that. We've never had real communism. Love her. Eh? She's speaking well. She's speaking well. But like they love that one. Nick's like, ha, we got her. Definitely have to put her in now. She said, real communism has never been tried. She said the line.
They say in the Communist Manifesto that communism is primed for countries like England, America, and I think the Netherlands as it was, when they wrote it in the 1800s. And I think the Netherlands as it was. Communism is primed for countries like England, America, and I think the Netherlands as it was, when they wrote it in the 1800s. So when they implemented it in Russia and China, they bypassed the sort of systems of industrialization needed to make communism effective. And so I think that we've never seen communism work. We've never been able to see it work in systems where it's applicable. And so I don't think I can answer that question correctly without fully seeing a system of communism in effect.
I don't know if China's pretty advanced now though. So you could potentially argue that China, it's the most developed country on earth, let's be honest. Or technologically advanced, let's say. So they could do the communism now. Eh? It's not 1949 anymore. We could do it now. Jovan Petto has lost all meaning, and a bunch of agitated ants are frantic to engineer the distress of nations. What's going on there? At least he's open to other definitions. He's a twat, but at least he's not correcting people incorrectly. Like most do on communism. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. And he is getting a variation of commentary here, I must say. A variety, of commentary here. He did hold to his word. He said it. He said he'd find a different, a cross-section. I'm actually curious if you still believe this as well, E. Do you really think the US would be the one that brings socialism to the world, or China? Well, I think while America's in the hot seat, as in America is superpower number one, it has to come from the US. And so it really depends how you measure who is superpower number one. And if the global system of capitalism is centered in the US, the imperial core, as people like to say, I still think that there's a lot of validity to that argument, because the ideology, the framework that holds that entire global system in place, it all seems to emanate from that core. And they have control over other nations as well, other nations that bend to the wheel of capital, all from that kind of that ideological and physical core. I do think that's important. But if you can move the center of gravity, then maybe not. Maybe it doesn't have to come from the US. I think the basic premise is the advanced nations would succumb to their internal contradictions and eventually turn to alternative forms of economy, but we never had a true compelling world power like we have with China. Yes. On the scale of this and with the technological capacity and the capital, it's not it's not a society that's turned itself into a industrial, a military industrial complex. It's doing it all, baby. It's doing it all. And so it's the game's changed. The game has changed. But at the moment, while America kind of still has the ability to dictate world politics, it'll have to come from there. I believe. Not that it can't happen in two places at once either. And it would be actually better if it happened in both places, both cores, if we move towards a bipolar world as opposed to the unipolar world that we have at the moment, I guess. But the theory moves like most things, dialectically. Power is fluid, and it has shifted to China. The movement at the moment is the US fighting to keep up the facade. Yes, fair enough. I see that. But like still rather powerful, even if like the actual power has shifted. Yeah, still an advanced industrial society with a fair population and like a good control. Like I think the real thing is like the ideological capture that it has over the world is a huge deal. And like it should not be underestimated. Like just because China is influential and has mad productive capacity, like it's really advanced industrially and technologically speaking. The US still has capture ideologically over the world through institutions and through the information space. Like control over the internet is the thing that really holds the world together at the moment. Because like it's not only just about controlling the world's economy digitally, but like you can disseminate ideas. That is mental, man. If you can control ideologically the world, like that is a huge part of the battle. And don't forget their military. Yeah. Military, I should say. And their bases. Yeah, they can project literal power. But the soft power of that ideological capture is indispensable. Indispensable. And I think for the most part, in the West, people are still just terrified of China. And so that needs to be broken down over time. That's why we glaze China. Got to break down those ideological barriers. We're told to fear China all the time. Oh, they just did a missile test. This is like, oh, really? Oh my God, that's terrifying. Yeah, but everybody does them all the time. Oh, okay. I guess it's not that scary then. To leave it glazed up. If we believe the theories we have developed in this stream, then China is also using capital to transition versus using capital to survive. Yes. Yeah. It's definitely using capital because it's socialism with Chinese characteristics. And like, I truly believe that it is state capitalist in the sense that it uses capital for its own interests as opposed to just letting capital do its thing and just like managing the system for capital or the capitalist class. It controls capital via the state. And so it's using the power or the force of it, the wonders of capital, to its advantage. So yeah. And like, it could, that's the thing, like it could, as the power balance shifts, then you have two centers. And if you have two centers, you could possibly have it in one. And the other one, and then the battle ensues, the struggle, the tension between the two. But like, if it happened in both, then like, would you have to have the struggle? And like, how many people have to get wasted in that struggle? Hopefully none. US military is much, much weaker, and the drones have made their naval dominance questionable. Yeah, man, drone technology is changing the game, man. It's democratizing world warfare. I got a couple of discount donuts in the kitchen. Quick trip earlier. Congratulations. Now that's the wonder of capitalism, man. Discount donuts for the boys. She needs her discount donuts. She's got overpriced bagels at the moment.
Would you like to see a fully communist America?
I think that there's so much in our system right now that would not allow for that, and I think that being like, especially like a quick switch would not work, but I would like to see late stage capitalism kind of taken back a little bit.
Out of China, Soviet Union, Cuba, Venezuela. What's been your favorite form of communism?
Well, again, like I said before, those aren't real forms of communism.
Why do you think oftentimes people flee communist countries like Venezuela, like Cuba, to come into a capitalist country like America?
Because it's not real communism. When you have those states in effect where it's not actual communism, it's more authoritative.
Not actual communism. Like, you know, is it not? Like, are these people calling themselves communism and working towards it? Of course they are. Is it like kind of elitist to say it's not communism as well? Like, of course it is. Like, is it like the communist vision that was held in the 19th century, where you'd have a classless society where people contribute what they can and take what they need? Like, no, it's not reached that stage yet. But like, is it communism? Were they trying to do so? Were they like struggling to do so against all the odds and from external pressure? Of course they were. So like, I guess it depends how you look at it and in what context, right? Look out for all this Timu communism. My favorite communist was Pol Pot. He knew real communism. And why was he your favorite, Han? Eh? I didn't think you were down with that type of societal organization. But even Pol Pot never got past the stage of communism where you kill all the enemies of the state. Right. Discat Dodons couldn't be my drag name. Oh my God.
Authoritarianism and totalitarianism, and these regimes emerge also by a byproduct of American interventionism. People aren't happy because there's clear inequalities that exist. People are unable to live, and that's why they flee these countries. Again, not real communism. So I don't think it's fair to say that like people are fleeing these communist countries when in reality it's a totally different state of affairs.
We've talked to a lot of these younger folks over by NYU.
I just don't understand how she can say late stage capitalism is the problem, but thinks a basic reset wouldn't end up in the same state. Like a basic reset of like these countries that she's talking about, like Cuba, Venezuela, or whatever, that have had to go through like societal shifts, like wouldn't end up like that as well with like similar problems. Early stage communism is gulags. Late stage communism is gulags and starvation. On fire today, Han. Eh? You have to get some new material though. Develop those thoughts a little bit.
And some of them said that they don't. We've talked to a lot of these younger folks over by NYU, and some of them said that they don't think there's such a thing as a rise in communism.
Because they actually never lived it. They don't know what it's like. They're not. I'm not saying they're not educated. They're book educated.
Yeah, they don't think communism is even rising here. Yet the mayor of New York City has said that he's actively freezing the rents. He wants to have government-run grocery stores. That's something you'd see in Cuba or Venezuela. Not something you'd see here inside the United States. We already have food stamps.
Well, he already said he was going to do free groceries. Now they're not free anymore. Now they're discounted. So.
Also, he said about free MTA, mass transit. Can't do that either.
They also want us to start taxing the rich even more. Do you think we should tax the rich more, or should we eliminate?
It always fails. He said he was going to give us free shit, and he didn't, asshole. That's not even communism now, because it's not free shit. He failed straight away. Billy Graham talked about the ideals of Lenin and that group, how they felt they could essentially make a better natural man, but then adding that we've lived long enough to know. LOL. In a sermon. All right. I have to keep it simple. You missed half my jokes yesterday. All right, fair enough. That explains it. I'm making clips, just not posting the clips in the chat. Okay, sweet. I can get access to them. So, you legend.
Fraud that's happening here inside the United States.
She'll eliminate the fraud in a lot of the programs that are not hitting who needs it. You know,
the rich people have carried, and I'm only going to say New York, carried this state for a long time. Now it's just starting to see people are moving out. Companies, you got Chase that went down to Texas. You got half of the stock market that went down to Texas. So it's just black and white right there.
What do you think about the rise of communism here inside the United States?
Well, it's actually a reality. and not a lot of people take it seriously, I will say. For example, my background, right? I was born in Peru, South America. So I actually know how it is to live, because I was born in the 85. So I saw how bad it is and how it affects people actually, right? I came over here when I was very young. I served in the military, right? I'm a veteran, and I see what's happening. People think that they have everything for granted. They don't really appreciate what it costs to fight for freedom.
Dude, so right, eh? Protect this man's facial hair. So good. So good.
When you get out of here, like when I was deployed, right, you see what the real world is, you know? People fighting in different countries just for a piece of food or water.
So would you say to those people...
Don't correct him. He has lived experience. I know, man. I was born there. He saw how bad neoliberalism is. Yeah. It's a difficult concept for people to grasp, isn't it? Hey?
that don't think what's going on is a rise of communism, would you say they're being misled?
Oh, absolutely. It's just that they don't care. And actually, when they see people like, I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble for this, but the mayor we have, right? All the promises, he's telling people free buses, free this, free that. Again, where's the money coming from? There's no money, you know? And instead of that, now you're raising taxes, right? And all the people, wealthy people, that actually creates jobs to make more money going somewhere else. Now where you get the money from?
Why do you think communism is on the rise, and what do you think about communism?
I think communism sells. It's such a simple idea and message. It obviously doesn't work at all, but it's something that you could so easily say to a young, naive college person or young person in general. You can say everything should be free, and healthcare should be free, and universal, and education should be free, but people don't really understand the ramifications behind that statement. So, I mean, this is nothing new. People have been trying to sell the idea of socialism and communism for years and years and years. I mean, obviously, in pre-Soviet Russia, you had communism. That's where a lot of it started. You had the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks, and the Mensheviks were kind of like your...
In pre-Soviet Russia, that's where communism started. Hey, she's done her research. All right. The Australian E-Safety Commissioner announced on Thursday that it had started civil proceedings in a federal court against Telegram. Alleged failure to detect and remove pro-terror material from the platform includes videos of terrorist executions and mass shootings. What is Telegram if not for that? Wow. It's an attack on the free market. All right, we're getting educated. We're getting the Manchiniks. Well, she knows her stuff. She must have remembered it from a textbook again. These people are actually making my point about why I think Zoran is not good for the movement. She does a poor job of educating people of what socialism actually is, and people can easily just twist his policies into, he just promised a bunch of free shit. Yeah, people need to understand what free means under communism. Yeah, but like this, we are also watching a cherry-picked Nick Shirley piece here. So people are going to have that opinion. I think people already have an opinion like that. And they're just like, see? Free stuff. And he can't even do it anyway. So he sucks. So does communism.
Mainstream, run-of-the-mill Democrat. And then you had the Bolsheviks. This was way back in like the 1800s, 1900s. And the Bolsheviks came in. They were kind of like the DSA activists of today. And they said, well, the Mensheviks and the Democrats aren't being radical enough, and they aren't promising you all the things that we're promising you. We can give you free education and universal health care and all of these great things. And then they never deliver. So that happened back in the day. It's just like a recurring ideology. History is a big fat circle. And it's happening again because it's such an easy thing to sell, but it's never worked. Didn't work in Russia or the Soviet Union or China or Venezuela. Communism never works, but it's such an easy idea to try to convince people to vote others in with. So I hope that people read because those who know history do not repeat it. So we just have to teach kids why it doesn't work.
What does it mean to be a part of a DSA and be a Democrat socialist? What's that actually mean?
So DSA is the Democratic Socialists of America, and it's very, very scary. And the Democratic Socialists of America...
It's terrifying. Terrifying stuff. We read it recently. They're trying to imagine a world where you wake up and you decide whether or not you feel like going to work or not, eh? And maybe you take a day off and go to the doctors, or go spend time with your family and more time with your kids. It's terrifying. We've read the program. Absolutely terrifying. Free means that our surplus value goes towards infrastructure and systems that advance all human society, where humans can contribute more to society. Yeah, free stuff is that, isn't it? It's like the collective stuff we all make. It'd be like if GDP was honest and didn't include like speculative stuff and finance. It was just like all the wealth we've accumulated this year as a society. What do we do with it? Do we use it to provide people with health care? No, let's just throw it on the stock market. Right? Let it ride, baby. And if the rich get richer, they'll drag us all up with them. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Teach kids why it doesn't work truly, or a capitalistic slant on why it won't work. Like she's so close. Like she said some words, right? You know, she said some words. She was like, oh, you know, the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks, right? Am I right? Am I right? The Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks, they came up with these crazy ideas like free healthcare, and they wanted this stuff, but it wasn't radical enough, so the Bolsheviks took over. I'm pretty sure they didn't really care too much about free healthcare and like free education as much as they were trying to spark a workers' revolution and take power off the Tsar, basically, and like skip the bourgeois revolution or the capitalist takeover and go straight to some type of workers' society, which, yes, would have provided healthcare and education and services, but I don't think their idea was like, let's have Medicare for all. Fuck yeah. Can't tell if she's wearing a ring or not. Gonna have to look harder there, hon. Can't help you. Can't help you. I'm sorry.
They are using the Democratic wing of politics to Trojan horse all of their ideas through, but they're very different than mainstream Democrats. What these Democratic Socialists of America want to do is usher in communism and destroy America from within. And I'm not being dramatic when I say that, because there are many DSA members who are online all over X, you can look it up, saying we want to take down the American empire from within. We want to destroy Western civilization. They're vastly different from the left. They want to destroy all of the institutions that we hold near and dear here in America. They basically want to root out everything that our founders worked so hard to build and start again, just like the Bolsheviks did way back in the day.
Han watching this lady spit facts about communism and the DSA. Is that you, Han? Start your engines. All right. Tell me she's not Timu Markle. Timu is a bit rich. She's much darker than Markle. What's going on there? This lady rings Han's bell. Destroy. Or they want institutions to actually work for the people. Like, it's like when someone says destroy American imperialism, and she takes exception to that, you have to think, it's like, well, do you want an American empire? Like, is that what you're worried about? America controlling the world? Or don't you want America to just focus on America? Just like stick to its own lane. Wouldn't that be nice? No, I do want an American empire. And I want to send our men and women all around the globe to keep up those interests, despite their safety and whether it kills them or not. Let's just double down on the empire thing.
Repeating cycle. It's terrible.
Interesting fact came out that Zohran Mamdani actually makes more than the vice
Fake
president.
Ted for sure. No, she's definitely black. Definitely. Leave her alone. She's hot. Is that usually a defense? Leave that person alone. They're hot. Did you know Mayor of New York City makes more money than... What? Did you know the Mayor of New York City makes more money than Zohran Mamdani, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, Scott Bessent, JD Vance? Dude, that's outrageous. Zohran gets more money than people in the Trump regime? I'm sure that's their only source of income too. Those poor bastards. JD Vance must be living in poverty existence. So Scott Bessent for sure. Marco Rubio, definitely. Yeah, a whole 8K. So good. Some socialist he is.
And people like Pete Hegseth. Terrible. Interesting fact came out that Zohran Mamdani actually makes more than the vice president and people like Pete Hegseth.
This is what's most hilarious to me because he is an immigrant from Uganda. He came here and is experiencing one of the greatest American dream success stories. So his parents were not from here.
He also says America was built on white supremacy.
He said that? Of course he did. They all say that, but it's not. So he's an immigrant from Uganda, came here and is making more money than the vice president of the United States as the mayor of New York City, and he wants to tax you more money. But they never look inward. So the thing with these champagne socialists is they're always going to be looking to grab money from anybody but themselves, and they're going to enrich themselves in the process. So I'm not surprised at all that he's making more money than our vice president and many other high-ranking political officials. And what is Mamdani doing? He's the mayor of New York City. He's basically in charge of the subway systems.
So good. Wait, let me cut you off. He also said white supremacy. Okay, keep going. You're doing great. Oh, yeah. They're going to love this. We got Friendly Jordy shilling AI before GTA 6. Taygard in the house. How you going? How you going?
The trash cans and keeping the streets clean. Somehow he's still managing to mess all of it up. But his role is not that intrusive. Yet he's making so much money. And before this, his only other job was that he was a rapper. We need to bring back merit, and we need to kick these socialists out of the country.
What's so good? His only job before this was being a rapper. We need to bring back merit. Rappers aren't real people. Remember that, kids. I know what you're thinking. Dude. Delicious. Thank you, Nick Shirley. That was hilarious. So he wasn't wrong though. It was a good cross section of people he had going there. Now, if you're watching this on the Lonesome stream over there, Taygard, I'm thinking about you potentially. If you are over on the stream by yourself, there's 2 YouTube streams going on. I'm about to shut down one. Go to like the channel, the main page, and go to the stream where everybody else is. There's 2 streams on YouTube. Go to the other stream. I'm getting rid of it. I'm shutting it down now. So if you get cut off, I apologize. But that one's ending. All right. Go over to the other stream, whoever you are in there by yourself. Go join the collective. Go join the communists on the other side. Under this rugged individualism by yourself here. It's gone. It's ended. See you later. See you later. All right. All right then. All right. And this better be really good, man. Like, I don't want to watch someone talk about corruption for like 20 minutes. It's not. Ah, really? You got 30 seconds, hon. 30 seconds. This better be an amazing. Actual justice warrior. This is obvious corruption. Massachusetts gives massive contract to husband of socialist congresswoman. Dun, dun, dun. Must be first congressperson ever to give contract out to family members. Let's do this.
You guys are not going to believe this, but the state of Massachusetts just made a congresswoman's husband your landlord for the next like 60 years or up to 60 years with $2 billion of your money.
So that's a clip from a video posted by a guy called Mike Urban, who's a local Massachusetts-based journalist. And by the way, you should definitely go over and subscribe to him, because I would have never heard about this story if not for him. And he's covering an instance that is not getting a lot of media attention of a contract that is very questionable related to a courthouse that the state of Massachusetts is going to build. However, even though the state is financing the build of this particular courthouse, they're actually not.
Why is this guy so off center? Like, I think I understand what you guys were whinging about the other day. Like, why is he sitting here? Is it so he can get the skeleton in? Like, just move over a little bit. I think I get the feeling now.
Going to own it. A private landlord is going to lease the courthouse to the state of Massachusetts for the next 40 years up to the next 60 years for the tune of $2 billion. And it turns out, and this may shock you, this was previously completely illegal, completely something the state of Massachusetts absolutely could not do. But suddenly, now that Ayanna Pressley, squad member of Congress in the United States of America, representative from Massachusetts, now
So he can show off his play plaques. Well, then nail them to the wall and put them up higher. Like, come on. Show them off, that's fine. Just be centered. It's like the news. We're just waiting for a graphic to pop up next to him. Ah, that makes sense. No, I don't see it. I think he's just likes being off center. Fuck putting them on the wall above him. It's a rental.
Now that her boyfriend, or actually her husband, who by the way is a convicted felon, is on the company board that is going to be building and renting out this courthouse, suddenly the rules change.
Dude, if this is the stuff that like tickles your fancy, man, just going after corruption, like you must spend a lot of your time watching this type of stuff. This lady is part of the squad. You can't take her seriously. And she's corrupt. Dun, dun. Dude, there must be so much stuff that you're upset about in life, Han. This can't be the only thing. Only time of corruption of this level that you've seen. It's a peek into Han's mind, yes. I think that's a little bit more telling, isn't it? Yeah, but it's outrageous when they do it. You know, these types. This is the chat who thinks only Trump is a kleptocrat. Is it? Is it? Really? I think you've misread the chat here. Only Trump is corrupt. Nobody else in the history of modern America. Just Trump. All right. Let's change. Han just needs a cuddle from the gay space commies. I think that guy talked about it before, the guy that claimed to be Russian and anti-communist. He said something about the gay space commies. Now, let's have a look. Do we go to Tucky's now? Yeah, let's just have a look and see if Tucky's is any good. Who was a big fan of Tucky's? I think that was you, Mamupa, if you're still watching. We're going to watch a little bit of Uncle Tuck Tuck. All right, we haven't watched Uncle Tuck Tuck for a long time on the stream. It's been a very long time. But yes, he's been interviewed by The Economist. Amazing journalists. Definitely not pushing the neoliberal agenda that runs the world at the moment. But anyway, they've gotten Tucker Carlson on. They had Elon Musk on. We watched a few clips of that last week. We're going to see if this stacks up because they've interviewed him like in March or something of that nature. And now they've only released it recently. So it's probably outdated. But it'd be interesting to see if the claims about Tucker Carlson being a grifter are true. Because if they talk about, potentially his predictions of what might happen, and like he believes in what he's saying, then he might be rather prescient. But if he's literally just a grifter, then he'll say anything for the sake of it, and we can call him out on his bullshit. But who knows? Let us not reserve judgment until the man has spoken.
Tucker Carlson, thank you for joining me.
Let's hear what he has to say for himself. I'm going to speed it up, though, because, my God, it's going to take a while. Han, do you even watch the stream? Not when Mr. E plays boring videos. Take me by the hand, look in my eyes, and listen while I tell you I love you, and here is your coffee. I need my Christian. I don't believe in violence or fairness for all. Feel interesting. All right, let's do this. Thank you, Tucker. Let us have a listen.
Simon Meadows.
Very nice to see you again after, what, 20 years when I appeared on your PBS show?
22 years.
22 years. You were the idiosyncratic contrarian conservative, and I guess I was a sensible centrist then.
Nothing has changed by those measures.
You are now probably the most
sensible centrist, neoliberal hack, radical centrist, more like it.
Vocal critic of the Iran war on the right, and I wanted to start with that because you've been pretty clear in your criticism. You called Operation Epic Fury absolutely disgusting and evil the first day. You also said that it was a war that could change world history.
It will.
And I wanted to start there because I wanted to help me understand how you think this war will change world history.
You'll control the Persian Gulf is what 20% of the world's energy. That's what's at stake. That's why that's the main reason geopolitically it's a relevant part of the world, because those 7 countries, the 6 Gulf states and Iran.
Ball rip per Tucker giggle. I don't know if this is going to be a giggly interview though. Like they already look tense, these two. I don't know, man. A full hour of Tucker Carlson, sorry. What would be more interesting and stimulating? I don't know, learning about corruption in the squad. His facial expressions change with the speed that rivals Qatar. Buckley Carlson is far more interesting character. We will see. All right, you're on.
Control, once again, probably 22% of the world's energy. And huge parts of the world, including huge parts of Asia, including our critical American allies in Asia, which would include or really be limited to Japan, Taiwan, South Korea, are wholly dependent on it because they don't have the resources domestically. So who controls that and the aperture on the eastern end, the now famous Straits of Hormuz, and also the entry to the Red Sea, like that's the same as controlling a lot of the world. And so that's what's at stake. And so we'll know who won or lost by who controls that by the end. That's the only measure. It's not the
boom. There's your first prediction. We will know who's won or lost. This is like, what, 5 months ago now that they had this conversation. We will know who has won or lost by, at the end of the day, who controls the strait. And like, what do we know now? Who controls the strait? Eh? Who? Is it the US? I think not.
A nuclear program, please. It's about access and control.
So I agree with that. And we at The Economist have been very skeptical of this war. But you have already said that this would hand control of the Middle East to China. Why do you think that?
Team it out. First of all, I don't want that. I don't think it's good for the United States. I'm American. And I think the US has been an imperfect and increasingly short-sighted steward of its position as like hegemon. But I think there are ways to pull back from empire. There are ways to enter into power sharing agreements between East and West, which I think would be the wisest course at this point.
But just let me push you why you think it would hand it to China. It's
well,
true
think about it. Yeah.
Because yes, there are very strong economic relationships, but China is a net energy importer. So right now...
Which part of Tucker's CIA training is he calling on? Interesting. Which part? So there's not even an insinuation. He's had many trainings.
Iran is actually in a stronger position vis-a-vis China than it was before because it controls the Straits of Hormuz. China hasn't shown any interest in having a military presence of the sort that the US has. It has one very small military outpost. So I'm not at all sure China wants to take on that role. So I think when you say it's handing control of the Middle East to China, I'm not sure that you can really sort of get that.
And with respect, this is the worldview that squandered Western dominance. The idea that it is though. It's like, well, they don't have military bases. Well, maybe you don't want military bases. What you want is control. What you want is an outcome that benefits you and that minimizes threats to you. That's the goal. And so it's not obvious that they want to replace, the Fifth Fleet base in Bahrain, for example, with a Chinese naval base. I don't know. What they want is an advantage in commerce, number one, because they understand that ultimately that's what control really is. If you're getting to the point where you're having to exert force, you're displaying weakness. And for the purposes of this, and really of life, the only question is who settles it. It's very easy to start a conflict. A drunk teenager can punch you in the face.
And you think China's going to settle this?
I don't want China.
Let me tell you, I think right now the biggest winner is Russia, which is a country that you've never mentioned, actually, to my knowledge, in the last 10 days. Clearly, Russia is winning from the huge jump in oil prices. Russia is the one place where in the short term supply can be increased. Already, Treasury Secretary has lifted sanctions.
I'm aware of all of that.
So if someone says to me who's the big winner right now, I think the big winner is Russia.
Depend what, what's your timeline? Short term, for sure. But, over time, a country with, 150 million people is not going to run the world or even the West. It can have substantial influence in its region. And that's exactly where Russia is. Europe and the United States made a massive miscalculation by pretending we could change that. We can't. It's a civilization.
It's an interesting theory. I don't know if I buy it, though. Like, a population with 150 million people can't control the world or the West. Like, the US has a population of, 330 million? And they can control the world with 300? There's billions of people. Small fraction world's population dominates global affairs. It's been done before. It's not that unrealistic. I have to admit, though, full disclosure, when Kaka started his own line of nicotine pouches, I bought the shit out of the stock and doubled my investment. He made me money, but he still sucks. Interesting. True entrepreneurial skill there. Buy cheap, sell dear.
It can't be dislodged, but it's not going to run the world, and it's not going to set the terms for global trade. It's definitely benefiting. The question right now is, how do you resolve the inherent conflict between the United States and China? Period. And we know that from Wikipedia just by looking at gross domestic product. Where's the economic power?
I don't see any appetite from China to come in and say, we're going to sort this out.
I don't think there is one at all.
So then how does this end?
Well, ultimately it ends because China has such obvious invested interest in the region and because there's such a massive advantage in being the settler of a conflict.
But let's just move on to Israel, because I think that's where, the central...
Nope. Come on, there must be. Any choices? Anyone want to actually make a call on this one? Do you want to know what his thoughts about whether Israel influenced America's involvement in the Iran war? I think people have been talking that one to death. Tucker's interviewing skills honed well by the Voice of America. The decline in support for Israel in America. Has Trump betrayed America first? Oh, I wouldn't mind that one, actually. Let's do that one.
This war is clearly contrary to what he promised and contrary to the idea that your leaders should put your interests before those of foreigners, period. We put Israel's interests before ours. Trump did that. Bibi's wasn't elected president of my country. My president was. I supported him, obviously, voted for him. But no one wants to talk about how it happened because everyone, apparently including you, is so afraid to criticize Israel.
I'm very happy to criticize. As I said, I have had a very robust conversation with Prime Minister Netanyahu. I think I've had much criticism of the way Israel has behaved over the last few years, particularly in Gaza, and we've come out very, very strongly against this war. I think.
Dude, she looked so defensive when he said that. Take that, you radical centrist douchebag. Hey, you don't want to be critical of Israel. I have. I've said things like they shouldn't be, doing stuff and things, right? That's critical, isn't it? We all know what Tucker's views are.
We agree is that this was clearly a very bad idea. And where I think we agree is that the President of the United States made this decision. That's why you've essentially said that he betrayed the America First movement. But I guess my view is that there are other factors weighing in on why he did it, like the hubris that came after the Venezuela crisis, like the fact that his foreign policy is not strategic and non-serious. And I think those things played a part, in addition to, very clearly, visits from Prime Minister Netanyahu. What I think is interesting
his foreign policy is non-serious?
You tell me.
Oh, I think it's been really serious, much more serious. I mean, if you want non-serious, I would look at...
Non-strategically serious?
Please. No, I think...
You think it's serious? You think there's a serious strategy behind...
I know there is. I've talked about it endlessly.
Tell me what it is. I think the world would love to know what that is.
What his pre-Iran strategy was. This is inconsistent with everything that he's ever said in public or to me in private. So I just want to be clear about that. But it's in public. I think he hasn't said a lot to me in private that he doesn't say in public. The famously loquacious Donald Trump kind of lets it all out all the time. And it's interesting, though, that I can't answer your, I think, most important question, which is then why did he do it? And I don't know the answer. But I will say that advocates of this war funded the last election. I mean, the numbers are really, the biggest donors pushed for this war. And they would include, literally an Israeli citizen. So we have a problem with the way campaigns are funded. And that is exactly why our entire Senate, obviously, that's why our entire Senate goes along with stuff like this. And if you actually talk to them, and I've tried, famously with Ted Cruz, hey, what's the thinking here? Shut up, anti-Semite. Our politics is funded by a foreign lobby, by many lobbies, by the pharma lobby, healthcare lobby, mineral extraction lobby. But the biggest and most effective and important lobby, Donald Trump has said this many times in public, is a foreign lobby. And so it bore its fruit right here. I mean, I don't know why that's not complicated.
The reason I think that...
Does anyone contend with that? Like, I've heard a lot of people contend with the idea that AIPAC is the biggest and most important lobby. Like, there are many lobbies with much influence. Are they the most powerful? There's nothing new here, to be fair. She's a crap interviewer. All he is good for is owning ill-informed so-called journos. Yeah, well, it's interesting to see someone who represents, I guess, conservative viewpoints go along with a radical centrist like this one. Radical centrist. I'm doing this one just for the lols. Thank you, Spandonk. I love this guy. Hilarious. AIPAC is powerful because they have Mossad behind them. It's not just money. They have the power to ruin people. You have no secrets. They cannot exploit. That's an interesting take. That's why I asked the question. Thank you. Let there be 1,000 blossoms bloom.
I mean, you know, people are entitled to their sexual proclivities. You know, I mean, let there be 1,000 blossoms bloom as far as I'm concerned. You know, but I ain't spending any time on it because in the meantime, every 3 months, a person is torn to pieces by a crocodile in North Queensland.
This is such a quick turn. It's almost like Saint Chi. Maybe Saint Chi is Bob Catter. Like 1 minute, completely aggressive, and then the next minute it's just like, don't worry about it. I love you guys. God, I love this stream. I love everybody. Don't you say anything bad about America. Bob is the man. He's so good.
I mean, you know, people are entitled to their sexual proclivities. You know, I mean, let there be 1,000 blossoms bloom as far as I'm concerned. You know, but I ain't spending any time on it because in the meantime, every 3 months, a person is torn to pieces by a crocodile in North Queensland.
Oh man, this is probably the best of Australian politics right there. Because like people, that's how people see Australia. They're just like, oh, so people do get ripped apart by crocodiles all the time. I can't believe he's a real person. Oh my god. When you're talking influence, depends on local or international, right? BPD. All right. Maybe this is a flop. I'll give it a little bit more time. Australian politics, when people are getting eaten by crocs, is your biggest concern. Australia must be a utopia. Eh? It's better than dealing with all that woke rubbish, isn't it, Han? Much easier to deal with crocodiles. It's the Leb in him. Don't say that. I hate it when people say that. I know I punch people in the mouth for saying that. No, maybe about it. It's a flop. All right. Calm down.
I'm willing to go along with quite a lot of that, but it seems to me to be a very strategically short-sighted view of Israel, because at the same time, on Israel's behalf, if Israel wants to lobby for the continued support that will guarantee its security, which has, presumably underpinned this for many decades, then it's doing a pretty poor job since public opinion has collapsed. And actually, one thing
I totally agree.
Prime Minister Netanyahu is...
I think Israel could be destroyed over this. I believe that we're actually getting to one of the reasons that you need to constrain Israel right now is because it's a very small country facing a much larger country, and they've talked themselves into the state of crazed kind of hubris, as you said, motivated in part by the eschatology of some of their coalition, where they think that they can rule Persia. They could get crushed. And at that point, they will have no option, and I'll understand it, but to use nuclear weapons against Iran. And then we just have a much worse world and a lot of people dead. So I think you need to constrain Israel for its own benefit, because you can see this getting super radical.
Let's talk about the way the debate develops in this country, because I think you're right. It's extremely difficult to talk about the subject that you and I have just spent the last half hour talking about, because there is a conflation very often. Anybody who criticizes Israel is vulnerable to being called anti-Zionist or anti-Semitic, and that's conflation by the exact people you've just been talking about, in the kind of firmament of
Dude, maybe that's why they didn't release this, is because she was terrified of being called an anti-Semite. What a shit journalist she is. Where's your integrity? You ask someone hard questions and you're terrified of being called an anti-Semite. That just shows you where the power structure really lies. Like, she's a radical centrist. She represents the neoliberal world order, and she's too scared to criticize a nation state. And it's not even like it's wild or outlandish criticism. It's just like critiquing what they do as part of their foreign policy, and she's terrified of doing it. Came here for Tucker, and now I'm just like infuriated by this woman. And she was, this is the same woman that was kind of like mediating, chairing, hosting, being like the master of ceremonies at Davos when we were watching stuff for the World Economic Forum earlier this year, I guess. She was doing all the hard interviews there, and she's too scared to criticize a country. It's crazy. Oh, here's one for you, Ravi. He might actually get you on this one. I'm not giggling. I'm mad at your politicians. Here we go. There's giggling. And Elon interview and Steve Bannon interview. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we have. She's been around, hey? The Elon one I actually do want to watch, the whole thing. Not just the snippets, I guess. Because the snippets I don't think did it justice. I want to know what Elon's plans are for the world. The Elon interview, yes. Yeah, I gotta watch the rest of that.
2026. If you want to get access to other interviews, subscribe to The Economist by clicking Now, back to the interview.
You guys are going to beat Russia. Good luck.
I'm sorry. I think this is too important to have to kind of giggle over.
I'm not giggling. I'm mad at your politicians. They're liars. They're liars. And when they stand up, when Keir Starmer stands up to distract attention, or Merz too, or Macron to some extent, and stands up to divert attention from the disasters underway in their own countries to say the real enemy is Russia, I see deception and I see betrayal of their own people, and I have contempt for that. They're not going to go to war with Russia, and if they do, they're not going to win. That's just a fact. And so don't tell your people that to take the attention away from you. That's my read.
Let's talk about Americans and your country's policy, and where you think, if you were, in the White House, what would you put together as an America First policy platform now that made sense to you? Because you've explained why President Trump has betrayed it. You've explained why, what was going on in Ukraine was not the right approach.
Kenneth Luck. Greetings to you. Hope you are well. We're doing Far Right Fridays. And we're looking at how people get across or introduced, potentially, are across, right-wing and conservative ideology online. We were watching Nick Shirley before, now we're up to Tucker Carlson. It's it's a smorgasbord. Might go into Elon Musk's interview. It's probably better than this. Yeah, Far Right Fridays is not what you think it is. It's crazy. But welcome. Have you been lurking or you just started? Let us know.
What is a foreign policy approach that is strategically coherent and America First?
I want to know, what's Tucker Carlson's view for America? If he was MAGA, what would he do to save America? Let's find out.
I'm not trying to dodge the question at all. I think it's hard to know exactly what the world's going to look like since we're right in the middle of this grand pivot. If this is my read, I think this is weakening America's hand dramatically right now. But I think the orientation should never change, which is try to do the best for your country, try to make wise decisions on behalf of your country. And that is not what this was at all. This was responding to an ally's demands. And that's just not the right way to do it. No two countries have this identical interest. Identical twins don't have identical interests. So that's just not conceptually real at all. And so you can never go into a war assuming that you both want the same outcome. Why would you want the same outcome? Israel wants a very different outcome from the outcome that helps the United States. So just don't do that again. I don't know where we land. I mean, big picture, the United States, its policymakers need to understand that we now share the world with China because they have the world's largest economy. We don't want that to be true. It is true for lots of reasons. It became true it's stupid to even argue them at this point. That's the reality. So
I don't disagree with any of that. I must admit, hey, China does have an enormous economy. It's actually productive as opposed to being based on some type of financial structure. It produces like real value. And like, I think America's politics should grow to acknowledge that as opposed to denying it. He is going to help create a new conservative party. Like MAGA 2.0 or like conservative party. Like, let's go back to basics, you know. Centered around like the church or like some form of like religious type of conservatism. Gays back in the closet, women back in the kitchen, men at the head of the household, like all that sort of conservatism. I think more traditional conservative party, right? Okay. Interesting. What's the quote about when fascism comes to America? It'll be draped in the American flag holding the cross or whatever that old line is. I think that's from like 100 years ago too. Blaz in the house. How you going? Hope you are well. Tucker, you basically handed Trump the win in 2016 and again in 2024 with your effort, dog. You can't walk it back with a kumbaya after stuffing over the world. Very good. All right, back to it. If you're watching this and you're on YouTube and you haven't already, activate the like button. Give it a nice touch. Caress it a little bit. Touch the thumb. Don't hit it. Be gentle. Caress that bad boy. If you're new here, I know you've been doing this already. Thank you, Ravi. But if you're new here, come join us on Discord. This is where we share propaganda. Go for it. And subscribe if you're new and follow for more on Twitch, all that sort of stuff. Let's do this. Are they an economist or like a right-wing economist? No, they're radical centrist. Like this woman here, she's a radical centrist. So I think she's just maintain the status quo, keep society as stable as possible. So it's good for the free market. So her policies are radically whatever helps the market and finance capital dominate the humans. Radical centrists, the worst. Yes, at least with right wing and left wing people, you pretty much know where they stand. But like radical centrists, they'll do anything to stabilize an economy. If that means unleashing the powers of austerity on a population and ravaging that population, so be it. If that means supporting the rich and powerful no matter what, and giving them all the breaks and subsidies necessary. Socialism for the rich, then like so be it. Whatever works and is best to keep the stock market going. That's the main thing. Drop your links and anything too spicy for YouTube. Yeah, too spicy.
You have to have a power sharing agreement, and the most obvious one that I can think of is based, like all good things, on geography. Now that raises real questions about Japan. Taiwan, I think, is already kind of not a real thing anymore. But South Korea and Japan, like how Philippines.
So what do you mean by Taiwan is not a real thing anymore?
The U.S. is not going to defend and cannot defend Taiwan. Now,
and should not defend?
I don't know. Should I don't. That's not.
I mean, I'm asking you to lay out what you think a coherent.
I just don't think. I think we've reached the limits of our power, and power has limits. Like that's another thing just to keep in mind. Power's not infinite. You can squander it, and we're in the process of doing.
And what
that.
about Japan and South Korea?
Oh man, it's hard. I don't understand exactly how that's going to go at all from an American perspective. Like in the end, big powers want to and get to control their regions. We have something called the Monroe Doctrine. This was another problem I had with Russia. It's like Russia, of course, is going to demand influence in Ukraine. And you could say, oh, it's a sovereign country. They can't have any influence there. Be real. A big power wants to control, hopefully in a non-brutal, enlightened way, but they want some influence over their neighbors. We can no longer be the sole author of terms, of commerce, of anything. We have to share power.
With China?
Of course, because of their scale. And so there's got to be a non-destructive way to do this. And one of the things that bothers me most is the hostility.
Dude,
that
like I'm not
feel.
disagreeing with this stuff. Is anyone like like completely averse to what he's saying. Like, it would be better for many of the humans in the world if the United States and China got along, as opposed to spiraling towards some type of warlike situation here. Maybe Tuck is K-Rudd's savior. Yeah, could you imagine them getting together? K-Rudd's like, somebody needs to listen to me. We need to stop these superpowers from destroying each other and potentially the human race in the process. Based on the whatever, like the Thucydides trap or whatever the situation that brings them together to, like, I don't know, into a hot war situation. But, like, you know, recognizing somebody else's power so people don't have to die. Like, I'm down with that. A lot of people get fed into the meat grinder on the way. Tucker is saying things that are basically fine now. After working for Fox News as an extremely prolific anchor. Yeah, right now. Right now. For years, I meant. Okay. Got it. All right. Whatever. Let's see where this goes.
In the United States, among policymakers toward Europe. And in Israel. The hostility the Israelis feel for Europe is just very, very
So
obvious.
how does Europe fit into this, first of all? I mean, you've
Europe
talked about...
has to be at the center of the West. Europe is the West. And I criticize Europe constantly.
Because
I love them.
Is Europe an ally of the United States?
If Europe is not an ally of the United States, then China rules the world. Period.
And having an ally means...
Treating it like an ally, in contrast to the way we're currently treating it.
Okay, I would.
Europe needs to be an ally. Now, you've got a whole crop of silly leaders and a lot of bad post-war attitudes, but fundamentally, Europe is our ally, allied on the deepest possible levels, and no one in the United States wants to admit that.
So if Europeans feel threatened by an aggressive, expansionist Russia, you would take that into account as an ally?
Of course, and we did take it into account. But
you were
at this
criticizing
stage,
America for taking this into account.
Look, America needs to create a hierarchy of concerns, and the first concern has to be its own citizens. Of course, every sovereign state has to have that.
I'm still a skeptic about what Tucker's motives are, even if a lot of what he says I agree with. Yeah, interesting. And, like, I wonder if he's, like, mellow because he's talking to a radical centrist here and he's talking to The Economist, but, like, on, you know, in his own little world, he'll be, like, more hardcore about what he's saying. But, you know, recognizing other powers around the world, as opposed to hanging on to this belief, this fantasy that you can still control the world entirely from one country. Like, we've moved well beyond that. Like, it's the 21st century. It's gone, man. Tucker is a free thinker. No, his Fox News shackles have been removed. Shackles? That's probably how he likes to frame it. I'm sure it was a quid pro quo. It's kind of like Karl Stefanovic. Like, he knew, like, they had a deal, and, like, he wanted to come out in style, and so, like, he just broke the rules and he got out. Tucker has a nice facade for a free thinker.
Hierarchy. But I am calling in my heart, I never say this, but I think this a lot, for a reorientation of the way we in the US think about the rest of the world, where Europe, from which we came, and our whole system was just imported wholesale pretty much. Basically, Europe produced us.
You think America first means doubling down on Europe as an ally?
Of course.
Threatening to take Greenland part of that?
I don't really understand that. I mean, I personally felt...
Dude, she looks pissed off. Hey, calm down, lady. Hey, it wasn't his fault. No, you shouldn't take Greenland. We get it. Who should be the next US president? Dun, dun,
Europe
dun.
much more at the center than it has been thus far.
I want to know what he thinks, eh? I should be the president. What do you reckon? This is the most sensible I've heard Tucker be. Still don't trust him, though? Yeah, fair enough. I wonder what's going on. He's mellowed out for the center. He's worried about those radicals in the center.
Of course. And by the way, that's not just out of sentimental love of Europe.
Do you see any current potential successor to President Trump having a view that is close to yours, that you think would be the right person to take on this mantle?
Re-education, reorientation. He's not saying shit. Hey? Interesting.
Because I have said out loud what you've never been allowed to say, which is the president makes these decisions, but he's making so under duress because of the pressure applied to him by the state of Israel and its lobby in the United States. You're not allowed to say that. It's a fact. I've said it. I have been so slandered as a bigot, which I'm not. I would just say so. I'm not. That any time I use the name of any other person, I think to myself, especially who I admire and would like to see have more authority than he currently does, I think, that might hurt him by saying so. So I'm going to take a pass on your question.
Could it be you?
Are you asking me if I'm going to run for president? Of course not.
Are you trying to shape the outcome of the direction of the United States? Do you see that as your goal?
I can. I live here. All journalists are trying to shape outcomes. That's why they're journalists. But
do you consider yourself a journalist?
I don't know. Now I call myself a podcaster, Zaini. And it's what's
Dude, come on. Answer the question. JD Vance. People should read into the lawsuit involving Fox and Tucker. It reveals a lot. Do you have a synopsis for us there that you'd like to share? 4IS in the house. Yo, yo, yo. What's up? What's up? Give up the rack. Hope you are well, sir. Hope you are very well. All right, this is enough. Enough. This is just... It's like there's no real substance here. We listen to Uncle Tuck Tuck. We were calling themselves journalists is being a little loose with terms. All right, we are going to change direction now, and we're gonna do. I think this is another suggestion potentially from you, Dilemmas. And I'm actually interested in this. I don't know exactly what's gotten into me these days, but I think it is pertinent to at least, just to Australian politics. So I apologize for anyone else who is not Australian. But we're going to have a look at... Have you actually watched this, Dilemmas, by any chance? Pauline Hanson has done a Q&A with formerly Sky News, but it's now called News 24. I'm disappointed about that. Sky News is so much better than calling yourself News 24. Anyway, I really want to know all the hardball questions that this cherry-picked audience is going to throw at Pauline Hanson, Queen Pauline. And it's Paul Murray, bro. It's Paul Murray. Don't worry, I consider myself an honorary immigrant. Yes, you should be. And your cats are welcome, bro. You can bring them across. I'm sure you can get on a shady boat and they won't blow you out of the water. And bring your cats. Australia is very tight with that stuff, but your cats are welcome. Tucker in court argued that he wasn't a journalist. Oh, but an entertainer, because he repeated lies about voter fraud machines that Trump was spouting on social media. Yes, right. And isn't that the Fox News defense as well? It's an entertainment company, not news, so they can't be held accountable. I've only gotten 20 minutes in. You can feel the touch of curation at play. Touch on Sky News. 20 minutes in? Is it any good though, Dilemmas? That's the $1 trillion question. I saw Paul Murray recently. I can't believe how large he is. The cameras don't do him justice.
None other than the leader of One Nation, the senator representing Queensland, but of course a figure known the countrywide. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, give it up for Senator Pauline Hanson. So,
Paul Murray is an alcoholic. How dare you slander his... Dude, Laugh Jeff, I feel like you're probably the only person that will appreciate this like me. Aren't you upset that they're not called Sky News anymore? I have such a connection to Sky News. And now it's News 24. Come on. Yeah, Queen Pauline is looking radiant, isn't she? She looks really good here. The camera subtract about 50 kilos. In the court, it was showing internal emails discussing the issue. That's crazy. Nice spray tan. Can't call it Sky anymore. Yeah, it sucks. We have to call it 24. It sucks, man. Now it's literally called News. Definitely 1984 Newspeak. That's so good.
The whole point of tonight is for you to be able to answer as many questions from people here in the room and
From
around
regular
the country.
Australians. Are you ready for some regular questions from regular Australians?
It's not about me and follow-ups and all the rest.
Yeah,
but I will-
Italy did her well. Yeah. It's a disgrace. I don't know why they left their old. It is a disgrace. Thank you. Nobody else is upset about this. Thank you, man. Solidarity.
Simply ask one question right now, which is, how's it feeling? It's been a wild ride since the last election, and you must be feeling a certain weight of responsibility that the numbers have been as strong as they've been for as long as they've been.
A weight of responsibility. What the f- does that mean? I want somebody to ask her about the croc problem. Yes, that would be good. I'm with Han. The channel's name is more grounded. Watch out.
Most definitely, Paul. There is a weight of responsibility, and a number of people come up to me all the time, please don't give up, keep going. You're our last hope for the country. People feel in despair that they don't know what the future holds for their children and their grandchildren. And yes, it is. But, you know, in a lot of ways, Paul, I feel vindicated because I've stuck to my guns, my consistency. I've believed in myself. I believe in my country, and I believe in doing the right thing by the people of Australia, my fellow Australians, and hopefully I'm getting a lot more people on board, and we're pushing this, having a voice. That's what people want, just to be heard.
Well, that's why so many people wanted to be in the room.
Was she quoting Tommy there? Seems like he's rubbed off on her a little bit. Hey, I wonder if they did a little bit of rubbing in that hotel room together. Hey, don't be jealous, Jag. There's still plenty of Pauline to go around.
Tonight, so many people have got a question. Michelle, you're going to be first up tonight and first cab off the rank. What's your question for Pauline Hanson?
Thank you. Pauline, if your party were elected to government, what are the top 5 actions you would take in your first 100 days in office?
Oh, you know what this is? Like, they're prepping her for what it's going to be like if she's on the campaign trail in opposition. Hands off my girl. This is it. This is like, what are you going to do in your first 100 days in office? What are your top policies, Pauline? We saw you get murdered at the press club. All right, you need some training. And News 24 is going to give it to you. See, it just doesn't feel right. It's not like saying Sky News, News 24. What is that?
Right. Okay. Well, I think that one that I've been very consistent with for the past 30 years is immigration. We have too many people coming into the country. Cut back on the immigration. I'm selecting a figure around about 130,000 people. You've still got to allow those into the country because a lot of businesses and doctors and nurses that we need, you fill those positions by all means, but cut back on the immigration will actually address the housing issue that we have. Cost of living is another one. Government overspend.
Oh, this is campaign trail stuff. That's what's going on here. Hey, Dilemmas, are you impressed? Is she doing well? I think she's speaking well, but like people always sound so much better when they're speaking at 1.25. They sound like a goddamn expert in their field.
It's not about the war in the Middle East, and what else happened is government has been wasting and spending too much money, which created the inflation, which has driven cost of living. So therefore, we addressed government spending. It needs to be cut right back. The wasteful spending, I'd have a good look at that. I think that...
Yeah. Immigration and wasteful spending. There we go. Oh, China spoke on our politicians making racist immigration remarks. Well, China weighing in on internal commentary made by a politician. So it wasn't about like China, exactly. It was about internal immigration remarks. And is this the Winston Peters thing? I really actually want to watch that because I saw that he's been called a racist, or he said something racist. Tan pants got me, bro. Looked pantsless for a second. Got a little bit excited there.
The other one is get rid of the climate change department, get rid of all that...
A Chinese Greens MP told to go back to China. Oh, okay.
Net zero rubbish, get out of the Paris Agreement. Once you do that, you're going to reduce the cost of living and the cost of electricity price as well. So therefore, once you do that, industries, manufacturing, small business will thrive from it. The average household will also thrive because they're not paying the high electricity costs. Farming sector, irrigators, everyone like that. A country that is going to be productive has to have cheap energy. We've known that for over 100 years. That's where we need to drive that as well.
We've known that for over 100 years. Like she doesn't freeball that well, I guess. Like when she veers off migration, like it really drops off. Yes, we've known that for a long time. Since industrialization, maybe before, humans have needed energy. Energy is important. Yeah, I posted a video in recommendations. Yeah, thanks. I think that's the one. Might have to go for a dry run myself after watching my booze run. Yeah, okay.
I'd like to get rid of the red, green and black tape and the blue tape of international agreements that are holding us back with our sovereignty as a nation, and meaning that, you know, to get a mine up or anything happen in Australia, it's about 9+ years. If you want to do a...
I wonder why she's talking about mines for, hey? I wonder if she's got any bulldozers that are behind her at the moment. Let me just pick an example at random here. Red tape, red tape. What do the average Australians think about when they think about red tape? Definitely not building a home or trying to put up an extension or putting up a carport. No, let's go with mines. You know, it takes about 9 years to get a mine going. Virginia thinks that's outrageous, and so do I.
Construction and go into business, you're looking at 4 years. It's just the time frame is just ridiculous. Investment in Australia has dropped right back. We're one of the worst countries in the OECD world with investment. So these are all things that needs to be done basically immediately.
Do you reckon that's even true? Like, we've just watched all of these videos and all of this journalism about how AI companies are banging the door down to spend billions of dollars in Australia to build enormous data centers with environmental and social implications. And now, like, we're the worst place for investment. Can we fact check that one? But like, where did it even come from? So how does your campaigning work? Is it the PM hopefuls that are the figureheads? Do y'all have debates? Well, it depends on the party, actually. Like, usually it's just picked from within the party. And like, her party is run by her. She is the one. She has all executive power. Now, yes, there's sometimes like live debates between politicians mediated by someone, but it's not like US stuff, I think. And like, we don't know because we haven't really had a party like this come up out of nowhere and contend. So who knows this time around? I wonder if she will go into it a debate. She's not wrong, apparently. As in, like, compared to the OECD, or there's no investment in Australia. There you go. There you go. Tens of billions of dollars trying to get in here with data centers. Yeah. We are relatively high tax, shrugs. Relatively high wages and workers' rights and standards. Compared to the OECD. Okay. Interesting. Do not try and bowl rip every pause. I fear for your health. Bowl rip per fact check. There are serious concerns about data centers popping up in countries where power is currently cheap, or where you can afford to just put up illegal diesel generators. The latest OECD figures 2024 actually put Australia above OECD average for gross fixed capital formation. The OECD average was 22.6% of GDP, and Australia was among the countries above that average alongside countries such as Korea, Japan, and New Zealand. But we have data centers in various CBD areas that are quieter than ambient noise in areas. Wow, look at everyone's doing the fact checking for me. I don't even have to go to ChatGPT anymore. Luxembourg, 92.8%. Belgium, 28%. Austria, 3.9%. We are not in minus. Oh, sorry, those are all negatives. God damn. Okay, so not the worst. Apparently I'm still understandable in Blitzed. This Blitzed maybe even make more sense. Yeah, absolutely. I say we do some type of a stream interview when you're ready. Yeah, minus. Sorry, I just read that. Yes, thank you. Got it.
To get productivity up in the country.
Good stuff. Thank you very much, Michelle. I do appreciate it.
Yeah, good on
All
you,
right,
Michelle.
Dean is going to join us now. Dean is in Queensland. Join us now here on the big telly we've got set up. G'day, mate. What's your question for Pauline Hanson?
Hey, Pauline. Thanks for taking this question. Just wanted to know if you had and you were elected to power, in what
Is
ways...
that a South African accent? Is that what's happening there? Maybe it's another minor.
If you had and you were elected to power, in what ways would you reduce government spending?
Quite a few areas here. Okay, NDIS needs to be looked at, and I've been on about that some time. It's costing about $52 billion at the moment. If it kept going, by 2032 it would be $100 billion. It is now equal to what we spend on defence.
Dude, you did say that before, right, Dilemma? It's like, this is incredibly, like, this is over curated, this one. Do you think they prepped her with the questions ahead of time? Dude, 100%. 100%. This is too scripted. Do you remember when we watched the Current Affair? Was it Current Affair? Like the piece from 1996 where all of her famous one-liners were coming to fruition. Like, she was so much better. Like, natural Pauline. I don't know about this stuff, man. Not enough gaffes. It's scripted. Like, dropping these figures and stuff. It's just not authentic. Give me OG Pauline, man. Bring it back.
Going after people stopping because they said they want to cut back 160,000. These might be people who really need that assistance. Go after the ones that are scamming it and ripping, who they're the ones I'd go after. A lot of people are ripping the system off, and so NDIS is one. The Aboriginal industry that I've been on about this for a long, long time, the waste of money that goes in that, and I'd like to see every Australian treated on an individual needs base, not based on race. And if we did that, you would actually save a lot of money. A lot of these Aboriginal corporations are wasting the money. So I'd like to see that, an audit done on the Aboriginal spending as well. Climate Change Department could go. We're actually tied up to the tune of billions of dollars in the Climate Change Department. Transmission lines, that's we have no idea what they're paying out in subsidies to a lot of these companies. So we need to rein that back in. And yeah, the Climate Change Department, that's another one. And of course, you got, Paul, there's another one too. We're duplicating a lot of the services, whether it comes to education or health. We have federal and we have state. We have to, you know, take a lot of the responsibility off the federal, hand it to the states and make them take...
Dude, just let her talk. It gets worse as it goes. She's a mess. How can this be popular? This is actually rather difficult. And like, this goes on for an hour. Oh no. Oh no. How is she popular? It's because of the issue. She owns migration. She owns that. But like, outside of that policy concern, like, she ticks the boxes. Some same licks. But yeah, she ticks them boxes. Wow. Oh God. I'm not having a good feeling about this one. Why is she giving more responsibilities to the states? That's a weird policy.
Take responsibility for a lot of these areas as well, which will cut back the duplication. Yeah. Oh, there's a lot more I can do.
She could keep going. I like it. All right, Matthew, have you got a question? G'day, Matthew. What's your question here for Pauline Hanson?
You've mentioned that you would like to drastically reduce migration. What annual migration number would that look like, and what criteria would someone need to meet to be considered a skilled migrant?
Right. You're right there. I said about 130,000. That would not be permanently. Let's review it every year, every couple of years, and see if we've got the right number, the mix. It will come down to the housing. So at the moment, we don't have enough people. We've got about 150,000 people who are homeless in Australia, and there's no potential for the younger generation coming through and owning their own home. So everything comes down, housing is supply and demand. Now, those people, skilled migrants, and I'll give you these figures. Between 22 and 23, we brought in 739,000 people. Of that, and they said, oh, we need skilled migrants for our housing. Of that, only 51,605 were actually skilled. And of that, only 1,800 in the construction industry. It's been a scam. They brought people in that are no benefit to this country. We don't need any more nail technicians, masseurs, Uber drivers, all this. We don't need that. We're going to be smart.
Did she say nail technician? Does anyone know what a nail technician is? Is that someone who like uses technical specs to make nails? Or have I missed something here? I'm not sure what's going on here. I need clarification. Manicures. Oh, is that what they're called? A nail technician? That's crazy. All right. Someone who does manicures is a technician. God, I thought this was some type of industrial terminology here. Nope. I'm just, yeah, they paint nails. I am technically trained at painting nails. Aged care, specialized services, doctors. Pauline ticks down on people with better educations than hers. Like someone at Subway is a sandwich artist. God damn. I'm going to have to go get my nails done. Got it. So innocent. Is a nail technician a worker who makes nails? Yeah, I've never heard of that term. I've missed my calling. I should have been a technician too. It's not a sex thing, eh? Yeah, right. We've got so much to learn, man. They sculpt nails. They are artistes. Got it. Got it. I'm learning. I'm just saying I have been on site with full-blooded white Australians that are absolutely in shit at their trade. No, it's a myth. You can just say that you had an appointment with a nail technician so you don't come across as gay. Oh man, that's so good. It's a total industry. Custodial artiste. You're not just a YouTuber or a streamer. You're an online entertainer and community organizer. Yeah, I'm a stream technician. I'm going to call myself that from now on. Fuck yeah. Stream technician.
Art. So many people from around the world want to come to Australia. We can be selective in who we bring in. People who are going to help us build our nation with productivity, not drag us down, end up on our welfare system.
The least technical stream technician. I don't care. I'm still calling myself a stream technician. Social media operator. Oh my god. Stream conductor. Oh man. No more nail tech. French polishing getting censored.
Have got it right that you see from around the world. Certainly, countries like Poland are very aggressive. Countries like Japan. Are there countries that have got this right?
Most definitely.
No.
Poland has got it. They're actually, productivity's right up. They're so proud to be Polish and they're standing up there waving the flag. A lot of people left Poland many years ago and they migrated a lot over to England and to Ireland especially and worked. Now that the Poles have got their country in order, they're all flooding back to it and they're proud of the country and they have got it so right.
Yeah, I think we've all seen those videos on social media, haven't we? Yeah, all right. David is joining us right now as well. He joins us now via the big screen. David, what is your question for Pauline Hanson?
Yes, hi Pauline. My 7-year-old daughter recently told me that it is disrespectful.
Dude, so good. Question on woke education. Oh, this is going to be good. Fuck yeah. Strap yourselves in.
Yes, hi Pauline. My 7-year-old daughter recently told me that it is disrespectful to refer to Uluru as Ayers Rock. That prompted me to think about what is being taught in our education system. I would like to know One Nation's position on welcome to country and acknowledgement of country practices in daycares, kindergartens, primary schools and junior sporting events. Would your party seek to make these practices optional or remove them from those settings should One Nation form government or hold the balance of power?
There is an enormous rock in the middle of the country, if you're watching and you don't know what they're talking about. And it is considered to be a sacred site. For the longest time in Australian history, it was referred to as Ayers Rock. I think it's got something to do with the people who saw it. Maybe it was someone called Ayers. I'm not sure. And then people started referring to it as Uluru because I guess that's the traditional name for it. And so like it's like changed over time that we refer to it as Uluru. And like it was, I guess, politically correct to do that. And now you call it Uluru, and like you don't really, I didn't really know people call it Ayers Rock still. And so like that's woke, I guess. And this guy's worried about it. Like, am I still free to call it Ayers Rock if I want to? Is that the Australia that you're going to create, Pauline? Please say it's true. Ayer was the first white man to lay eyes on it. There you go. Aussie Worlder, how you going? And so like this guy is worried that his daughter comes home from school and says, "Don't call it Ayers Rock, Dad. What's wrong with you? I don't want to live in this world anymore." Turn back the clock, Pauline, quickly, while we still have chance.
Well, David, I just don't need to say about getting rid of it. I actually do it myself.
Yeah, can you please describe what monoculture means? God, I hope they ask that question. You can't make me respect the pronouns of a rock. You can't make me do it.
On the floor of Parliament every morning when Parliament starts, they have a welcome to country first off, and myself and my senators turn our back on it. That's how I feel about it.
Oof,
and my actions speak louder than words sometimes, so I'm prepared to do it myself. I think it's divisive, and I do not believe in having welcome to country.
Well, it's definitely divisive if you turn your back on it and you make it into a big thing. Like, you could just, like, you know, grin and bear it, but like, hey, whatever, turn your back on it. Sure, that's definitely not adding to the division. I call it Ayers Rock, and that's right. It's also, and I also still call Pluto a planet. So take that, oh you woke astrologists out there. My child make me feel silly. Oh my god. Oh my god, that is fucking hilarious. Comment of the day and front runner right here. Climbed Ayers Rock back in the day, amazing view. Oh, I went on a tour and they wouldn't let us up there. Like, it was like, I think it was like 2 months before they were closing it for people to climb up there. And I was like, can I go up? And the lady was like, no, we don't do that. And I was like, but you're still allowed. It's going to be stopped soon. Like, maybe this will be the last chance that I get to ever go up there, and I can tell my kids one day I went up there or something. And she was like, no, that's disrespectful. And like, they moved the tour on really fast. I was like, damn, missed an opportunity. I've heard some, interesting stories about like up there. It looks amazing, good experiences, all that sort of stuff. Not allowed anymore. Same thing happened to Mount Doom in New Zealand. LOL, this is the sort of that tells his kid, Nazi Goring, built the wall to keep the rabbits out. Dude. How are the stars out there? Incredible. Incredible. My God. You can see the whole Milky Way. Yeah, it is really nice, actually. Very picturesque.
And it wouldn't be, you can't stop people if businesses want to do it, all right? But in government departments, I wouldn't have a welcome to country on the bottom of their literature or their sheets of paper they put out or on government websites. And I wouldn't be having it in educational systems, schools. I'd shut that all down. And and I'll tell you another thing too, there won't be 3 flags.
See, Bansal Bennett, it's a thing. When they talk about welcome to country, now everyone talks about 3 flags and all this sort of stuff. Talk about big government telling us that we can't do welcome to countries and we can't have 3 flags. Eh? Why not? It's big government for you. Outrageous.
Terry is with us in the room. Terry, where are you, mate?
Hi, Pauline.
Hello, Terry.
Really
What's
happy
your
to be
question?
here. What's your view on helping young Australians enter the property market without eroding the investment gains that older generations have worked hard to accumulate?
Yeah, very hard for the younger generation, but I'll tell you something, I don't believe in the 5% deposit that the government's allowed them. I think you're setting them up for failure. It's extremely hard, but it's taken them a lot longer now, years to accumulate that deposit that they need for a house. What we need to do is reduce the cost of housing. Now, to build a house, you're paying 40 to 44% taxes. Now, let me put it in perspective. If you build $1 million house, you know what you're paying in taxes? $400,000 is taxes on that $1 million home. That's what needs to be addressed. Reduce your cost of housing to build that house. And, you know, a lot of these kids are only getting into housing.
Yeah, mate, from the States. Speak slowly because I speak American. Interesting. Well, welcome. Welcome. You might need some translation here, to be honest, because we're getting very, very dinky die. So good luck with the accent. I hope you make it through the other side.
Housing because the help from the parents, they're giving them the deposit.
Less tax will make houses cheaper. Ha ha ha. She's 100% right with the 5% deposit. It's a joke. Plus the first homeowner's grant. Is anyone going to tell her the tax is on the profit and isn't an addition to the price? Nobody correct him. Nobody correct her. I wonder if we can find that actually. No, I'll look later.
Everything like that. It's not the country that I grew up in. The opportunities have gone. But if you can address the cost of living, the cost of building a house,
Goon means boxed wine here. Sorry. Now go dinky dig Aru. I'm good following along. God bless Australia. God bless Australia.
they're giving them the deposit and everything like that. It's not the country that I grew up in. The opportunities have gone. But if you can address the cost of living, the cost of building a house, see what we're also doing with One Nation policy, that if you build a house up to $1 million, then we do away with the GST on the building materials. So we're looking at how to reduce the cost of that housing, but I think we need to look at the taxes that the government and councils and states are actually charging for housing.
We're sitting a cracking pace here with the number of questions that we have. We do appreciate them both in the room and around the country here on News 24, this special edition of Paul Murray Live, which is Pauline Hanson, Please Explain. Thank you for letting us use that term over the past few weeks. We've got Alex and Trish who are joining us now from Victoria. What's your question for Pauline, guys?
Hi, guys.
Hi.
I think our question
so good.
is...
I love when Americans ask this question, and I feel silly responding to it. Actually, when is your next election? It's 2 years away. Yes, we are watching someone practice for a campaign that isn't until for 2 years. Yeah, I'm very embarrassed about this. Okay, please don't judge. What election are we? We're talking about for Pauline though. Pauline's not running in anything until 2028. I'm very embarrassed about this, but she is a very prominent figure at the moment in Australian politics because she's risen from being a minor party to potentially being the leader of the next opposition party. It'd be like if the Republican Party kind of imploded and there was another version of the Republican Party or a minor party or something like that. They came out of the woodwork and is now challenging for power. But yes, we're embarrassingly watching politics of this nature like there was an election around the corner. Tea Party MAGA. Okay, yeah, or like the Libertarian Party or something like that. And then everyone was like, oh, wait, what's going to happen? Is this going to change the game? Look at these average Australians sitting at home. Have you noticed there's not a lot of DEI going on at the moment? If you know what I mean. Not a lot of DEI in the people asking the questions.
Particularly pertinent after today's news, but basically we are really interested in when you're going to have candidates for Victoria. We're really looking forward to being able to back up.
Look, I don't blame you. It's a basket case in Victoria. You need all the help you can get.
Yeah.
So what we're doing is we'll be hopefully announcing either Friday or early next week our candidates for especially the upper house. We're starting with that. We're going to announce the other candidates. We have locked in about 76 seats at the moment of the 88. So we have got our candidates. So anyway, we are going to be announcing the candidates, and we'll have a suite of policies to go with that. So you will have a One Nation representative that you can vote for in Victoria.
And the Victorian leader is?
No, Paul, that's not part of the deal.
Okay, thought you could push it. You could always push it just a little bit further. All right, Mark has got a question for us. Where are you, Mark?
G'day, Paul.
Right in the middle here.
Hi, Pauline.
Hi.
Thanks for the opportunity. How will you bring about a culture of Australia first? Love it or leave it?
Great question.
Yeah. I think we've got to start in our educational system.
Could you imagine? She announces Abby. Yes. Oh, no. That would be mental, wouldn't it? He's already too busy with his other fake parties to funnel votes from idiot wokies. LOL, I highly doubt that this is just another flash in the pan from the redhead nutter. Happens once every decade. Here, she will get destroyed next election. And where is here? Exactly. Is that Queensland where you're coming from? Can't remember. Thankfully, her supporters are all going to die early. A savage take there. My God. Vic won't touch her. Oh, here in Australia, I meant. Right, got it.
Because I think it's been taken away from our kids. We don't teach our history anymore. It's if we're ashamed of it, and stop the division that's happening. And I think it's important to the kids have to be proud where they are, the home that they live in. And I think that's all been forgotten. People are screaming out for it. When I talk to people, they really have this pride in them. Even migrants have come up to me and they said, oh, can I give you a hug? And I said, yeah, no worries.
So good.
And these people...
Even migrants, despite the stuff I've said about them repeatedly over the last 30 years, it shocks me too. She sounds nervous. Yeah, man. We've been discussing it a little bit in the sense that she's not the orator, let's say. She has like one key issue that she owns, and you can feel the passion in it. But outside of that, she's running practice, I think. She's trying to get used to campaigning right now. But she's got time. Once her supporters hear Gina will cut off Centrelink, she will lose. Oh my God. What are you going to do with Centrelink? Nothing. I'll answer that later. Avi, chopping board, IDF, Yemeni. Yeah, sure. Run him. Why not? Kids have to be proud of where they are, the home that they live in. And that's my job to tell you why you shouldn't be.
Who've come to the country, are so grateful and thankful for the opportunity they have been given. But they say to me, Pauline, you are so right. We came here for a better way of life. And we don't want this country to become like the place that we left. And we're forgetting that. And we've got to acknowledge that if we bond as a nation, you know, with the same beliefs where we want our nation to go, the prosperity, a decent standard of living, way of life, that will come. And I believe that, you know, when I grew up in the 60s and 70s, at that period of time, we had pride in our nation. We had pride in flying the Australian flag. We had pride in watching the Commonwealth and Olympic Games and everything like that. And I see that pride diminishing every day of the week by these aggressives out there, progressives, you name it, you know. They've got so much anger in them and I don't know what the hell's going on. Why?
Can I just ask another question, which was yesterday the federal court, and we saw...
I'm so glad we elected Trump. Well, she probably is too. She's a big fan. I think she's been hanging out at Mar-a-Lago as well for conservative conferences. She's a big fan.
The appeal.
Yeah, Iran has pride in itself too. It still murders gays and trans people.
About the situation involving the tweets and the back and forth with Marine Faruqi. Again, the court makes the decisions that it does, but there's a pretty sizable amount of money that's on the table here. When Andrew Bolt talked to you about it the first time around, it was pretty confronting how emotional that was for you. Are you ready to be able to pay what is being asked of you here?
Paul, yes, it is. I have to. There's a lot of support. There's a lot riding on this. It's not just about Pauline Hanson. It's about how we move forward as a nation to be able to have the ability to express ourselves and say what we, you know, feel that we need to express. The government and under Tony Abbott and Scott Morrison had the opportunity to get rid of 18C. 18C is where anyone can take you if they feel offended, harassed, intimidated or insulted. So anyone can feel offended. You know, whatever you do. It's just a ridiculous piece of law, legislation. So if I win this case, that will be thrown out. And you know you don't go out there to easily offend someone. If any offence is going to cause violence, I'm totally opposed to that. But we have a right to have an opinion. They're shutting us down an opinion because you might offend someone. You know, it's just ridiculous. So it's a battle, it's a fight that I'm going to have. I am talking to my lawyers now at the moment of putting an appeal to the High Court. I'm not going to drop it. I'm not walking away from this. I've been a fighter, and it's not about Pauline Hanson. It's about the Australian people, for us to have a voice.
Francisco, thank you, Pauline. Francisco's going to join us now via Zoom around the country right now. Francisco, g'day. What is your question for Pauline Hanson, mate?
Thank you for having me tonight. Just wanted to say that my question is, we arrived in Australia in 1975 to the Ferrymeadow Hostel for a better life. Our father was given a job at the BHP Steelworks in Port Kembla. He worked there for 25 years, working double shifts, and on one occasion he did a triple shift to get his family ahead. Eventually that got phased out. He made sure that his sons became Australian citizens to this beautiful country for a better life. My question is, my parents are 89 years of age and they are not citizens of this beautiful country. Do they lose their benefits if they are not citizens at the age of 89 years of age if one nation wins the election?
Oh, no, not at all. No way in the wide world. Didn't even think about that, losing their benefits, you know. They're permanent residents?
Yes.
In Australia? Yeah. Yes. They have been permanent residents and they've been paying their taxes all these years. I don't believe in taking the benefits. And at 89 years of age, you know, I don't think it would be fair to even do that. I wouldn't never consider that.
Well, there you go, Francisco. Nice and clear, and you can give the message to Mum and Dad. All right,
Yeah.
Warwick. Thank you, mate. Warwick, g'day, mate.
Jesus. Like, there's nothing like even close to offering some type of like critique or pushback or anything like that. It's just a PR stunt. So like News 24 is what now a PR firm, like a complete just all out PR firm. It's got nothing to do with news. Could News 24 plan questions any more obviously? Oh, wow, you actually gave a straight answer there for you. Mate, tell your parents, go home, run along, tell your parents that she's not going to touch any of their benefits. Damn. This is something else. I don't know, like she's kind of struggling on a platform like this, or in an environment like this. The most easy environment ever. Like, I don't know what's going to happen when she actually run up against The Guardian. Hey? Mortal enemy. She's screwed. I guess they're just going to have to do heaps of these to get her trained up, I guess. I think most Americans think Australians are okay. Don't hear too much unless we look if your TV shows are available, but more if your TV shows.
In the front row.
Hi, Pauline. Over 30 years ago, Kerry Packer told Parliament that for every new law that they want to bring in, they should repeal one. What are the main laws that you would repeal as soon as you could that would help hardworking Australians?
Yeah, that's a really good question to say what laws I would repeal. I think our environmental laws, I think they're over the top in stopping productivity. They've just brought out another one just recently that if you haven't farmed your land for 15 years, you have to go and licence for it, and then that could cost you up to $140,000. So they're stopping farming. That's happening in Australia. So that needs to be addressed.
So, like, let's just take that one as a snapshot here. So they've introduced a law that if you haven't used land in 15 years, you'll have to get it licensed. So you haven't used something for 15 years, and so then you have to get it licensed.
So they're stopping farming.
And so they're stopping farming by asking people to get a license for land that hasn't been productive in a generation. Oh man, this is not good. You can't let a farm run into disrepair and then just start it up again. But like it's all wrong, the logic. Okay, like if you are worried about someone from stopping farming, but somebody hasn't been farming for a generation, potentially, and like using land. Like this is not the first time that an industrial level society has had land use policy. Actually, all successful industrial societies have land use policies. And when Australia was, in its infancy as a nation, we had rules called, and like we still do, we have laws around adverse possession. If somebody can use your land better than you can, they might even have a claim over it. And this was happening all over the regional areas. Some farmers would like change the boundaries between their properties because their neighbor wasn't using it effectively. And so like they would open up between different paddocks and just claim the land. And it was to promote the highest and most productive use of the land. And we instilled that in our laws and our economic system. But apparently that sort of stuff is un-Australian, but it was literally a defining feature of Australian agriculture for the longest time. Like if somebody's not using their land productively, which is what she seems to be worried about, encouraging them to use their land more productively by like, if you don't use that shit for 15 years, then you're going to have to license it. That will encourage people to be like, oh shit, it's been 14 years since I've done something here. I better do something. Like that incentivizes productivity. Like, come on. Don't you want people to use the land productively? I don't get it.
That's happening in Australia. So that needs to be addressed. The safeguard mechanisms, that's another one that's stopping industries manufacturing. These are laws that we really need to look at. What is holding us back as a nation that we need productivity move forward? So it's a lot of those climate change laws that they've brought in, which is actually holding us back. And, some of the other laws, the taxation, I'd like to get rid of payroll tax. I think that is...
I bet you would. I bet you Gina would like that too. I bet you would.
A ridiculous tax that anyone who employs people, you're paying more and more tax. These are things that I've tried to talk to the Morrison government about, how we could work to actually get rid of it, but the feds are going to have to subsidise the states to get rid of it.
We've got another question. This one is coming in, which came in a little bit earlier today via email. Paul in Western Australia says, I'd love to vote for One Nation, but my biggest concern is the candidates that Pauline chooses. I met a couple in the last election and was not impressed. What is your process for selecting candidates? And the pool of people wishing to become candidates. Of course, we know, as you said before, about Victoria and how big that was. But tell us about the vetting process. Obviously, there's some secret sauce, but what happens if you put your hand up and say, I want to be a One Nation candidate?
Look, it hasn't been easy for the party over a period of time because the last election we got about 6.5%. So people are thinking they want to support us and give it a go and stand as a candidate, and I appreciate that. I think I will. It's just been there as a name on the ballot paper to support One Nation vote for. But this time around, there's a real chance that we can actually win seats in the lower house and the Senate. The people, can I tell you, for Victoria, we've had 1,200 expressions of interest in Victoria for candidates. The seat of Farrell that we won, we had 81 expressions of interest for that. The federal so far, 1,500. Wow. So the process that we've got now is it's a system that we've put in place that it really has a thorough look at the candidates. So if you've got something that you've done somewhere else in the world, it'll find you. It'll tell us.
Do you remember what Rennick's logic was, though, Dilemmas? Do you remember what he said about it specifically? About the payroll tax?
Got a criminal offence internationally. It'll tell us if you've been a bankrupt, if you've got owing money to the taxation. It'll tell us that if you've made any comment or put on Facebook page that you made some stupid comment. So that tells us everything about you, and we can do that within an amount of 5 minutes.
What about your inherent BS detector? Because I can always tell, and as long as I've known you, I can see in your eyes when I think I know what's really going on here. What's that like in terms of candidate recruitment when eventually you get...
Bro, I should run for One Nation in my regional town and then flip the whole party's ideas on its head and just socialize the town. This is what they're talking about in America right now. That's what Nick Shirley was talking about before. He's like, that's how the commies are going to do it. The commies are going to come in to the existing system and just like overturn America. I knew it, KK. You're the communism. You're the commies that Trump and the Trump regime have been warning about, man. About people like you, KK. I knew it. I knew it. And make sure to funnel some campaign money to the stream. I knew it.
Presented with somebody,
yeah.
You sit down and you go, you're just telling me what I want to hear. You don't believe it.
Yeah, we do that. We go through it with them in a, I don't personally do it now, although if you stand for the Senate, you will come before me. I'll be the judge in that. It's very important to me to have the right people in that position because you're winning a seat for 6 years. So you need to know that you've got the right calibre of person. And it's very important to me as well. They have a background in something to bring and offer and put on the table. That
allows more capital to flow into the economy, etc., etc. So like if they don't pay tax, the payroll tax, they'll allow more capital will flow into the economy. Okay. So it's just like the usual, cut taxes and more capital will come into the country. Got it. Oh, dang. Normally I activate the like button straight away, but today I forgot till just now. I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed. Activate the like button. Activate away. I can't do this. Like, I'm 20 minutes in. You were 20 minutes in. Dilemmas. We've done it. We made it 20 minutes through this. I am not going through the full hour of this, but I get the gist. She needs to do some practice before the election comes along. What's with the stats here?
All right, so every couple of weeks, you know, I stand up in front of the screen and I go the Variety at 28%. The Liberal Party is up 2 points at
primary vote.
22. The Greens are up 1 point, sadly, to 13. One Nation is at 25%, a quarter of the Australian vote, and other.
A quarter. Yeah. All right. We're going to have a quick break, and then we're going to be back with some more. If you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button. If you're new here, subscribe for more. Follow for more on Twitch. You know the drill, baby. You know it. If you haven't seen this already, the link's been around, but I'll do it again for you. Come and join us on Discord. This is where we share propaganda and chat and do other crazy stuff. You know what I'm saying? And here is a link to Patreon. Please go over to Patreon and become... Oh, I can just... Okay. Yeah, go over to Patreon and become a free member. That's how I get you on an email list. It's important because, you know, you don't always get everything from the like notifications or whatever social media platform you're on. So go over, do that, and I'll love you forever. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
When they tell me why, when they tell me why, why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. Why? they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. Why?
All right. We're back. Everybody calm down. It's back. Have we got new people in the chat here? Looks like it. I wonder if these people come in because of the vertical stream or not. I wonder. Possibly. Or it's just the appeal of, I'm not calm, you are. Don't you tell me to calm down. So good. It must be the appeal of Far Right Fridays. Who is saying that Tucker is a Fed? Outrageous. I think that's what Bansal Bandit was saying before as well. The CIA has trained you well, young man. All right. We are going to go back to The Economist, but I'm not going to Tucker Carlson anymore. We're going to do the Elon Musk full interview. So if you remember last week, yeah, it was last week.
Elon Musk,
I
thank you
think,
so much.
We watched snippets of Elon Musk talk about why he's, I don't know, like why him supporting right-wing politics and et cetera, politicians in Europe. It's not the far right. It's just common sense, like all that sort of stuff. So we're going to have a look at like the entire piece. I wonder if they've actually got segments. Oh, yes. There we go. How AI companies could regulate themselves. Will China be the leader in AI? Elon Musk on Sam Altman and the AI bosses. Work is going to be optional. We saw this part already. Should one man have so much power? So we're going to hear from our new techno-feudal overlord here. Oh, one of our potential techno-feudal overlords. And we're going to learn how they see society. And like what their ideas of politics is going to be, I guess. Let's find out. Ortis Musk. I wonder if we've already got the best parts of this one or not. Maybe we have seen the best cuts already. But let's find out. He's quite the figure on the right-wing scene. Let's figure out if we could learn anything about him and anything more.
For joining me on The Insider. Thank you for having us here at Tesla Giga. It is really hard to introduce you without using superlatives. I mean, you are doing, I think, more to build the future than literally anybody alive right now.
I'm doing a lot of building in general.
You're doing a lot of building?
What glazing? Calm down. He's doing more single-handedly than anyone in the human race to advance us forward into luxury gay space communism. Him, single-handedly. Come on. Jesus. Outrageous.
I'm a builder, I suppose. I just like building things.
You are, but you're building,
I mean, run around building things all day long.
You run around building a lot of things.
Yes.
You pioneered electric vehicles, you revolutionized space travel, you've got a cutting edge
What? Come on.
AI model now, humanoid robots. Can we start this conversation by you putting all of this together?
Yeah.
Tell me what the world's going to be like in, let's say, 10 years, if you succeed.
10 years, so we're talking 2036.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll both be around.
Hopefully,
I
yes.
think we can
Probably. most likely we will be. It's hard to imagine the future where there's not.
Most likely. What's that supposed to mean? We're going to be replaced by robot armies.
An overwhelming amount of artificial intelligence. meaning,
quick maths. So wait, 10 plus 20, 26. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
like in 10 years, I would expect artificial intelligence to be far greater than the sum of human intelligence, like far greater. In fact, I think AI may exceed the sum of human intelligence in around 5 years.
In 5 years?
Roughly 5 years is my guess. So there really won't be anything that AI can't do better than humans, apart from being human, perhaps.
At a more prosaic level.
Everyone's a CIA asset. Elon, I mean, obviously a CIA asset. Everyone's CIA. It's the running theme for Far Right Fridays. Everybody CIA.
What will life be like?
The most likely outcome is an age of amazing abundance, where anyone can have anything they can think of. This may sound preposterous, but well, here we are in 2026. Let's see where we stand in 2036. Now, of course, there are things that could derail this, like a massive global thermonuclear war or something like that. But assuming that there's not World War III, I think we're headed for an age of amazing abundance. So this is, I guess, a message of optimism.
Talk about hedging your bets. It's either we get World War III and total annihilation, or we get superabundance. Like, there really is no middle ground. All right, well, I guess we better invest more hundreds of billions of dollars into whatever it is you're doing then, just in case, because we don't want the former. We don't want the end of the world stuff. But the age of superabundance, thank God. Actually, here's a blank check from the American public. How much do you want, baby? Abundance, the new hip term.
And excitement about the future.
So we'll talk about the abundance in a second, but just on a very prosaic matter, how are your companies going to be making money? Because when you, in the SpaceX IPO prospectus, it looked as though the overwhelming amount of the revenue would be coming from AI, from Grok, really. It won't be transporting things to space, as SpaceX is now doing. What will your companies be doing in 10 years? And how will they make money?
Well, you can really think of the economy as digital and physical intelligence. So what we have right now advancing very rapidly is digital intelligence, obviously, with AI that is, it seems that, well, almost with every passing week, there are more AI breakthroughs. It can do something amazing that it couldn't do before. But it's still somewhat confined to the digital realm. It doesn't have end effectors. You need the end effectors in the form of humanoid robotics. You need basically lots of bots, in a nutshell. You need lots of bots. And then you can go from intelligence manifesting itself only digitally to shaping atoms. And you say, what is an economy? An economy is the production of goods and provision of services. And if you have...
Ooh, that's a good Marxian-style definition there. What is an economy? The production of goods and services. That's nice. At least he's a crosser, thank God. Someone like of his nature and his status would at least know what an economy is.
Vast numbers of robots with vast amounts of digital intelligence. You have a sort of a quasi-infinite economy. So this is really the future is going to be very, very different from the past. There's no analogy or metaphor that I think illustrates the magnitude of change that we're going to experience here.
I understand that, and I'm also trying to kind of figure out what that world will look like. But
oh, well, how's that Roadster or Tesla Semi going, Elon? We were just watching China roll out its semis. Just yesterday, I think, we were doing some China glazing, and we watched their entire fleet being hauled on to some ships, and they're going around the world. Like Australia's getting some, or they're headed for Europe, Asia, etc. So China has already well surpassed this absolute genius that's building the future, according to our friend here from The Economist. He always says the most vague or obvious shit.
I think it'll be good. It's going to be pretty incredible.
Yeah, we'll also do. There are some risks
Yeah,
too.
there's
We'll
risks.
come to those. We'll come
agree.
to those. But
Yes.
just on how then you make money, because in the end, people are buying your shares because they expect you to make money. Do you sell
I'll make another
robots?
prediction. Money won't matter in 2036.
You're watching my interview with Elon Musk. Back to the
Well,
36.
what do you want money for?
Sure that the people who bought your shares think that money won't matter in 2036.
Well, what do you want money for? You want money for goods and services, right? You want money for obviously food, housing, transport, entertainment. Well, if that is so abundant,
For buying things to control and consolidate power, like sucking up all of the assets in the world so you can hoard and then enjoy the benefits that that hoarding gives you. It's not just for the movement of goods and services. It also is able to purchase you power and influence. He would know that. Come on.
that there's more, that the robots and AI are providing more goods and services than any human could possibly consume. What do you need money for in that case?
But you're creating these robots. Are you
I guess
then
between now
selling
and then you'll need money.
I don't know. It sounds like a socialist utopia. All the funding for all the social programs. There are too many social programs. I'm worried about that.
Sure.
Are you selling these robots? Are you selling humanoid robots, or are you producing goods and services with the humanoid robots that you control? Like, are you the Levi Strauss? Are you selling?
I think I would probably be. It would be an exercise in vanity for me to think that I would be controlling the super genius AI that is vastly smarter than me. I think what we can and should try to do is to make sure that the AI has good values, that it cares about humanity, and that it wants us to be happy and prosper. I think it probably will be.
Yes. Yes. Is Elon saying the money won't matter because 5 people will own all of the capital anyway? Yes, because in a society where money doesn't matter, it won't matter anymore in 10 years. Because the only thing that really is going to provide power outside of money, which can help purchase power, is just who owns all of the important elements of the economy. And if there's, a handful of people that just can own all the stuff that produces economic value, then yes, you won't need money and society will be abundant because we say it's abundant. And so it will be law. Before I forget, the Fermi Paradox and Great Filter episode of the pod comes out on Sunday. You don't have a pre-link by any chance, do you? Do you 4AS? I mean, people can save it or keep it. Have you seen Elon's shitty robots? Fair dinkum. Well, look, I haven't seen them compared to the Chinese robot fighting that we saw the other day, where one kicks the other one's head off. That was pretty amazing. Because you'll be slaves, and slaves don't need money. Dude, did you just assume my source code, bro?
What my biological neural net tells me is that the most important thing for AI safety is to be maximally truth-seeking and curious.
When's the Mystery Live show? The podcast is great, such a unique perspective. Honestly, you watch the podcast? That's good. I'm glad. The live show, though, I don't know. You get me entry to America, and I'll do a live show. I swear. Promise.
If that's the case, I think it will foster humanity.
So let's unpack that. You're sure that humans will no longer be in control in 10 years' time?
I think it is unlikely, in the same way that if the difference in intelligence between AI and humans is vastly greater than the difference in intelligence between AI and chimpanzees, it's hard to imagine that the chimpanzees would be in charge.
Oh.
And we are essentially...
It's really deep philosophical AI stuff. Like, we've talked about this 1,000 times. This isn't very deep. I thought he'd have some really good insights about artificial intelligence. Yeah, everyone, quickly, click that link right there. See that link? Go on. Go on. That is to a podcast episode that's coming out for AS and Kareem. Talking about some interesting stuff. Make sure you do it. Do yourself a favor.
Actually, an evolved form of chimpanzee. So it wasn't that long ago that we were swinging through the trees, eating bananas in the jungle. And we still eat bananas, by the
We
way.
do.
We do. And there's still, bananas.
Sometimes swing through trees as well. but-
Yes, we sometimes swing through trees. It's kind of fun. It's sort of reminiscent of the past. For all time's sake, swing through the trees once in a while. Probably, there should be more swinging through trees. I bet it's way more fun than people think.
I'm with you on that. I'm definitely with you on swinging through trees. I love swinging through trees. But I'm really struck listening to you say this now, because I've been listening to a bunch of things that you've said over the years.
Yeah.
And 10 years ago, you were on a podcast, I think it was with...
It wasn't long ago. We were bananas. I need more evidence than that. If you could somehow prove that 60% of our DNA is shared with bananas, I might be willing to believe you. Maybe.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, and you said that the thing that terrified you most was rapid recursive self-improvement in AIs.
Yes.
And that you said, and it really struck with me, you said that we will just be the pet Labradors at the best.
Well,
then. Now you see...
Labradors are pretty happy creatures. That's my experience.
But in 2023, you asked for a slowdown in AI because you were worried about it.
Well, I signed on to, as one of many, like 500 people. I was just, one of many signatories on that thing.
But I think even last year you said, I know, where was it, Ted Cruz's podcast, you said there was a 10 to 20% chance of killer robots wiping out humanity.
Yes.
So you sounded worried then. Now you seem very relaxed about it. Have you changed your view?
I still think there's risk associated with AI and robots. It's not zero. I guess I've come to my sort of philosophical conclusion is to look on the bright side. I can't see any way to really stop this incredible momentum of AI and robots. And at times I sort of think, well, perhaps, even if there was a stop button, we probably shouldn't press it because the most likely outcome is incredible abundance for all.
That's what I thought, actually. It struck me that now you seem to have...
Such a bullshit line coming from him. Like, yeah, but it's most likely abundance, so let's just not cut back on AI. You are locked in an arms race with your only real competitors, not just your fellow tech bros. You fight against them, but largely you're in an arms race against another sovereign power that has incredible means and resources and technical expertise. And they are also killing it. And like when it was all nice and just the American tech bros that you were concerned about, it was like, oh, we gotta stop AI. We've got to have a moratorium on artificial intelligence development, so we can put the safety checks in. And then you established yourself nicely, and now you have no more interest in holding things back. If anything, let's just accelerate it a little bit and see how it all goes. Come on, bro. So pretty much he saw the numbers go up and jumped head first into AI to make money off it. Like, he's been there, but like he didn't have a good foothold, but now he's got the foothold. My God. Oh, it's going to be abundant. Don't worry about it. Look, all of the fear mongering, don't worry about it. We're going to be living in an AI fueled utopia in 10 years. 10 years, I'm telling you. We'll all be Labradors and we'll be happy. Is Donk still here? I haven't seen Donk in a while, actually. I don't think so.
Decided it's inevitable. Let's hope for the best and go for the ride.
Yeah, I mean, yes, pretty much. Let's enjoy the ride. Is I think my philosophy at this point. Because I mean, honestly, there seems to be just an inexorable progress here in AI and in robots that even if I wanted to stop it, I couldn't.
Do you think there's still a 10 to 20% chance that killer robots mean the end of humanity? That's a high P-doom, as they say.
Well, in the long run, we're all dead, of course. So I mean, according to the standard model of physics, the end of the universe is a long, boring, sort of thin, gray soup of gradual cooling. Meaning that's sort of the heat death of the universe is called. So now if the heat death of the universe is in fact the outcome for our reality, then it really is all about the journey. Because the destination is terrible.
Yeah, but 10 years is not very... yeah, I get that, but that could be a long way ahead.
It's a very long way.
And you're basically saying,
very long way.
If it's 10 to 20% in 10 years, would you go into one of your rockets if you thought there was a 10 to 20% chance of it blowing up and killing you?
Yes, but let's say you can't do anything about it.
Okay.
I guess the only thing we can try to do is minimize the probability of the bad outcome. But trying to...
It's undeniable. AI has to be done this way. There's no other way about it. It's not because of coercive laws of competition at all. Absolutely not. It's all BS. They fearmonger about AI like it's AI. Like the AI escaped recently, all the BS. They trained it to hack the sandbox and read the file with the answer. Apparently it broke out again and has done the same thing. And the numbers go up for ChatGPT and OpenAI. Once again, what's a SEPO? Quickly, Australians, you better answer the call. I'll let you explain.
Stop the intelligence in robots. I mean, for the longest time, I declined to participate in AI, or which created OpenAI as essentially a counterweight to Google, because at the time they had more or less a monopoly on AI. And then Anthropic spun out of OpenAI. And if anything, it seems like what my actions have really accelerated AI. I wasn't really aiming to accelerate AI, but in creating OpenAI and then having Anthropic spin out of that, and now currently Anthropic's the leader in AI. I mean, these actions have actually resulted in knock-on effects that accelerated AI, which wasn't really my intention. So it just seems like all roads lead to acceleration of AI. So then I'm like, okay, well, you can just sort of be sad about it or join the club, I suppose.
Well, you've certainly joined the club.
Yeah.
You've definitely joined the club. But
you can't beat them, join them,
Well, you've clearly done that and very successfully. But what about trying to...
Dude, what a weird way of responding. I'm pretty sure we watched this segment last week. But like, goddamn, he got shafted. He tried to set up OpenAI and he got absolutely shafted. Like, he gets shafted in everything. He got shafted at PayPal as well by Peter Thiel. Got shafted at OpenAI by Sam Altman. And then he just made his own version to get in on the race because he keeps getting shafted by people. The genius over here that is responsible for, apparently, for the EV revolution and space exploration, he's pioneered all of that. This genius keeps getting shafted by people hard and then whinging about it and now pretending like it never happened. I thought it meant septic tank. That's what Dilemma's told us. But we're getting different theories here, Jag.
Minimize the risks. And, a number of the other leaders of model makers have been pushing for different ways to try and minimize the risks. Just last week, Demis Hassabis came out with a proposal for a private-public regulator. I think you said it was a good starting point for discussions, I think. Do you think you guys should be working more actively to get something in place to control the risks, or do you think that's impossible too?
My recommendation to Demis, because I talked to him for a few hours before he published his piece, was that the most immediate thing that we could do is to have the leading AI companies at least just meet. We'll have some sort of call once every few weeks and just discuss any safety and security issues, and that before a breakthrough sort of AI companies.
Next.
There's also, of course, some very competent Chinese AI companies that there's several that are very good. The new Kimi model.
Kimi K3, yeah, the one that came out last week, because I mean, it was almost as good as Fable, right? So it's...
Well, I think realistically, Fable is still clearly the smartest model. I think anyone realistically would say that that's still the case, but the Kimi model is getting quite close to Fable. Now, Anthropic,
with a fraction of the cost, with a fraction of the power of the hardware that they're using, and it's still getting close, and open source. Can I just remind you? Is the game already over and they're not admitting to it? Wouldn't be the first time he's been shafted in that arena too. China completely taken over the EV market. Teslas seem almost obsolete now, if you think of it. They're just like a luxury car, if you're into that kind of thing. And even his dominance of the space race as well. Uh-oh. Is he getting shafted again?
Had Mythos, from which Fable is derived. I think they had that ready in February. So they've got sort of what they call, I'm not sure what they call it, but Mythos 2 or Fable 6 or something much better than what they had in February. They almost certainly have, not almost certainly, they certainly have right now. So, and I think they could release it.
LOL, luxury, more like a shitbox.
At any time.
Just before we get on to releasing, how do you think about the Chinese models and the geopolitics of it? Are you worried about the Chinese catching up and getting ahead?
Given that the Chinese AI companies are doing as well as they are with a relatively small amount of compute, it seems that if they had a lot of compute, there's a good chance that they would be the leaders. And at some point, they probably will have a lot of compute.
So they will be the leaders.
There's a good chance that they are the leaders at some point. You can think of like the constraints on AI are essentially electricity and AI chips. And then for physical AI, the robots. China's also got some very good robot companies. In fact, they have these like robot.
Dude, like they've got what's the list? Energy, compute, and robotics. They've got at least 2 out of the 3 there, bro. Shafted is now a clip. LOL. Thank you. He's getting shafted again. Like they've got 2 out of 3 for sure there. I don't know. They seem to be killing it in robotics as well. They've definitely got the power. Like that is a non-starter right there. There's no way that the US has access to the same power and available energy as China. China's got plenty of room in their grid.
Sporting events. I don't know if you've seen some of them.
Yes, I have. I saw them last time I was in Beijing. I saw the robots.
Well, and then they have the sort of like a boxing match or fighting match with the robots, which is quite entertaining. And I saw some video of a robot that got its head knocked off, kept fighting, even with its head knocked off. It looked pretty funny. But, I mean, in fact, I think the robot battles are going to be quite entertaining to watch.
But
you still supporting Elon? Describe supporting. I think that's the $1 trillion question here.
So China's very strong on robots, very strong on digital AI, and if you look at electricity production, you can say like AI is a function of whatever the limiting factor is, if it's chips or electricity. China has far more electricity.
Isn't this the dude who begged to go to Epstein Island and still got shafted? Yes, that's so good. He got shafted on Epstein Island as well. Hilarious.
Than the United States. In fact, China has more electricity than the United States, Europe, and India combined already, and is heading to, and my guess is China gets to 4 times the electricity production of the US, which is roughly proportionate to the population.
What should the US government do about this? I mean, if you presumably it is a little alarming if you have an authoritarian regime far ahead in the most powerful technology. And clearly what the US government's been trying to do is, with the export controls and so forth, keep China back. Do you think they should ban the use of K3, Kimi K3, for example?
Well,
his perplexity and disappointment at being shafted by Epstein still bears a trace of sadness in his eyes. We will forgive you, Elon. You're still a good bloke to us. I don't know. I wouldn't go that far. But, like, let's go back to your original comment. That's where it's at, Jingle Jangle Jam. It's good to have you. Hope you're well. He's been trying to make up for the lost love from his father, and no one will accept him. Damn. Will he ever feel that hole, though? Poor musky boy. Poor musky boy. We'll never know. He's awkward, as I feel sad for him.
The U.S. government can't. They can pass some law that prevents U.S. companies from using Chinese models, but they can't stop the rest of the world from using them. So it's not like the U.S. government has authority over China or the rest of the world.
Isn't it the case as well when we investigated that Kimi? No, it was the ChatGPT model that they were testing and it broke out of its environment. The only way that they could get that situation under control was by using Chinese AI, open source, to get it under control as well. Interesting. I can't believe they're... I wonder if he's going to go there and talk about that, actually.
It's not like the U.S. government has authority over China or the rest of the world.
Do you think they should stop US companies from using them? There's talk of that right now.
They needed it, apparently. They needed it. Uh-oh, here's another bad bot. Bad bot. Bad bot. Get out of Twitch.
I don't think that helps. That won't stop China from being the leader in AI. Really, it's for digital intelligence. It comes down to how much AI compute do you have? How many chips do you have, and how much power do you have? How much electricity do you have? So the constraint right now, I think, is actually slightly more on power and cooling than it is on AI chips, because the power demands of the AI chips are very, very high. We'll talk about water demands, but really the water usage of AI is negligible, or almost nothing. But the electrical demand is very high.
That's why you're thinking of orbital data centers, presumably.
Yes, the constraint for any AI chips not being turned on in China is electricity and like power and cooling, and the electrical equipment and everything. The rate at which AI chips are being made exceeds the rate at which new electricity is coming online.
In China? Okay.
Outside of China.
Outside China, I see, yeah.
And since China, the U.S. has banned the export of the latest AI chips to China, China is somewhat chip starved.
But they are becoming much more efficient at using the chips that they have, and that one of the striking things of Kimi K3, right, is how efficiently they...
And China is also, I think, closer than most people realize to solving the lithography problem, which would enable them to make AI chips at very large volume.
China is the manufacturing powerhouse of the world. So like it's just a matter of time until they figure out lithography, even at the scale of the Dutch. Like, let's be honest. They must be working on that and pouring a lot of resources into that. And then, like, you know, the whole appeal for Taiwan will become meaningless for ASML. Like, they are where it's at in terms of producing industrial technology for production purposes. Now, Germany used to spend a lot of its resources providing the technical equipment for Chinese industry. But like, China took over from Germany at that task too. And they make the machines that go in to production. And so, if once they've honed in on something, it won't be long. It's crazy. China literally found a way to land a rocket. They're doing exactly what Elon Musk is doing and what she was circle jerking him about before. 100%. 100%. It's just a matter of time. Honestly. Caress that like button. Yes, if you're on YouTube and you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button. You know who you are. And if you're new here, make sure you subscribe for more and follow for more on Twitch. Do yourself a favor. Do it.
So I think there's, this shouldn't devolve into just a China conversation, but
Yeah.
so the current
Elon, that's Elon's thing. Elon will take us to the future after China. Yeah, because I guess what other option are they going to have? Because China's not going to want to, reciprocate after the way they've been treated. So yes, Elon Musk will deliver the future that has already been delivered by China. But now it'll be going to the West, who will be blocked out of the future multipolar world. It's sad. We could have still been a superpower using new technology, renewable energy, but I guess we'd rather leave that to China. Where are you from, Figs, when you say we? I'm assuming the US then.
Constraint is electricity outside of China. In China, the constraint is chips. Once we address the power constraint with AI data centers in space, then the constraint will once again be chips outside of China.
That suggests to me that you need China and the US, if you're going to have some overall safety constraints, that they will need to work together. If you are going to try and you suggested, the 5 model makers here working.
Probably it should include the Chinese companies that are doing frontier AI models too.
And do you think governments need to be involved?
My recommendation would be that if some of the leading companies in AI say that a new model is very dangerous, then they should inform the government. And a new model is very dangerous, and that the company producing that model is not taking steps to address the danger, then they should alert the government to take action to limit the release of that model. And that could be action by the Chinese government or action by the U.S. government. It's really just the U.S. government and the Chinese government that have the power to take action here.
But I guess people would be worried about relying on a group of model builders to decide whether to do this. I mean, if you look at what the US government has done with Mythos, they stepped in because they were worried about the cybersecurity risks, and they stepped in using, threat of export controls to,
Yeah, from the US. The administration has made us look weak in every way. We refer to the administration affectionately, I should say, as the regime. Because when you want to use propaganda to crush your political enemies from abroad, you just call their government a regime. And then like everyone's just like, oh my God, the regime. So you can start referring to your administration or the Trump administration as the Trump regime. It might help. It helps with the framing.
Prevent the widespread release of this model. I find it hard to see how governments will not want to keep that power, that they ultimately
will do.
decide whether a model gets released.
I think they should have that power, but it wasn't as though someone in the government figured out that Mythos had some scary cybersecurity risks. It was Amazon. Amazon highlighted this, and Amazon called the White House.
Do you believe this? Like, oh, Amazon dubbed itself in and like called, like Elon Musk was like, Trump, we got a problem, man. Mythos is crazy. I thought, and I know we've talked about this before, but I thought it was more along the lines of like the Pentagon was just like, whoa. If you've got some crazy technology going on here, then we get first dibs on it. You're not releasing this to the public or whatever. We, the Pentagon, get to see what it's like first, and then you can do your, you can do your additional stuff. Now, we've talked about this concept before. When you have the corporate sector and the state working in tandem like this, where they produce some killer technology, and the Pentagon's just like, hey, I know you want to release it, and you will release this. But remember our deal, right? The Pentagon gets it first. We'll pay whatever it takes. We have full state funding, state backing. This is an ideal that was, actually part of Mussolini's theory of corporatism. And his vision of corporatism is that alignment of the state and the corporate sector as like co-functionaries in the development of society and like the way that things should be organized. And that is fascism in an objective sense. It's not like all the, the evil authoritarian dictator and all the politics and the culture war stuff and the nationalism and the superiority. And that's all the cultural, political element. But like the core economic element of fascism is like that real tying together of the corporate sector and the deep state. And, it's kind of what we're hearing about here. It's not as nice and squeaky clean as these two are making out. Oh, yeah, you're right. They probably found out how dangerous it was, and they got straight on the phone to the White House and the Trump regime and were like, oh, we better stop this problem. Thanks, government, because we always turn to the government when we've produced something. It's got to be the Pentagon being like, we need access to this information first, or this technology first, and then we'll let it out for you, please. We'll get back to you, Barry.
You'd have a system where the model makers would check each other's work. If there was something that worried them, you'd tell the government. Yeah. The government would then think. Okay,
if there's something that was worrisome and that company was not doing anything to address that risk, then that would be the moment for government to step in and take action, which is literally what occurred with Mythos.
How soon does all this have to happen?
Well, I think it'd be good to do that. I think.
Oh, you take my strong hand. Dude, that is so weak. Well, corporations being like, we've created something dangerous and inconceivable to humankind. Please come in and regulate me, daddy. I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Is that you, Reagan? Like, come on. As if that's a real thing. What fantasy world does he live in when that actually happens? The AI companies have created something scary and they turn to the government. Come on. Come on. I don't think so.
Immediately, really. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what people keep telling me. We have to get this some kind of system in the next 6 months because of the pace at which the models are improving.
Yeah, 6 months is a long time.
So you think shorter than that?
Well, I mean, there's so many AI breakthrough announcements, sometimes multiple per day. I mean, how many were there last week?
A lot.
I lost track,
Yeah, a lot.
Um,
So you basically, whether it's Demis's proposal or others, you need to get together and get this set up kind of now, it sounds like you're telling me.
Yeah, I would recommend that we at least have some sort of informal weekly or bi-weekly call, and that there's maybe a week or 2 weeks of early access by competitors. And this is why I think the incentives work, is because if competing companies, I think, are likely to understand if something is a security risk, and they're not going to be shy about highlighting that their competitors' models should be delayed in release. I think the incentive structure does work quite well there, and if this is sort of how it works with the Motion Picture Association. It's an industry group that decides how movies should be rated, whether it's appropriate for young children or not, and that seems to have worked quite well. So, and then you really just ask the government to intervene if a company is doing something very dangerous and refuses to take action to reduce the danger.
Dude,
Do you think this is
so good. Is that somebody trying to understand what the term wanker is? Why would I whack off while watching YouTube? That's funny. It doesn't actually have to mean that you're jacking it right now. It's more just like telling someone that they're a douchebag or something like that. It's so good. Wait, what does that mean? Wanker? Wait, you guys aren't wanking? Somebody translate quickly. Is Elon trying to convince us he needs 1 to 2 weeks to test his competitors' models before they get released so he can figure out why everyone else is better than his? It's so good. What an admission that is. We need to have a meeting when we all get together, and if we just hold up for a couple of weeks, let some of us catch up and get up to date with what's going on and stuff. Come on, give us a chance. We're not all as good as China. Still though, Terminator gives RoboCop a run for its money as best 1980s US robot film noir. Shanghai is a world-class city. Every major metropolis has its share of problems like Detroit, which is depicted in RoboCop as a science fiction cyborg battleground. Elon, give AI a chance. Come on, guys. A meeting, maybe in an island. Bring your kids. Oh. Wow. Yeah. My God. Neither of them hold up against Short Circuit, though. I don't know Short Circuit.
This is a tricky one, but you guys don't much like each other, and you don't much trust each other. You're insulting each other on social media constantly. So do you think you can do that with people that you dislike, that where there seems to be such kind of personal vitriol between some of these leaders?
Yes. Well, I'm not a fan of Sam Altman because
You're what?
Because he fucking shafted you hard, bro. He stole your company
by clicking the link,
and then sent you a letter, and they fired you from the board. So good. AI shit Claude Fable is too. Oh shit, Claude Fable is too powerful. Sorry, you're cute. Damn.
above. Now back to the interview.
if you started a nonprofit that was meant to be an open source.
What is Short Circuit? I don't know what that is. Is it one of those things that's like, you have to watch this mystery? Educate yourself. Short Circuit, 1986. That's like Wall-E from the 80s. Oh, dude, it's like, it is. It looks like it.
It's the ultimate soldier. It doesn't get happy, it doesn't get sad, it doesn't laugh at your jokes.
It is quite simply the most sophisticated robot on Earth.
At Nova Robotics, the future is in good hands.
You're doing real good. Just keep working on those last 2 bars.
Thanks to Dr. Newton Crosby.
Originally, I designed it as a marital aid.
But artificial intelligence has gotten...
As a marital aid? The mind wanders. I wonder what that means. Eh? All right. It's time to do our wife again. We got this.
Crosby.
Originally, I designed it as a marital aid.
But artificial intelligence has gotten too smart.
Well, they used the word artificial intelligence so ahead of its time. So ahead of its time.
It might not do anything.
But it could decide to blow away anything that moves, couldn't it? Because $11 million worth of robot just hit the road.
Dude, how crazy is that? Like right now, we're talking about the big AI corporations spending hundreds of millions of dollars, if not in the trillions, on artificial intelligence. And they're just like, and this robot cost $11 million. So good.
$1 million worth of robot just hit the road.
Wow!
Number 5 is alive.
Welcome to my planet.
You just have to find number 5, get some answers.
Why don't you come on in my house?
And it's got a lot of living to do.
Whatever it takes to put that stupid contraption out of commission, that's what you do.
Me input. Haven't had enough of this stuff. More input. More input.
And they can seem quite lifelike, but they are still machines.
Number 5 is alive.
Nice software.
How it happens, who knows, but it has happened.
A new comedy
Nice software. Yeah.
adventure from John Badham, the director of War Games.
They're gonna be after you. We gotta get out of here now. Keep alive!
Ali Sheedy, Steve Gutenberg, and Number 5.
Beautiful.
So it's like E.T. with a robot. Nice software.
Short Circuit.
I am alive.
No, that was informative. Thank you very much. That gives me a lot more context for this conversation with Elon. They're making robots right now. Eh? The 80s were wild times, man. Wild times.
AI company, and owned by the world, and it somehow got turned into an $800 billion for-profit company with closed source. I think you'd be like, well, wait a second, that's the exact opposite of what I donated the money for. That's my issue. I think it's a legitimate one.
Donated that money as a tax write-off. Clever. And then somebody takes that and turns it into a for-profit company and cuts me out of it and then makes the technology closed source. Outrageous. All because they wanted to compete with Google. What a world, huh? You think the 80s was a crazy time. These guys were fighting over the big bucks. The AI arms race.
And then Dario, I think, also is not a fan of Sam Altman because he felt, in fact, the reason the Anthropic team left OpenAI is because they didn't trust Sam Altman. Otherwise, Anthropic wouldn't exist. They would still be at OpenAI.
Doesn't he own it? No, like as he's talking about his history with OpenAI. And like, yeah, he got shafted again. Sorry, I didn't know he was talking about ChatGPT. Yeah. He owns something else now. But yeah, he originally got shafted. They took his money and then fucked him.
OpenAI. I think Dario is a very principled person. He cares about things a lot. Cares about the future of the world, and I think everyone I've met at Anthropic so far has been.
I don't know, man.
I'm like no one.
Let's move on, shall we?
That because I think one of the other things that worries people about the direction we're heading in, and I'm going to caricature it, but people think that the direction of the world is being shaped by a very small number of incredibly powerful people, and you are right at the top of that list.
So what else is? But is this different from the past?
I agree with you. I think it was like that.
when wasn't that the case?
It was ever thus.
Wow, that's how he sees the world. There you go. What an incredible insight that was. It's just like, okay, you're one of the most powerful people in the world. When has the world not had powerful people? Hey? Hey? Yeah, we've had kings before, emperors, and what's your point? It's actually a fair point. Yes. Has much changed? We still live in a world full of class society. It is made up, I should say, of class society. It's like, yeah, so what? When have we not, as humans, lived in a world where there are a powerful and select group of people that dictate largely the trajectory of society? And it's me this time, and it'll be someone else tomorrow. What's your point, woman? The way he laughed about it, though. Yeah. Enough said, right? Like, okay, if like anyone ever speculates on like when I go down the commie road and it's just like, and I say something like, you know, class war is important and we live in a class society and all that sort of stuff, and I go down that commie road, this is where it starts to become real, ladies and gentlemen. You've got him being asked, but like, you know, you're the most rich, one of the most rich and powerful people on earth. Like, are you sure this is the way that we should be doing things? He's like, it's always been like that. Eh? It's always been this way. Human history is full of somebody ruling over a bunch of commoners and plebs. This is it. He's giving the game away. This isn't some conspiracy theory. This isn't some wild academic rubbish that comes from some university campus somewhere. No, this is real. He's acknowledged it. There's always been someone in power, baby. Today it's Elon. Tomorrow, who knows? It's common sense. He knows the common sense. The question is, do you know that this is common sense? And most of you guys out there don't realize this. You don't realize it at all. You think this notion that there is a class system or there's something that you should be involved in called class warfare is some theoretical concept that applies to hippies and generally crazy types, conspiracy theorists. No, he's telling you right now for free from a trillionaire. This is how the world works, baby. It's always worked like that, and it ain't changing until somebody forcefully changes the system. It's commie sense. Hey, we get down with that. Did he just say commie sense? No, I'm pretty sure he said common sense. Just don't correct him. Anyone trying to take Australia being so huge? Oh, no, that's a separate conversation. All right, back to it.
But
it was never thus, exactly.
It is as you've described very vividly, it's an incredibly rapid change. And so let's start with control of your company, which you definitely have now. After the IPO, you have what, 80% odd of voting shares. And as I understand it, you can only be removed by a vote of shares which you yourself control. So tell me if I'm wrong, but I think you can
there's
go
a few
crazy.
companies in that bucket, by the way. The AI companies, like Google's in that bucket. Alphabet is controlled by Larry and Sergey.
But I think yours is more extreme. The inability
it's the same level of they have voting control of that company. Mark Zuckerberg has control of Meta, and you know, Mark is trying very hard on the AI front, and I think probably will also have a leading AI. I think he released one last week. So I think he'll be one of the, you know, Meta will be one of the AI companies.
But is it sensible for one person to have so much control over a company?
Well, I really just need to make sure that I can focus on long-term. By long-term, I just mean in the 5 to 10 years. So one of the challenges with being a public company is that it is the sort of the pressure to have great results every single quarter.
Isn't it more than that? He's paying someone $100 million a year. He better have something decent. You'd fucking hope so, eh? Meta? You'd hope so. The contract, 100. Think about that. Imagine being an AI researcher. Top of your game, most desirable people in your industry and someone offering you $100 million contract. I know that doesn't sound crazy for someone who's like, I don't know, watches the English Premier League or something like that, but goddamn, $100 million contract. Crazy. Meta. And that's like not even scratching the surface for what they can afford.
But and to not really invest in things that may only pay off in 5 to 10 years. And in the case of SpaceX, I want to extend consciousness beyond Earth and have a growing civilization on the moon, Mars, and elsewhere in the solar system. The return, I think ultimately this would have a very high return on investment, but in the short term,
But do you see the narratives here? AI is either going to destroy the world or bring in the superabundance. We can't do anything about it, so let's invest in it and hope for the superabundance. Space travel. I want to make sure that consciousness survives in the universe. We're very rare, and it's likely that we're all going to die soon. How do we save ourselves from destroying this planet and dying? We have to spread that consciousness through the universe. That's the only reason I'm investing in all of this rocket technology. That's the only reason. It's not because I get to control that technology once it's developed and profit off it enormously. It's just because I want to spread consciousness throughout the universe. You have a narrative, and then people will throw all of their resources at you. Governments will give you contracts and throw money at you because everybody buys into the narrative. It's outrageous. That's what it is. Me and 4AS just did a discussion about this type of manufacturing desire in people after a study of Edward Bernays. And this is exactly what he's doing here. Like, if he turns around and says, like, the American taxpayer should give me all of the contracts through NASA because I want to create a rocket so I can kill that, like, just monopolize and dominate that industry. Everyone will be like, fuck you, we're not making you rich or richer and giving you power over that technology. But if he says, hey, I want to spread consciousness throughout the universe and colonize Mars, people will be like, oh yeah, that'd be good for the human race. I see how that's a wonderful idea. At least we'll beat the Chinese to it, eh? Can't trust the damn Chinese. That's all that's going on here. Eddie Bernays predicted the rise of technocrats, which is wild, from 1928. I wasn't joking when I said watching Doctor Strangelove the other day felt like a documentary. Yeah. Uh-oh. That's another thing I got to add to my list, right? Spaceballs on steroids.
Spending all this money on a moon base and a Mars base, and then people are like, I'm going to get all this pressure for, like, well, you missed your earnings this quarter because you spent too much on Mars. I'm like, yes. By the way, that was in the S1 prospectus, and it's literally listed as a thing we will do. So we did. But they still get grumpy about these things, because they're like, well, you had whatever, you said your gross margin would be this, and it's actually slightly worse, and now we're going to punish you, and the short sellers all descend upon you, and you get a lot of pressure.
You're
in the
going to
public
get a lot
market.
of that.
Yeah, so I just need some way to sort of, say, like, listen, guys, we're going to focus on 5 to 10 year or longer time horizon investments. This will depress our short-term earnings, but if you take a long-term view, and there are investors, we have many investors that do take a long-term view. In fact, I'm a big fan of the retail investors. In fact, I find our retail investors, on balance, they're very insightful and have very long-term views. But part of this comes, you say, what's the incentive structure? For portfolio managers, it's sort of understandable why they put so much pressure on quarterly earnings, because their compensation and and whether they get promoted or not is dependent on how their portfolio does, and they have.
Good night, strangers. Good night, Ms. Calito spoke. Good luck, and like the stream on the way out.
They only have a few years to make these decisions, and then they're evaluated based on those decisions over the course of sometimes only a year or less, and so since they're under pressure to have immediate returns, they then put companies under pressure to have immediate returns. So once you understand the incentive structure, the behavior naturally follows.
What about, though, key man risk? I mean, what happens, heaven forbid, but what happens if you get run over by the proverbial bus tomorrow? You know, it is, you have total control over these companies. Do you have a plan for how they would progress without you?
I think they would actually do very well for several years.
4IS. Thanks for hanging. Enjoy your weekend. I hope you get away from the clutches of capital and enjoy your freedom.
And you know, there's a clear roadmap or space map, I should say, for SpaceX. And there's a roadmap, actually, for Tesla, literally. So I think there's, you know, if you look at Apple after Steve Jobs, Steve Jobs had, you know, he had a strategic vision and a bunch of products that that he had ideas for, and Apple has done very well. But when you don't have a creative genius like Steve Jobs, what you miss, what Apple's missing are the incredible breakthrough products.
Yeah.
So they make amazing phones, you know, great computers, but Apple hasn't come up with this sort of Steve Jobs level breakthrough product.
So by analogy, that's what you bring to all of your companies.
Rogan has been training him well.
You mentioned Mars. You know, most people think of you as the man who wants to, you know, create a colony on Mars so we have multi-planetary civilization.
I've been saying that for such a long time.
You have, but now you seem more focused on AI and what AI will do in the next 10 years. And you sound much more excited about using the moon as a base from which to, you know, pop out orbital AI satellites. Have you shifted your attention away from Mars, or are you as interested in colonizing Mars as you ever were?
I'm interested in the set of actions that propagate consciousness into the future to the maximum degree possible, so that the future light cone of consciousness is as big as we could, you know, like that. You know, there's an exciting future where we're a spacefaring civilization out there among the stars, and the great things that are envisioned in the non-dystopian sci-fi books and movies become real one day. I sort of want the Star Trek, you know, Star Wars future. The Star Wars was the first movie I ever saw in a theater, by the way.
Really?
Yes, probably maybe it had a profound effect on me, I suppose. So I remember I was it blew my mind, honestly. I think I was 6 years old, and I was like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Has your life been about making that happen?
Yeah, I didn't think it would be, but when I was young, but my life feels somewhat surreal.
We just got back. Oh my God, we've gone deeper into the hell pit. Hey, is your friend and mine. It's Elon Musk. Don't judge. Like the stream and join the Discord and chat. Yeah. Like the stream.
Can't believe these things are actually happening, you know.
I think the world feels somewhat surreal.
It makes me believe in simulation theory. Yeah. Where it's like, well, this, like the things I'm doing are so preposterous that it's hard to believe they're real. I mean, we've got Starship, which is the largest, most powerful flying object ever made. And we intend to launch that more than once per hour.
I know, I read that. And we can, you know, people can quibble about how quickly it happens, but I think based on your track record, we should assume it will happen at some point.
It will happen.
I'm just sort of struck that when I am as blown away by this world as you are, and I watch it from a much more naive level, but for me, the whole evolution of AI and the capabilities of these models is in and of itself so mind-blowing.
It's pretty much happening as I thought it would.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Of course.
Yeah, and not just me, many people.
All right, man. It's enough glazing. Ooh, Musk, zero people died because of the USAID cuts. That'd be interesting to see him defend Doge. I got too involved in politics. What are we up to? We're 49. Oh, we're close to that. Hey? All right, let's do. I got too involved in politics, man. I don't even remember those days, man. Ketamine, eh? That can put a burnt banana all over the Indian Ocean for 100 million. That's hilarious. All right, I'm gonna skip through this. I hope you're not offended. Let's hear about why he regrets his political foray.
Do you regret getting so involved in politics? Do you think it was a good thing to do?
I think I got a little too involved in politics.
It was fantastic. Let me answer the question if it wasn't bullshit talk, okay? He got in on Doge. He got access to information on the American public and like the general bureaucracy at the federal level. And yeah, he did some cutting and all of that stuff for the plebs, so everyone had something to get upset about. He fired a whole bunch of federal workers. He shut down some departments. It was probably some stuff that Trump was going to do anyway, let's be honest. But Musk got in and got access to incredible amounts of information and like got access to the bureaucracy, the sprawling bureaucracy that is the federal government in the US. He reportedly had a shed set up in like on the White House grounds, which had his own Starlink connection, completely cut off from the rest of the White House. An absolute, not only cybersecurity, but security threat. And like he was just leaking information and stealing stuff from the government. Well, the American people. Let's make it more true to what it really was. And like he gold mined the fuck out of that post to the max. And then they set up a little tussle, a little jostle, between Trump and Musk when he was finished mining and harvesting the people of America for data. And then he was off again, back doing whatever he wants to do. Back off in the ether, playing space cowboy games with all of that data and that information. Like the real question is, what the hell is he doing with all of that stuff that he just harvested off the American state? Who the knows? Like if we go back to that idea of objective fascism before, like the merging together of the corporate sector and the state, like that was it. Like he infiltrated this state, probably kind of connected to it somehow, and then he's back off again into the wild. And like I said, they were probably going to dismantle stuff anyway. Like if you read Project 2025, they were talking about this. They talked about USAID. They talked about what they were going to do to the federal government departments. They were going to go after them and sack people at an alarming rate anyway. But they could, like Musk was never going to stick around for long, so he's in charge of Doge because he's a genius, and he's going to cut the waste. And he cut, what was it, like $167 billion reportedly in waste, and then they used that $167 billion savings and pumped it straight into ICE. I'm pretty sure. It's crazy how it all works. It was genius. It was genius.
Just got carried away, frankly. So the the goal with the sort of Doge stuff was to try to do something about the deficit, which is massive. Where the interest payment
would not be surprised if they left the back doors open everywhere to keep skimming the data that he missed. Yeah, probably. Yeah, so that's not a bad call, actually. And in the end, we couldn't dodge him. Although I must stop talking now. Musk has invested incredible amounts into our solar electricity grid development. If I were to expose his dodginess, I would be vulnerable. I would too be vulnerable. Dude, it's over for us. Game over, man. Game over.
Payments exceed the amount of money spent on the Department of War. Like, basically, if you add up all the money spent on what is now the Department of War and the and intelligence in the U.S., that is smaller than the interest payments on the debt. So that we need to sort of take a close look at spending and make sure that money is being spent in sensible ways and that it is not wasted or spent on fraudulent activities. I got a lot of flack from this for this, obviously, but the people don't understand just how simple it was for the Doge team to approve payments. If we literally we just asked to have the contact information of the recipient or some evidence that, say, money was going to its intended purpose, but over and over that we're told, we need to wire money for some sort of important cause in Africa, and we're like, okay, but the wiring instructions are to Deloitte & Touche in DC, in Washington DC, not to Africa. So we would like to send the money to Africa. Can you please connect us with the recipients so we can send them the money directly? And then we get silence.
We don't need to relitigate Doge. I have no doubt that there's a lot of waste in the US government. I think probably
much worse than anyone could possibly imagine.
But the way, I think it is a fair criticism that the way you shut down a whole bunch of programs probably, in fact, certainly caused unnecessary suffering. I mean,
no.
No?
No.
You don't buy that at all?
It caused a lot of complaining.
You're watching my interview with Elon Musk. Really crudely, and back to the interview. You don't buy the idea that anybody, to put it really crudely and simply,
Virginia wants to give him land here for data centers. Yeah, and she wants to give land to Israel as well, so they can develop weapons. Grrr.
Kid in Africa died because of the suddenness with which...
0.
I just don't think that's right. I just don't think... I've had people reporting in Africa who...
How many NGOs are there that could step in? Because bear in mind, it happened quickly. And there are literally tens of thousands of NGOs.
Not everyone functions as fast as you do. If funding is cut off for antiretrovirals overnight, and it just stops, then people will die when they don't have access to them. And it just...
Only if they cannot get funding for that. But the Gates Foundation has $50 billion. What about them? What about any one of a number of organizations? What about
well, in lots of these countries, USAID...
Mackenzie, whatever her last name is, used to be Bezos, gave $50 billion. What about that?
But let's be practical. In many of these countries, USAID was the biggest funder. But I don't want to have an argument.
USAID was a political organization.
It may also have been that, but it was the biggest funder of healthcare systems. So I'm very
biggest
sure that there was
funder of regime change.
And there may well be benefits from having changed
the
system.
USAID funding was not
funny admission that is. Biggest funder of regime change. And what, that just disappeared? They don't do that anymore. Oh no, they've just folded that into the Secretary of the State Department. We need to inspect government spending more closely. Yeah. Way too much. LOL. The hell is USAID? Cut Medicaid, you're gone.
Stopped. It was moved to the State Department.
It was stopped. There were huge numbers of things shut down in Africa that were
there were claims of this. These claims are false. They're nonsense, and absolute nonsense. But obviously, just for when funding is stopped for fraudulent organizations or for something, do you think they're going to say, well, please keep funding the fraud? Or do you think they're going to come up with a sad story that sounds sympathetic in order to get the funding restored? Obviously, it will be the latter, and that's exactly what they did. But zero died because of
that's
Doge.
what I take issue with. Because I think I actually have a lot of sympathy for the change of the aid regime that the US under the Trump administration has precipitated. However, I think the pace and the suddenness with which it happened will almost certainly have caused unnecessary suffering and deaths. And I think both of those can be true.
No, I think that's totally false.
Okay. Well,
and obviously false, because there are the amount of funding we're talking about is far less than what can be done, than what can be supported via private, via foundations like the Gates Foundation or Mackenzie Bezos's foundation. She's given away tens of billions of dollars. The Gates Foundation has tens of billions of dollars. They are capable of acting very quickly. And if they didn't, I would say they're equally responsible.
I see. Okay.
Obviously.
All right. Fair point.
Zero people died because of Doge.
I hear you loud and clear.
Zero.
Hear you loud and clear.
Obviously.
Domestically, you stepped away from Doge. It was hard to do what you were trying to do. You've just explained it. But this administration has gone in directions that I suspect you were not expecting.
I posted a Majority Report clip about the cuts and the disease outbreak spreading currently. I've been seeing reports of this stuff as well. But like he's calling out fake news, outrageous.
2.5 years ago,
Well,
the war in Iran.
I'm not going to agree with everything any administration does.
Are you disappointed by this administration?
No, I think this administration, on balance, is excellent. No administration is perfect, but it's vastly better than the alternative.
Can we talk about Europe? A place that you are very, very focused on.
I'm not that focused on Europe.
I think judging by your posts, you're pretty concerned about Europe. You support...
I've once in a while I post something.
It's reasonably frequently. It's not once in a while, but because I'm genuinely interested in this. As someone who lives in Europe, lives in London, you paint a picture. Well, first of all, you support not just the populist right, but the far right. In fact, very fringe parties in some countries.
No, I support the normal people.
Okay.
What do you call the far right? Falsely.
You think is the...
Dude, that one's so good. Poor Elon. Leave him alone. Oh man, if you're wondering what I'm laughing at, there's something over there. All right, take a look when you can. That's in Discord, by the way. AOC was fantastic on Majority Report this morning. That came up in my feed. Didn't bite. I didn't go there.
Normal person. Okay.
Yes. Literally, you could go back 10 or 15 years, and these policies were completely normal. In fact, one of the tricks that I think is funny. One of the things that's quite funny is to like take a speech from Obama and Hillary, and then go to someone and say, who's sort of on the sort of what I call the lunatic left, and say, what do you think of the speech by Trump? I'm like, oh wow, he's the worst person.
Does he call like the politicians that he's aligning with in Europe the far right, like a Marine Le Pen figure, is he aligned with Rupert Lowe? Does anyone know if he supports Rupert Lowe? But like to call someone like Marine Le Pen far right is outrageous for him. They're normal. But like anyone left of that is the lunatic left for him. There's no bias there, I'm sure. The AFD, yes, he's a big supporter of the AFD. And like that's too much calling them far right. But like anyone who doesn't agree with him, the lunatic left. These people are crazy. They don't agree with me. If anything, they criticize me. That should be illegal. No one should criticize me. Never. When Obama says certain words, it means something different to when Trump says certain words. LOL, radical left lunatics. Jag, did you get the AOC interview in your feed yet? Did you bite? But yeah, if you contextualize certain words as something Trump said, you prime people to infer the meaning. What is this? I love the grok description of this one, of him. Barrel chest. Barrel chest medically means a rounded rib cage from chronic lung hyperinflation, mainly in emphysema or COPD, where air gets trapped and pushes the chest wall outwards. It can also tie to aging or arthritis. The left drawing shows classic version. Elon's right side photo shows a muscular torso in profile with forward chest projection. That shape comes from pectoral and upper back muscle growth through resistance training in tall, broad frame and normal middle-age factors like posture or tissue. No evidence of lung disease. It's a common athletic build, exaggerated by the side angle and meme comparison. Dude, that's so good. Fuck yeah. I'm on it. Grok knows, man. Grok knows. Hobo Joe, how dare you? If I get that in my feed, I quit. Don't be like that. I know you love AOC, bro. Don't lie. Almost as much as Queen Pauline. I had a MAGA expat living here calling me radical left lunatic and idiot. Wow. Okay. The lunatic left is out. And out. As it always trying to steal the essence of our great and powerful Doge. Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
Actually, that was a speech by Obama. Or actually, that was a speech by Hillary.
I
Literally.
agree. No, I agree that the center of gravity in this country has shifted. Certainly, the Democratic Party shifted to the left. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people like Rupert
Not
Lowe. I'm
fringe
talking
right,
about
please.
people.
It's actually just normal people. It's just
Common
normal people.
sense.
It's just normal people. And and here are the principles. And tell me which of these sound terrible. That we should have secure borders. That we should have safe cities. That we should have sensible spending.
Wait, what's this one? Need strong borders, defensive, still tries to make sure families stay together, doesn't make it about race. Need strong borders, offensive, separates kids from parents, explicitly makes it about race. And have you heard the comments about Obama deporting the most people on record? And Trump's trying to catch that record. But it's not a race thing. And the families stay together. Come on now. I hear that one a lot, actually, in refute to like Trump's deportation plans. It's like, yeah, but Obama broke the record for deportations. But you can deport people at the border. Fair enough. And the numbers would be really easy and get high numbers. Yeah, but like the point is that I think the point that they're making is like, you didn't protest when Obama did it, did you? Hey.
So those three are far right
Those
fringe.
three. No,
And I would like to just admonish you and the media for the absurd characterization of the far right. It is false and misleading and nonsense. Please keep this part in.
We'll keep all of this in, but let me
Don't cut this part.
Let me push back on that. Let me push back on that
because it is
you have
nonsense.
No, Elon, you have what is it? Close to 250 million followers on X.
Yeah, because
You say things like,
popular guy.
quote, civil war in Britain is inevitable, just a question
on the current
of when.
trends, yes.
I mean, when were you last in the UK?
A few years ago.
Exactly. So I live there. I'm there the whole time. That is nonsense.
You live a cloistered existence.
No, I don't actually. And the numbers also disprove what you say.
What numbers?
All the numbers about crime. London is a much safer.
It is, especially when it does it like that. Gross. But she does. She lives in an ivory tower. This woman who rubs shoulders with people at the World Economic Forum and speaks to like rich and powerful people all the time, just as a hobby. As if she needs to do this. Like, let's be honest. It's not her social media campaign she's trying to flourish here. And like she's like, oh, you wouldn't know England like I do. Hey, I fly in and fly out of Heathrow all the time. Get my limousine, my chauffeur. He's got a point.
City than any city in the United States. Violent crime in the UK is not where you think it is. In fact, it's coming down. You have painted, and because you have so many followers, so many Americans believe it, a kind of view that Europe and the UK are kind of, overrun with terrifying Muslim immigrants. There's rape on every corner. There's a sort of civilizational destruction.
I haven't said any of those things.
Just not, well, you said civil war in Britain is inevitable. And
yes,
then,
if current trends continue, it is.
Why?
Well, if you have a large and rapidly growing group of people whose beliefs are antithetical to Western beliefs, at some point there will be a reckoning. They will try to implement their views, and those who oppose it will oppose it, and that's what you call civil war. And obviously, this is the trend.
When people have opposing views, that's civil war. I chuck some China glazing into recommendations. China has a breakthrough with their artificial sun project. Unlimited power. Nice. Thank you. I saw that. Hey, another thing to add to the list of China glazing. Yeah.
And you absolutely do live in a cloistered existence. And if you'd like, we can go on a tour of Britain.
Sure.
And
I'd be very happy to come on a tour of Britain.
And you will see for
yourself.
yourself.
You come see my country that I live in all the time, and you haven't been to a few years ago.
I've been there literally 100 times.
But when was the last time?
Literally a few years ago.
You know why this exercises me? Because you have really shaped opinion about the UK, and so many Americans.
Did she just say this exercises me? All right, hey, musky boy. Getting her some exercise. All right. I haven't come across that saying before. This really gets me going. All right. We got to move on. This is too much.
People get most wrong about you.
Well, I mean, you get...
Move on. Tell me, what do you think people get most wrong about you?
Well, I mean, you just got a whole bunch of things wrong about me. Pretty much everything in just rewind the last 20 minutes is all wrong.
So I got wrong your.
Well, let's not be repetitive here.
Okay, so that political side of you, people get most wrong.
Yeah, my political views are very are centrist. They're not far
centrist.
Right. And in fact, calling it far right, I think, is an insult to history, an insult to many peoples, and it is an outrageous falsehood. It's completely absurd. I literally have stated my position, which is that, and I've been very clear about this, which is that there need to be secure borders. That if there's an influx of immigrants, they need to be people who will agree that with Western ideals, with Western values. And if they don't, and if there's a long-term growth of people who do not, or in some cases are adamantly opposed to Western values.
Also, have continued the tradition of putting down Jedi Knight as my religion for the census. Good on you. Everybody needs a Jedi right now, I think, to fight off some of the dark forces. The dark forces. That was for you, Dilemmas. This dickhead can fit so many shit takes and opinions. Pew pew.
You are setting yourself up for civil war. This is obvious. A child can see this. But this is not a right-wing view. I'm simply stating reality.
Well, I think we can both agree that evidence will be able to decide which of us is more or less right. And we will find evidence for both of our views in different parts of Europe. The question is what the overall
I'm very good at predicting the future. I'm not perfect, but I'm very good at predicting the future. My batting average is very high for a human. But this does have somewhat of a Cassandra effect, where people...
I don't buy that one at all. He's got a really good way of predicting, or a strike rate for predicting. Like, he's been saying for years that, you know, they're 6 months away from going to Mars or colonizing Mars. He just says the same thing every 6 months. Like, come on, man. Come on. His batting average is high for a regular human.
Don't believe that what I'm saying is likely to be true, because, you know, I can see into the future with a higher not perfectly, but with a higher probability of success than most people. So, and including things that people believe to be, in some cases, counterintuitive. Again, I'm not saying I'm always right. I certainly am not. But my batting average is very good.
I did hear that a lot of right wings are putting Christian or Catholic down, even if they don't follow the religion. Not sure why, besides trying to prove that Muslims are taking over. But like, how would that prove that though, Hobo Joe? Like, if everybody just starts wildly denoting themselves as Christian, then that would just show that Christianity is growing and Islam is not. Like, they should all the Christians should conspire to abstain, and then any growth in like Muslim numbers in Australia would be like, see, they're taking over. I knew it. If he wasn't so good, he wouldn't have got shafted. Even with his superhuman prediction capabilities, he couldn't predict he was going to get shafted multiple times from positions of power in multi-billion-dollar companies. Didn't predict that one very well, did you, asshole? Didn't see that one coming.
But this does have, like I said, a Cassandra effect, where people don't realize that what I'm saying will come to pass. Maybe not exactly in the timing that I thought, but it will come to pass. History will write the verdict. But I think you will see that very little of what I've said is inaccurate, and a supermajority of what I've said is very accurate and will come to pass. Unless they are
shafted like an emerald mine. Poor Bubs. Savage, man. Savage. Well, they hated him and just used his dad's loan and kicked him out, and he was just able to get lucky when Smartak sold it, pretty much. Looking for echelons. Is that out of context, or is that your only comment there so far? Media play. Welcome to the stream.
There's some change in direction.
Do you have higher confidence level in your...
The head shake was for me. Yeah, it's savage.
expectations of the future for AI, the first part of our conversation, or the latter part, the political part?
AI is digital superintelligence. It's called the singularity, like a black hole, because you don't know what's going to happen after that. It sort of sucks in everything. So I think really, in terms of
that's
the
not
really
why they call it the singularity. They call it the singularity because it is a point at which, beyond a certain event horizon, like I guess on a black hole or whatever, but like it's a point of which predictions no longer become useful. Like probability, any type of actual prediction on how a course of events may follow, or how what path history might take, is almost it's completely useless predicting, because you just have absolutely no idea when a new technology comes along. You have absolutely no way of predicting what impact it's going to have on humanity and the trajectory of history. And that's why it's called the singularity. Come on, man. That was so anticlimactic. I know. Come on.
The macro effects here. AI and robots will really dominate everything. So, on a time scale that is less than 10 years.
Which probably renders this other stuff that we've been talking about less important and less relevant.
The AI robotics revolution will happen sooner. It'll happen sooner than civil war in Britain. I would say civil war in Britain is probably 20 years away, and the AI robot singularity is 10 years away.
Well, hopefully these benign, all-powerful AIs will prevent such outcomes.
They probably will.
Edon, I don't agree with everything you say, but it's always absolutely fascinating to talk to you. Thank you very much.
But it's lovely to hear you drop some shit. We'll clean it up afterwards. Thank you very much. Very good. Very good. All right, we're going to be back with some more after a short break, a quick break. If you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button. Got a lot of clips out of that one. Ooh, saucy. Echelon meaning vantage point. Okay. Thank you for your contributions. Yeah, we are going to take a very quick break. We'll be back. If you haven't already and you're on YouTube, activate the like button. That's right. Activate the like button. And subscribe for more if you're new here. Follow for more on Twitch. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
When they tell me why, when they tell me why,
Musk to Tesla's founders after buying his way in. Look at me. I am a founder now. Oh my God. All right. We're finishing up our Far Right Friday with something that is, I guess, it's not far right. It's not like right-wing content as such, but it is such a right-wing issue. And it's being brought to you by none other but then the SBS, the woke SBS. And this one's called The Diversity Divide. And it's basically a debate about whether DEI has taken over society. And I would say, like, thanks in a large part to the Kirkification of American politics and the Americanization of the world then. So we get all of American politics and it like morphs into our own political spheres. This idea of diversity, equity, and inclusion has become an important talking point. And I think that is largely a construct of right-wing thinking and right-wing politics. And so like there ensues an interesting debate about this phenomenon that is called DEI. Yes, I know. Tremble in fear, ladies and gentlemen. Tremble in fear. There is something called diversity, equity, and inclusion. Dun, dun, dun. And we're going to see, I guess, a bunch of people curated by the SBS debate this idea. They've got some lefties in there, some right wingers. It's gonna be wonderful. You'll laugh, you'll cry, it'll change your life, etc., etc. Spandonk in the house. How you going? We have missed you, sir. Woke SBS was right there, man. Yeah, you have missed a little bit of fun, actually. It's been a fucking roller coaster today. Ooh, Woke Wednesday made it all the way to Friday. No, but that's the thing. I don't think it is. Like, this is what I'm saying. I think this is the right-wing kind of, like, world and, like, battleground. And, like, all the war, all the battles, the fighting is on right-wing territory in this day and age. They've set the conversation or the tone for this one. Everybody else is playing defense. Trump and Mush were Democrats, never been right-wing anything. Tracy Shoemaker. Tracy Shoe Make. Welcome to the stream. If you don't like it, you are excluded. That's right. So yeah, let's have a look at this one. Right-wing space only have the culture wars. That's what's different. Let's have a look at this. Like, let's get to the bottom of the... I didn't even know this was a thing in Australia. Like, when I was working and, like, at a management level and we had to hire people, we always had things like equal opportunity for employment, which is, like, basically, like, don't be a douchebag when you're employing someone. Like, don't discriminate against someone because, you know, you don't like the way they look or their accent or, like, their family name or something. Like, don't be a douchebag. And, like, that was... I guess that's DEI. But apparently that's, like, too extreme for some people. I'm assuming it's, like, when it crosses over into the territory of, like, having quotas or something. You must have this many people and you can't employ anyone else. Then, like, people get, like, really upset about it. Don't discriminate against fembot spies, baby. Yeah! Shagadelic. So anyway, let's see. Inclusion is overrated. Well, like, that's the thing. Like, there's too many words in there. Is it like it's diversity, it's inclusion, it's equity? Like, which one is it? Like, are we doing diversity today? Are we being inclusive? Are we trying to divide people into categories? Are we trying to just mesh them all into one? Are we trying to be equal to all of them? It sounds confusing to me, to be honest. But apparently it's a threat to society, DEI. It's a threat to Western civilization as we know it. And so we must get to the bottom of this or it won't be Far Right Friday. Don't look the way you look. 100% I'm going to discriminate over how you look. People have a misunderstanding of DEI. People think it's about hiring exclusive minorities. Well, I think they get into that here. So let's have a look. Strap yourself in. It was just affirmative action for 2020. 2020. Got it. Well, like, for us, like, this is what I'm saying. Like, for us, it was just anti-discrimination. It was like, don't discriminate. And, like, then, yes, it must have gotten worse over time or morphed into different things in different industries. And in the private sector, it's always circle jerk stuff. Like, we need these people, we need that person because they look this part or they have the right whatever. So, like, that's just the private industry. But, like, we'll let these guys duke it out, shall we?
On this episode of Insight, the diversity push. Is it broadening our horizons or is it stifling us?
Diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives will...
Jerk circle. Yes.
There are 650 ethnic groups on the planet.
Get over introduction.
And why is
political inclusion the more appropriate
notice that diversity policies were
effect it's kind of having?
When did you first notice that?
Oh, that's not an introduction. That's actually him talking. Whoops, sorry.
On this episode of Insight,
in my groups on the planet. What are we trying to make here? Noah's Ark, the fucking sequel?
We exercise positive discrimination and experience reality.
Your dream growing up was to work in. Corey, your dream growing up was to work in film and television. Did you get to live that dream?
It started off when I was 5 years old. My father brought home a silver case. And being a curious kid, I wanted to know what was in the case, and he opened it up for me, and there was a 16mm camera. And he put it gently on the carpet so I couldn't break it. And I remember looking into the viewfinder. I remember turning that lens and watching the image in the viewfinder come into focus. And so did the purpose of my life at that point.
There's a bit of DEI going on in this audience. Am I right? Hey, am I right? Very diverse. They've even scattered them around a bit. So it's like with the, like boxes of chocolates that have heaps of different variety in them, and they scatter them around instead of like clumping them together, which is annoying when you get the little book out and you'd have to try and figure out what flavor you're eating and stuff like that. You're like, come on, man. Which one is this?
So this was a father and son film company you ended up having?
Yeah, we worked as a father-son team. I couldn't have wished for anything better.
So how many years in the business have you had?
Oh, gosh, I think over 35.
And you did what kind of productions?
I've done documentary, I've done lifestyle programs, sports programs, drama series, movies, just about everything in every department.
What's the state of your production company today?
It's in a difficult place. We're kind of in a state of suspended animation.
And why is that?
What?
No comment. Life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. Yeah, DEI is like a box of chocolates. Nothing wrong with hiring with a gender preference. We'll get to it. Don't jump the gun. We'll see what they have to say. Technically, if you hire even partially based on gender, you are not focusing on the best person for the job.
We are facing is a wall of a political agenda, which we call diversity, equity and inclusion, although some of us out there are calling it diversity, inclusion and equity, which might be the more appropriate DIE policy, because that's the effect it's kind of having.
When did you first notice that diversity
how do you like that, eh?
were starting to affect your work?
It was a slow, gradual thing. Back in 2012, we were pitching a kids' adventure series called Billy Dangerfield, going around the world and learning about culture and history. And it wasn't the time for Billy at that point. But there was a request that kind of came up. And the request was, could we make Billy a girl? And for some reason, the question didn't sit comfortably with me. And I couldn't figure out why it didn't sit comfortably.
DEI didn't earn it. Savage, bro. You're going to love this discussion then. My God. Nepotism.
Have you figured that out?
Yeah. For thousands of years, we've been sitting around campfires telling stories. That's the way we shared knowledge and wisdom with each other. And every culture has their own stories. And Aborigines have their own stories. And they have men's stories and they have women's stories. And I wondered to myself, what would be the appropriate response if you asked a Aboriginal man if he could redo his men's story with a woman?
Have any of your other projects been similarly affected?
Yes, greatly. We had one that was a romantic comedy about a single father, very much a modern story but a fairy tale. And we were in a very, very good place. We managed to raise $5 million in private investment. Without having to worry about the government funding bodies. We had a major distributor on board for, we were talking a worldwide distribution, so a wide release. All we needed was cast. And then we ended up working with an executive producer. He said, this is a great story. It's going to make more money than My Big Fat Greek Wedding. It's fantastic. It's great. Wanted to be paid up front and, a bit reluctant, but we did it. And once he got the check, at that point, it came out, you can't direct this movie because you're not a woman. And you have to hire a woman to rewrite your script. And even though the story is based on a guy in Adelaide, we had to cast an Asian for the lead, an African American for the love interest, and we had to remove all the jokes from the romantic comedy. Oh yeah, he said we had to make it more woke.
How did things progress from there, Corey? Is there any work at all?
No, not really. Once you get to that level where you're directing...
Here we
and
go.
you've got-
I find this bit hard to believe. Like, come on. As if you can't imagine people in, like, the film industry being like this. Like, this is a story as old as time. Is it really, like, as a result of, like, I don't know, the last few years of the wokeification of everything? Like, I'm sure, like, Hollywood and stuff like that has been like this for decades. No, put in a chick. No, change this person to that person. Rewrite this section. Rewrite that person in or out. Like, it's probably real. But, like, this guy's just, like, he's been on the receiving end. And so, like, it's his lived experience is one of oppression. Dun, dun, dun. They just said, golf, mate. You cannot just hire all your mates. Hollywood movies are shallow. Shouldn't be surprised when they focus on shallow aspects. Bro had another son he wanted to hire.
Projects. And being in a town like Adelaide's a very small town, you're considered a competitor, so you can't even work on other people's productions as an assistant. It's kind of forward or nothing from here.
Does the fact that you're a father and son team come into it as well? That the team itself, when you're presenting these projects, doesn't have the right makeup?
Oh, absolutely. As a father-son, we're kind of stuck there. But it's also affected going out into the private industry. So at one stage, we were talking with a casting director, and we had a meeting with another producer that was with us, and we opened up the video call, and the first thing he said to us was, oh gosh, all white men. Well, there's no point working on this project, it's not going to happen.
Abir, you work in the media. How did you get your start?
In my third...
Oh, white men. Ah, man. Outrageous. Cannot work with... Like, that is, though, discrimination. Whether or not you like this guy's story. If someone starts a meeting with you, like I would have got fired for that instantaneously. If I walked into a meeting with someone, I guess it's maybe a difference between private sector and government. But if I walked into a meeting and sat down with the other side and was just like, look at you all, white men, outrageous, I'm not having this meeting, I would have been fired for sure. For sure. Oh, man. But it's funny when it happens to this guy, though. They're all going to be professional victims. Just wait, LOL. Oh, man. Oh, God. I'm going to do that, actually. I know I don't have meetings anymore, but I'm going to get myself into a situation with a bunch of white dudes, I guess. Or maybe just men generally. They're pretty offended by this type of stuff. Just be like, look at them all men. I knew it. I am not having this meeting. You're all men. Hey, I knew it. You all have testicles.
Third year of university at journalism, I saw an opportunity to apply for a internship, a paid internship, where Media Diversity Australia ran a program to place you for 6 weeks in a major news organisation. So I thought,
yes,
I'll apply
so
for
good.
it.
This orgy cannot go ahead. There are too many men here. All the men must leave. That is my one rule. So good. It sounded like it was mostly just whinging. If you don't like how woke the industry is, you don't have to work there, LOL. An internship, and I didn't get it. No. She went for a diversity media internship. No, I think she's the recipient of the woke.
For 6 weeks in a major news organisation. So I thought, I'll apply for it, and I did. Had a few news Media Diversity apply for a internship, a paid internship, where Media Diversity Australia ran
Media Diversity Australia. She's going for the woke stuff.
Program to place you for 6 weeks in a major news organisation. So I thought, I'll apply for it, and I did. had
Sort your ratio out before you waste my time. Ooh, that sounds like someone knows what they're talking about here. Ratio's always a problem. Eh? Interesting.
few interviews and was placed, and ever since then I've been working in journalism.
You were accepted as an intern, you were at Channel 9. How did you sort of reconcile that?
Initially, I felt very embarrassed and ashamed of the way that I got in, because I didn't want anyone to feel like I hadn't earned my spot, and I was basically given a free ride. I have working class parents, so I just felt like everything in life has to be earned with blood, sweat and tears. And then when I got there, it just all washed away, and I didn't feel bad anymore, because people get their start through different ways, and those things exist for a reason, and I came to understand why.
Without your placement, did you see many opportunities presenting themselves?
I think the opportunities in journalism in particular are very limited. I have faith in myself, and I think I would have tried very hard and maybe moved regionally or done what I can, but in order to succeed how I did, it was a great opportunity for me.
Were you open with your colleagues about how you got your foot in the door?
Have a go at the sourpuss on old mate. Get the man a tissue. Fuck's sake. Nepotism, sexism, racism. Lots of reasons people choose that are openly considered bad. Yes. Welcome to our world, mate.
Because I didn't feel like I represented what the scholarship or the internship was, I didn't mention it to anyone. I didn't want anyone to have the opportunity to put me down or say that I got a free ride, when I know that that wasn't true, because I went to journalism school, I did everything like everyone else and was completely capable of doing the job, and eventually did get the job. So I didn't bring it up. And then one of my colleagues at the time found out what the scholarship was and essentially had a go at me and told me that I'm stealing jobs from other people.
What kind of people were saying those things?
The people who were expressing disdain at my position and how I'd gotten there seemed to be the sort of people who had never faced a threat in their life, or what they perceived to be a threat. Because when I was coming up, I didn't perceive anyone as a threat, because I was just trying to succeed. And so the sort of people that I saw that felt threatened by me, to me, appeared to be the sort of people who had never faced it in their life.
There's a hesitation there. It's sort of that. Is it a feeling that these are kind of hard things to talk about publicly?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think this is my lived experience. I can see how...
This story feels twisted. I hate when people say lived experience. I hate it. This is my lived experience. It's just your experience, okay? You don't have to put the word lived there to make it sound like sexy and like enlightened, right? Everybody has experience. We used to call it life experience, but now it's lived, because I actually lived it. Would you believe? Can't stand that term. Like, just say it, man. We get it. We get it. All right. You got it. You got a scholarship, an internship, and it was part of a literal diversity program. You felt kind of bad, but then you owned it. It's lovely. And like the people that she felt like were threatened by her or thought she got a leg up were people that, you know, they probably have privilege anyway. So like, don't worry about it. They deserve to be knocked down a few pegs. Like, this is the overwhelming problem with this stuff, is that it's kind of like, you know, when you, I don't know if you've got siblings or something like that, but like your sibling hurt you and so you hurt them back and then some. And your parents turned around to you and were just like, 2 wrongs don't make a right. And you're like, yeah, whatever, up yours, I'll do it again. Like, it's this type of stuff. It's like, we understand there are systematic problems, or there are issues of bias and, dare I say, corruption in systems. And so in order to combat that, we'll just add another layer of bias or corruption into that system. Let us not address the system at all that produces these problems in the first place. Let us just not put another layer on top And so the winners of yesterday are the losers of tomorrow, and so on and so forth. Old reliable lived experience. Like if that other guy, old mate from before, had said the word lived experience a few more times, everyone would have been like, oh, damn. Maybe he was discriminated against. Maybe we've been wrong about him. Maybe he really isn't a white man at all. He said the word lived experience. Our NZ First Leader said 2 wongs don't make a right. Is that the thing that caused the controversy? That is so 1950s, man. That's crazy. Diversity of thought, too. But that makes the company stronger when we do diversity of thought. Oh, that's just one thing. Okay, right. Got it. Very good. All right, back to it. Back to it.
It negatively affects my life, what my name is, what my family's name is, the way that I look, who I am. I can see how that affects me, but I've never allowed it to be the thing that I take as my identity. And so because it's kind of been forced upon me, I feel like an accidental advocate for something that I really believe in. But
University of Hard Knocks, majored in lived experience, literate in foot trot, flats, and beer carton barcode reading.
People seem to feel very angered and threatened by confidence in who you are and where you came from.
Fahim, you moved to Australia 15 years ago to complete a master's in accounting. After you graduated, what was the job search like?
I felt like a dream is shattered because very motivated, having a 1 master's degree already from overseas, and then coming to do another master's degree in Prestige University of Australia, where you expect that once you finish, you'll be getting a lot of opportunities. And then one job is spent 3-4 hours, very motivated, no response. Second job, no response. Third job, hundreds of jobs. Like simply sometime automatic emails that, thank you for your email. At this stage, we regret to inform you're not successful.
Why do you think that was?
Initially, we were clueless. But then, eventually...
Dude, this is not DEI. This is discrimination. If somebody fucking won't fight, will choose not to even give you a look because they just look at your last name, that's just discrimination. We have laws against that. All right? Like, pretty generally, I think most people are like, no, don't discriminate against someone because of their last name or something like that. And, if they've got the skill set, they have to meet the criteria to get the job interview or something like that.
There's a discussion amongst the friends, among the colleagues. Someone suggested, why don't you try just change the name? Some use my surname, so I went to Samuel.
What happened after you anglicised your name?
I started getting calls, some of the, phone calls, initial interviews, some of the face-to-face interviews.
How did you feel having to change your name? It's something you're given at birth?
It was literally...
What a wild assumption that was. Something that he was given at birth. No, he changed it himself. He just didn't want to have to be forced to change it. He actually changed it when he was 21. Did she just assume that he has had that name since birth? Outrageous. Yeah, with discrimination laws, I don't know why DEI is necessary. But I don't know why they're bringing this up. Because yes, you can't discriminate against someone just because of the weird spelling of their last name or something like that. That's already around. It's a thing. It is a thing. He's been discriminated against. That's not right. All right? We shouldn't do that. No, that's not fair. Now, does he have the skills to do the job? Is he overqualified? We used to sit down and vet people's resumes at work. Sometimes we would get 50 applications for an internship in a particular position, like somebody who's fresh out of university, and and we're just talking about lowest of the low kind of degree here, no experience, not looking for someone who is well qualified at all. It's a small, tiny job, and half the applicants we would get are people like this, someone with a PhD or 2 master's degrees and all this crazy and we're just did you read the job description? We can't take you. And so you'd have to filter through that. And some, one of the people we work with was just doctorate, master's degree, and just throw them out. You don't even read it. They're just it's gone. It's gone. They're overqualified for this job, and that's how they filter through applicants. Like, it is a thing when people just apply for the wrong job, or they are overqualified. That happens a lot as well. And like, if you go into a university system that is like fully geared as a massive profit system, and they give you degrees and they're useless, and you can't get work, but you spend all this time getting a degree and paying into, yes, a massive Ponzi scheme. They don't actually care about whether you get placement or not. They just want to get you there to do a master's or a PhD. And you come out the other end and you can't even get work. And now you're overqualified for stuff. It must be earth-shattering. Must be earth-shattering. I had a team member cry when I asked her how to pronounce her name, if she preferred to go by her name, her non-English name. As in, like, cry with joy because you even bothered to ask, or like cry because she was offended. I used to try to pronounce people's names, like when in interviews and stuff like that. I'm like, I'm going to give this a crack. You tell me if I'm saying this right, kind of thing. And like, people were like, oh, he's trying. Isn't that lovely? And I'm just like, all right, did I do well? Hey, did I get it? And the other panelists were like, oh, he's so embarrassing. I'm like, why? You should try to say someone's name right. Give me a break.
Loss of identity.
Do you think you would have benefited from an opportunity like the one Abir had?
It is very hard to answer.
Yeah, she said she had never had anyone ask her which name she preferred. Just a relief that they didn't have to pronounce it. Huh. That's interesting. Very interesting. Hello, chat. Hello. Is Josh in the house? How you going? Welcome.
Said this because some of the friends, they went to interviews, and the expression of interview were completely different. So sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I think we need to have more open discussion on these topics to make it work.
Monique, you tried to enter the modelling business in your late 20s. What was that experience like?
For myself, when I entered the...
Here it comes. Someone's been discriminated against as a model. Uh-oh. Like, this is literally an industry where you are just judged on your looks. Nothing else matters. Here we go. This will be good. This will be a good one.
To enter the modelling industry, it was a challenge because I was considered too different to become a model. I was too multicultural, too short, too curvy, and too old. So I gave up my dream of becoming a model in my 20s.
Did you ever sort of feel pressure to be different or have a different way of looking at things, sort of like for him changing his name to Sam?
To be honest, because I am very confident in myself, I decided not to change myself whatsoever. So I'm from the Gold Coast, and Gold Coast is very known for being a plastic heaven. So I have consciously decided against Botox or any kind of modification that...
Too short. Out of all the things she listed, you're laughing at that, bro.
changes me physically and dramatically and permanently. And now you see it everywhere. There's multicultural everywhere. There's disabilities everywhere. It's diversity is in now.
Not making it in the industry here, what did you do instead?
So I went to Singapore and I modelled full-time. And it's quite interesting that as a mixed Eurasian model, I was valued higher than the non-Eurasian models. Once I got that experience and saw what I could do, I came back to Australia and...
Any Eurasians in here? Anyone? Here's to all the Eurasians out there.
I started diversity models and broke the modelling industry.
KK, I'm a model. Really? ... I'm waiting for the punchline.
In Australia.
Sheetal, you work for the diversity...
A model train enthusiast. Doo-doo. I can feel it coming. There we go.
Diversity Council of Australia. Sheetal, you work for the Diversity Council of Australia. What does the council do?
Diversity Council Australia is the peak body for diversity and inclusion training for Australian workplaces. We offer education, knowledge programs. It's research-based training for Australian workplaces.
We've heard our guests talk about diversity quotas, diversity inclusion policies, for example. What are we talking about here?
All right, there's your friend, Aussie Welder. They're showing his face again. He still needs a tissue if you've got one. Hey? I'm actually so hot, they paid me to stop modeling. I was crushing it too much.
Well, when we're talking about diversity, we're talking about the mix of people in a room. And from DCA's perspective, because we work in workplaces, it's in relation to workplaces. But broader sense, it's a mix of people from different backgrounds. So in the true sense of the word, diverse is different. So anything that deviates away from what we'll consider the norm is what's diverse.
So it's basically a sort of philosophy around making sure...
What's the norm? What's the norm? Like, let's just say you achieve full diversity. Then, like, is there normality? There has to be, like, a mean or a baseline, right? So in order to have diversity, and if diversity is only judged off what is normacy, then what constitutes normacy? Like a shared characteristic by at least 51% of the people in the room? Like they've just got that slight edge and they're a dominant group now based on that? Is that how you judge it? Like, this is why all this stuff is such a horrible territory. The culture wars and like all of this identity politics stuff is awful territory because it is purely subjective. And like it can change like the wind. What is okay today is not okay tomorrow, etc., etc. What is a left-wing issue today is apparently a right-wing issue tomorrow, etc., etc. And so just be careful of the culture wars. You don't need them. Identity politics are fantastic to a certain extent. Express yourself, celebrate who you are, etc., etc. But it is toxic in politics. Politics really should be the battleground of the class issue and class warfare. If you really want to identify yourself with something, identify yourself as one of the large and broad percentage of the population that really has absolute no control over the economy. And like we just literally trade our lives for a meager existence compared to the true wealth and power that is out there, that is held in a concentrated, a small group of people that really have power and decision-making, skill, or whatever you want to call it, authority over the world's populations. That is the simplest form of politics. And if you're looking for discrimination or something like that is the most simple form, the most foundational form of discrimination and problem in society today. Focus on the class war. Once we fight that battle, then, you can get back into your culture wars and it'll be much easier. It won't disappear. There'll still be racism and discrimination and culture war issues and clashes between men and women. One of the oldest battles known to mankind, humankind. The distinction between men and women and the battles they've had over the centuries. But like all of that stuff will be just a little bit easier if we don't have the financial pressure and the burden of living in an economic system like we do. We don't need the additional financial pressure. We don't need to live in an environment where there's such thing as a cost of living. It's such a perverse idea. The cost of it shouldn't cost you anything to be alive. And so if you take that pressure away, we can deal with all of this stuff much better. It'll be much nicer. But like, let's just do the class warfare first. Hey? Let's eat the rich first. Then we can do all this stuff.
There's representation that's fair.
Diversity is looking at the difference. Inclusion is probably when we're starting to look at the equitable sense of how to level the playing field or how to redress some of the historical inequities.
Where has this movement come from?
we can go as far back as some of the social movements, like the civil rights movements in the 1950s, 1960s in the US, and then affirmative action, again in the US, and then, of course, adopted in Australia as well shortly thereafter.
What counts as diversity? Are we looking at gender, race, cultural...
Agree. F the rich. That's the real battle, man. Like, all this stuff is pertinent. It affects people's lives. Like, look at our friend, old mate, the cameraman. He got fucked over hard by this stuff. Fucked over hard. But, like, he doesn't need the added pressure of, like, the fact that he lives in an environment where it costs to be alive. And the costs of that are becoming increasingly more difficult. Not better. Difficult. More difficult. That's the trajectory of our system. The cost of living is getting harder, not easier. But let's take that pressure away first. Come on. I laugh every time I see old mate. Oh, man. I like culture wars. It sounds exciting in name at least. But is this really a war on culture? I want to actually fight our culture on its impracticalities, its injustice. Brandish my viola. And, like, you know, we can do all of that. There will be time and place for all this. And, like, you can fight that now under the existing pressures, or you can make the fight easier. I'm just saying, like, I think we should make it easier to have those important discussions. Like, humans do culture stuff and we have clashes, and, like, that's what it is to be human, to sort ourselves out socially. And, like, all of these social nuances and difficulties that need to be figured out can be done so without the backdrop of the cost of living. The economic circumstances we have make life already very difficult, and we've got all this to deal with, what these people are talking about. We shouldn't have to handle it all. Let's fight one battle at a time, and let's go after the struggles. Cost of living already spiraling out of control. Like, what a weird world, right? Like, it's crazy to think that, especially in, like, the developed world, that, like, our parents probably had better prospects than we do now. Much better prospects. Or our grandparents or something like that. And we're going to have, like, worse off existences and opportunities or prosperity than they did. It's absolutely outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. We must force... Wait, what is that one? I missed that one. We must force the mem mass produce a... This is the secret mystery movement. Oh, man. No, nobody today really challenges what culture means in a meaningful sense anymore. Virginia, you're fucking first. The first one we take down, LOL. Man, you got a vendetta, hey? Take that. The pitchfork people are now fighting the torch-wielding folk. Ha! Dude, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Culture wars didn't start until the banking collapse in 2009. I like that one. The pitchfork people are now fighting the torch-wielding folk. That's a good one. Are you new here, Paul? Let us know. Uh-oh. Highly recommend reading Thomas Sowell. Is that the Thomas Sowell, like the guy that converted from being a Marxist to being a neoliberal or libertarian? What do they actually call themselves? Conservatarian or something like conservatarian, maybe. It's Sowell, not Sewell. The Economist, yeah, okay. The Marxists who transferred to conservatism, conservatarianism or something. I don't know, something like that. It's like basically libertarians who are conservative also. All right, back to the diversity wars. Let's call it.
Background.
That's an interesting question because, again, what's different and what are we measuring difference against? So when we're looking at diversity and we're looking at diversity and inclusion, it's with the aim to provide equity. And we're looking at who has been prejudiced by particular systems and structures. And that involves looking at the power dynamics of a society.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Isn't he just an articulate Milton Friedman disciple? Pretty much. Pretty sure. Like, I'm sure... what was the name? Paul will confirm. Paul Ramirez. That's capitalism.
Who decides?
And that involves looking at the power dynamics of a society.
Who decides which categories are diverse? Are there hard and fast rules?
Absolutely not. The person who gets to decide what diversity is the person who holds power. So society has decided for us who that dominant group is.
You also have a background in law. From a legal perspective, are workplaces required to have DEI policies?
Not this one. It's like you could have actually put pictures of these two, but you still chose to memify it. So good.
No, there's not a requirement to have DEI policies, but there are penalties for prejudicing and discriminating against people with particular protected attributes. And those protected attributes can fall under particular diversity dimensions.
Given there's no legal requirement, why are they so widespread in the workplace, these policies?
Inclusive workplaces just perform better when it comes to productivity of the organization, when it comes to profitability and employee well-being. It's not just the right thing to do because it's trying to redress inequities and historic inequities, but it is also the profitable thing to do.
Andrew, you've taught HR management for more than 20 years. What are your views on diversity policies?
I am very much opposed to equity, diversity, and inclusion initiatives in the workplace. In the long term, diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives will chisel away at what made the West great, which is equality of opportunity, right? Not equity, but equality of opportunity, which of course I'm all for. Now, I
think Thomas Sowell, I said that right, all right? The other one, the one here with the glasses, not the other one. I think Thomas Sowell does the best job of explaining racial injustice by tying it to economic policies, specifically the Great Societies Program. He uses statistics to show trends in the reversal of upward mobility among Black communities. Of course, he's a Yank. You got a problem, all right? You got to stop discriminating against the Americans. Saying she's not going to like it, Heidi.
I want to preface this by saying that the fact that I'm against DEI initiatives doesn't mean that I'm against diversity. There's a huge amount of evidence that diversity of thought, that viewpoint diversity, is good for workplaces, is good for productivity.
Does your view affect how you teach HR management?
It does. I am one of the few right-leaning academics in Australia, in the West, really. I am...
What a massive title that is. What a burden on this guy's shoulders. I am one of the only right-leaning academics in Australia, possibly the world. There is no one in academia who is right-wing. It's probably just me. Maybe Jordan Peterson. I'm not sure. I'm not counting. It's just the two of us, seriously.
Prone to teach human resource management from the point of view of libertarianism, from free markets. And so I go out of my way to ensure that a wide array of viewpoints on these issues are discussed in the classroom, as opposed to the sort of prevailing view, which is that it has to be all woke and DEI oriented.
In your view, are all diversity factors given the same consideration?
No. So the DEI initiatives tend to focus on gender, race, maybe a bit of disability in there as well. But there's an infinite number of sources of disadvantage. What about if you were raised in a single-parent household? What about if you were subjected to sexual abuse as a child, if you were subjected to bullying in school? All of these types of sources of disadvantage are almost completely absent in the DEI discussions. And the fact of the matter is, because there are an infinite number of sources of disadvantage, it's impracticable to ever achieve equity, because human beings are so complex and so diverse that we're simply unable to grasp who's facing disadvantage and who's facing privilege.
Sheetal, should the scope widen for what's considered diverse?
Absolutely, and I think the points you've raised are valid. Unless we are looking at diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives through an intersectional lens and acknowledging that a person is the sum of all of their parts, it's not going to be an effective diversity and inclusion initiative.
What the was that? That wasn't really an answer. Of course, he's got some valid points, but we need to look at the intersectionality of it and acknowledge that people are the sum of all of their parts. What? What does that even mean? Now, there is this concept out there of intersectionality, which is like, you know, fair enough, that basically life can be measured, or your lived experience can be measured in a series of overlapping forms of oppression. And so like the idea behind intersectionality is that people are kind of oppressed by the system, like whatever that is, like the economy, the locality that you live in, the environment that you've been raised in, the institutions that you have gone to, maybe your schools or whatever you've been subjected to. And so like you can layer all the different forms of oppression. So like oppression based on your cultural background or your race or your nationality, and your gender, and your economic status and your sexuality, and like, you know, you can start to stack things on top of each other. And so she's saying the intersectionality talks about the idea of, you know, you are kind of a totality of overlaying levels of oppression. And she's like, yeah, we could figure out an infinite, I guess, amount of layers of oppression or struggle that you've had to deal with. And based on the level of struggle that you have, then like we could try to help include you in a space or a workplace or something like that. But like that wasn't really an answer. I think she was really pushing towards the interviewer was like, where do you stop and start figuring out what levels of oppression you should focus on? Like, where do you draw the line, or where do you keep going down the rabbit hole? Like, what levels of oppression should you rank above others? And like, how can you answer a question like that? Like, honestly, like, how the hell do you answer a question like that? Like, what type of oppression is more important than other forms of oppression? Like, honestly, like, how do you answer that question? Like, if somebody has been oppressed or repressed, marginalized, treated poorly, discriminated against, prejudiced against, has experienced some form of bias, like, who does get to decide at what point, like, this one's the more important one than this one and that one, etc. She just basically said, yes, it's potentially infinite, this stuff. But like, she didn't actually answer the question. Like, where do you stop and start on this one? Like, well, she's the head of the Diversity Council of Australia or whatever it is. Like, good luck. Where do you stop? Where do you start, man? How do you even begin to map that stuff out? People don't walk into interviews and say, I was bullied at school. But like, she's suggesting like that's a thing. And like, he said it as well. Like, he was like, oh, well, look, you know, why stop it? Was it race, gender, and sexuality or something like that? Like, or disability, I think you said. Why not go further to people who have had like a hard childhood or something like that? Or yes, like you said, like, I got bullied at school. Give me a job. Yeah, we're going to get fair work courts. We saw it. We watched Albo's speech the other day and we researched what the fair work courts were. Hey, another win for the working class. Fuck yeah. Now, for real, I don't know where he... Oh, no, where? Is that a separate conversation? For real? I don't know where he put it. Maybe separate conversation. 8-hour workday. How much do we spend in meetings? You stop where it's practical, but like okay, fine. But like, what's practical? Like that's a hard question. It really is a hard question. It's a very difficult question. It's not simple. I'll tell you what's really simple though. Class war. You know whether you're in the ruling class or not. You hang out with Epstein and the boys? No? All right, you're with us. HR workers versus actual workers. So many extra workers. Do you want mediating disputes versus actually doing work? What is reasonable burden to place on business? Yeah, but that's the thing. That's the natural reaction, right? You have stuff like what she's saying is like, yes, okay, you can have an infinite number of diversity considerations, and then all of a sudden, business will just be like, all right, that's it. Like, we need to stop because this is working against productivity. And then they'll just like, there'll be a massive reaction, a knee-jerk reaction, and then they'll throw it all out the window. And then like it's back to square one. Ideally, you handle all the considerations. Realistically, you handle what you can. But where do you start and where do you finish? What do you start with? And then you have to prioritize and you have to say, sorry, your form of oppression is more important than yours. We love you, but thanks. Everything is downstream of those who control the banks. There it is. I'm telling you, people. The last 3 jobs I had, I was approached and asked to apply. Getting headhunted? Is that because of your skills or your level of oppression? That's why equity is dumb. Just focus on equality. Interesting.
Karan, you lost your vision rapidly from your mid-20s. How did that change your work prospects?
I picked marketing.
All right, we're going to pick one more because that's all we've got time for. Are universities too woke? So good. Is the diversity and inclusion just virtue signaling? Meritocracy versus nepotism? That'll be a good one.
Does the best person always get the job?
Oh,
Gosh,
no.
I mean, you know.
Not this guy. Hasn't he already spoken? Come on. All right, are universities too woke?
Andrew, having worked in academia for more than 2 decades, would you describe it as diverse?
No. I would describe it as very diverse if you're talking about diversity in terms of skin color or ethnicity or gender identity. But in terms of viewpoint, it is extremely homogeneous. Universities are completely dominated by woke warriors who are trying to impose communism by stealth. And apparently they're being quite successful given the fact that these initiatives are so popular.
You no longer work in academia. Why is that?
That's a good question. I thought I had all this white male privilege, but it turns out I got sacked last year from RMIT University under circumstances that will be...
He reminds me of what Destiny thinks he looks like. What? My white male privilege doesn't even work anymore? I thought it was valid for a lifetime. Outrageous.
Contested in the very near future in the court of law. Obviously, I'm not going to go into the specific details of why a professor on a permanent contract was sacked, but I will say...
Again, because you're an a-hole.
that I stand out amongst my colleagues as someone who challenges the woke narrative and the woke orthodoxy.
Are there circumstances by which you'd believe you still have a job?
Well, certainly if I towed the woke narrative, I would certainly have a job. Maybe if I identified as a woman with,
Dude, that
disability.
is so good.
No.
I thought of the same thing when he said it. He should impracticable again. Two white male wankers shocked to find out they are wankers. They should hook up. What is it with this thing here? Like, everyone's like, after the cameras stop, that's when the action starts. They're going to start macking on. And then they'll have an edge for DEI.
Maybe.
Abir, you're a journalist. How diverse is your industry?
I feel like we can collectively agree that it's not very...
Why do they keep going back to the same people? There's plenty of diversity in that audience. Or maybe they just have them there for appearances. I got sacked. I thought my white male privilege would protect me from capitalism. Oh, man, so good.
Diverse. I think especially in journalism, it's important to have a diversity of thought, not just in politics, socioeconomic status, race, gender. I think that's very important. So yes, I feel like there's work to be done.
Do you think policies, especially around diversity, are having a desired outcome?
I feel like when it's clumsily introduced just to appease a certain demographic or be good for optics, it looks bad and it has a bad outcome. I don't think it's catastrophic, especially when there's no examples to show that. But it's resulted in some negative experiences for myself where I've been put in uncomfortable situations where people attack me for benefiting from an opportunity. So I would say that that was horrible. I wouldn't say that that's catastrophic.
So the diversity is there, but maybe in your case that inclusion part of it wasn't?
I don't expect everyone that I talk to cater to every single need that I desire. That is very unrealistic and no one expects that. However, no one should go to work and hear racial slurs. No one should go to work and experience abuse. No one should go to work and experience tokenism. All these things shouldn't happen, but they do, and that's the reality of work sometimes.
We have this stuff. We have anti-discrimination stuff. Come on. I got sacked. I was thinking those were butt cheeks for a minute there. But no, they are not. Oh, man. Moving on.
And that's the reality.
Wait, Aussie Welder, there's your friend. Needs another tissue.
Of HR initiatives sometimes.
So you have observed quite a bit of discrimination?
I would say so, and I would say it's a result of not enough diversity of thought.
Sheetal, is diversity alone enough?
Diversity alone isn't the answer because it's not a cocktail. You can't just add diversity and stir and seem to reap the benefits that ample research shows exists. You have to have the inclusion piece, and the inclusion is around people feeling respected, people feeling like they can contribute meaningfully, people feeling like they have a connection to the people that they're working with, and that there's an opportunity to progress.
Karen, does your current employer make you feel included?
Well, I'm a blind person that works for Guide Dogs Victoria, so 100%. And I have to tell you that never in my life have I worked for an organisation where I felt more celebrated. We all just work together so well.
Does that benefit the organisation?
Well, yes, okay. Happy workers are good workers. This is not in rocket science. All right? Okay. God damn. Oh my God. Don't discriminate against people. It's not nice. All right? Don't do it. Do you need to have these policies, though, of diversity, equity, and inclusion? And, like, this is what splits the working class, this question. There is no right or wrong answer on this. But, like, people have strong feelings about it one way or another. But, like, if you're going to base decisions on this form of thinking, which is called intersectionality, it's a real thing. And, like, it's potentially an infinite rabbit hole of people playing, or people not playing, but people, like, using levels of perceived oppression, their lived experience, to define who gets what and who doesn't, it is a very difficult territory to move in. Very difficult territory to move in. Like, how do you get to make a conscious decision or an ethical decision even on what forms of disadvantage or marginalization outrank others? It's hard territory, this stuff. But like, lesson of the day, don't discriminate. Just, that'd be nice just to start with. Just don't do that. I'm not hiring you because of the way you look, the way you, whatever, sound, whatever background you have. Just start with that. That'd be fine. That'd be fine. Thank you very much. All right, I have got to bounce. What a far right Friday this has been. Hey, we've been all over the place. My God, all over the place. And we've had some characters come into the chat as well. Got invaded. We got raided by the USA earlier. That was interesting. Unless you're too short and you're in modeling. If you're in modeling, discrimination all the way. The entire modeling industry is actually based on discrimination. Let's be real. No, actually, even before you, Paul, there was like a full like American political discussion that was going on. It was hardcore, and there's some Americans jostling in the comment section. I think before you came along. But yes, thank you everyone who's been hanging out today. If you're new here and you haven't already, subscribe for more, follow for more on Twitch, activate the like button. You know what to do. Woozle, Paul Ramirez, Ravy Baby, Blaz, Hobo Joe, Lob Jeff, Heidi the Sausage, Spandunk, Aussie Welder, hanging out these days. Good to have ya. Jingle Jangle Jam. Good to have you. Good to have you. Josh, hanging out too. Who else we got? Man, there's been too much today. Can't even go back that far. Everyone's been going off in the chat. 4AS was in earlier too. KK online. Jag was in earlier. Did I say Hobo Joe? I think I said Voltateur. I think I said you as well. Thank you, everybody. It's been, what a week, eh? It's been crazy. Thanks for anyone who's been doing super chats this week. Really appreciate it. If anyone's done any gift subs over on Twitch, I do appreciate that as well. Big shout out to our mods, all of the Twitch mods. Volta, 4AS, Jag, thanks for doing what you do. Thank you, Spandong. Thank you, Ravy Baby. Thank you for doing what you do and keeping everyone safe. Because we all want to have a good lived experience, let's be honest. That's what it's all about here. All right? So enjoy your fucking weekend. I hope you get those 2 days of freedom. You deserve it. If you don't get those 2 days of freedom, I hope you get adequately compensated. I hope you get some double time, get time in lieu. Who knows? I don't care, but I hope you enjoy it. Paul Ramirez, thanks. Pew, pew. Look at that. Thank you very much. And USD as well. It's worth so much more. The conversion rate, so good. Thank you very much, Paul. And to all of you out there, I do appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. If you're watching this after the fact or you've been lurking today, thank you. But if you haven't already on YouTube, make sure you activate the like button. Check out the clips over the weekend. Thank you. And thank you for clipping. You've been legend. You're fucking legend. Everyone have a good weekend, and we'll be back next week with some more. Until next time, please remember, as always, I am, you are, we are a mystery. Enjoy your freedom.